Chapter 1, Hogwarts Letter. On a noisy morning as usual, Charlie habitually gets up early and makes his bed. The only difference is that an owl appeared in front of his window. The owl looked at Charlie with smart eyes, and then it pecked at the window with its own beak as if saying hello to Charlie. Charlie saw the owl with a letter in his mouth. This scene made him feel inexplicably familiar, so he remembered it carefully. Owl kept knocking on the window after seeing Cha's haircut. The knock on the window interrupted Charlie's memory, so Charlie did not continue to think about where he had seen this scene, but opened the window to let this strange owl in. After the owl came in, he put the letter in his mouth on the table. Charlie picked up the letter. There was a fire-red wax seal on it and a sign composed of a shield heraldry and a lion, snake, badger, and eagle. When he saw after the sign he murmured, "This is a letter from Hogwarts." This made Charlie fall into memories. 2 years ago, Charlie found a 24-sided crystal from the remains of an ancient temple. He moved forward and stroked the crystal with excitement, but when his hand touched when he arrived at the crystal, a strong suction was generated. He felt bad for a moment but found that his hand had been tightly sucked on the crystal, and then he saw from the reflection of the crystal that he quickly turned into a corpse. When he woke up again, he found that he had become a child lying in the hospital, and then he figured out that he had crossed the boy with the crystal, and the crystal was in the sea of consciousness. Whenever I let my thoughts go, I can see this crystal. And every time Charlie loses all his emotions, his body exudes an invisible power. After 2 years, Charlie is finally able to control the distribution of this power. For the past 2 years, Charlie has been trying to figure out how to get this dangerous crystal out of his body, but in the 2 years, no matter how Charlie tried the crystal, there was no movement, which gradually made Charlie give up. And Hogwarts Letter gave Charlie the idea of understanding this crystal again. After all, this is a world with magic. I just don't know if Harry Potter goes to school. Although Charlie doesn't want to insert too much into Potter's life, he can witness the birth of a legend with his own eyes. Charlie, withdrawing his thoughts, opened the letter from Hogwarts. Principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Union of Magic, President of the Wizarding Association, President of the International Anti-Dark Magic Association, and First-Class Wizard of Sir Merlin. Dear Mr. Charlie Elvis, we are happy to inform you that you have been approved to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The semester is scheduled to start on September 1st. We will be waiting for Owl to bring your reply before July 31st. In addition, if the owl wants to stay with you for a while, please feed him some food. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry first-year students need 1. 3 sets of plain work robe, black. 2. A plain pointed hat for daytime wear, black. 3. A pair of dragon leather gloves. 4. A winter cloak, black, silver buckle. Please note, all student clothing must be adorned with name tags. All students have prepared the following books: Standard Spells, Volume 1, by Murata Kuashak, Magic History by Bezel Dobishart, Principles of Magic by Adalbert Wovlin, Introduction to Transfiguration for Beginners by Emmerich Switch, A Thousand Kinds of Magical Plants and Fungi by Felita Spoel, Magic Figures and Magic Recipes by Arsenis Geiger, Fantastic Beasts and How to Find Them by Newt Scamander, The Power of Darkness Guidelines for Self-Protection by Quinton Chamber. Other equipment: a magic wand, a crucible, standard size number 2 size, a set of glass bottles or crystal bottles, a pair of telescopes, a brass balance. Students can also bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. Here is a special reminder to parents that first-year students are not allowed to bring their own flying broom. After Charlie's reading, he found that the owl was looking at him eagerly, which made Charlie wonder if he was hungry. So he went to the living room to find some bread to feed the owl, and then found his uncle was eating the bread while reading the newspaper and said softly, "Alas! Little Charlie should go to middle school too, just don't know he should be sent. What school is good?" Bud heard the sound of Charlie coming downstairs, raised his head and said to Charlie, "Little Charlie, it's so early again. Then go and call your sister and your cousin and have breakfast together." Charlie took a piece of bread from the table and answered his uncle's words, "Oh, I'll go right away." Charlie first tore the bread he took into small pieces and put it on the table, and then went to the side to wake up the two little slackers. "You two little slackers, you will have to bask in the sun before you get up." Charlie looked at the two little girls on the bed and said, "Brother, you let me sleep for a while," a little girl with blonde hair said lazily with her eyes closed. "No, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com soon get up or I'm going to tickle it," Charlie threatened as he looked at the immobile two. Lisa reluctantly opened and closed her eyes when she heard it and finally said, "Brother, I really want to sleep, or you call cousin Irene first, and then I get up, okay?" Irene next to heard Lisa say this and glanced at her mouth and said, "Cousin Charlie, you can't bully me with Lisa." Charlie looked at the two of them still not planning to get up, so he rolled up his sleeves and put his agitated hands into the quilt. "Ha ha ha! Brother, I'm out of breath, let me go, I'll just get up. Ah ha ha! Cousin Charlie, don't tickle me anymore, I can't get up." With bursts of laughter and screaming in the room, Lisa and Irene both surrendered to Charlie. And after Charlie woke up the two sisters, Charlie went back to his room by himself. Charlie punched the door and saw that the owl looked up at himself and then began to peck at the bread on the table. Charlie took out the letter paper and pen from the table to write a reply to Hogwarts. After a while, a small head came in from the door and said to Charlie, "Brother, let's get dressed and go for breakfast." "Wow! Cool, this is an owl. Brother, how did you get it?" Lisa saw the owl pecking and asked in surprise. Charlie folded the letter and handed it to Owl and said, "This is not mine, maybe I will buy one in the future." The owl flew out of the window after biting Charlie's reply to his mouth. Chapter 2, Flo Fan's Anomaly. Bud asked Charlie at the dinner table, "Little Charlie, you are now at the age to go to school. I don't know what kind of school you like." After hearing this, Charlie said to Bud, "Uncle, I have received the admission notice from Hogwarts." After hearing this, Bud couldn't believe it and asked, "Is it the admission notice for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry?" "Yes. Uncle, this is the admission letter." Although Charlie wondered why his uncle knew about Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he did not ask. Lisa on the side heard that her uncle was talking about the magic school, her eyes rolled around, and she snatched the Hogwarts admission notice from Charlie at a thunderous speed, and she put the letter she had snatched in to hide behind him. Then Lisa used her big blue eyes to pretend to be pitiful and pleaded with Bud, "Uncle, let me take a good look." Bud promised Lisa's request. In his opinion, even if Lisa read this letter, he would not see anything, because it was a letter that was cast by a Muggle shielding curse. Lisa, who got Bard's permission, opened the envelope happily, took out the letter, and read, "Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore." When Bud heard this, he said in surprise, "Oh God, little Lisa, you can actually see the true content of this letter. It seems that not only Charlie has awakened the magic, but even Lisa has also awakened." After hearing this, Charlie, who was sitting aside, finally couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, are you a wizard?" Bud saw Charlie's surprised expression and said proudly to Charlie, "Yes, your aunt and I are both wizards." Then he seemed to remember something and sighed and continued, "When your parents died, I thought you were not talented as wizards like your mother, so I concealed everything about magic from your brothers and sisters. Your mother has been Xiang becomes a wizard, and now her wish has come true." Charlie did not continue to speak even though there was no emotional change when he heard Bud talk about his mother, and Lisa quietly put down the letter in her hand, uncharacteristically. Chris watched the changes of the two children and kicked Bud secretly. Bud looked at the sudden quiet air and knew that he had mentioned the sadness of the brothers and sisters, so she changed the subject. It just happens that I have nothing to do today. Take everyone to Diagon Alley to go shopping, and prepare everything Charlie needs for school. Bud and Carrie came to the fireplace with the children after breakfast. Bud said to Chris, "Chris, you go and set an example for the children." Then he turned his head and said to Charlie and Lisa, "You are optimistic about your aunt's actions. Remember to make the location clear, or you will fly to another place." Chris walked into the fireplace and grabbed a handful of fluo powder and sprinkled it down while saying Diagon Alley. A green flame rose up and wrapped Chris in it. When the flame disappeared, Chris had disappeared. After Bud signaled to Charlie that it was his turn, Charlie also walked into the fireplace and grabbed a handful of fluo powder and sprinkled it down while shouting Diagon Alley. However, the theoretical green flame did not rise. After Charlie shouted, he realized that he hadn't disappeared. After thinking about it, he found that there was no problem with the operation, so he raised his head and looked at Bud with a puzzled look. Bud was also very confused about this situation, so he said to Charlie, "Try the same method again." Charlie repeated the action just now. A green flame that was much smaller than others barely wrapped Charlie. Bud was a little puzzled looking at this different scene from ordinary people. After thinking about it for a while, he didn't figure out what the problem was, and then left the question behind. The Adrian family and Charlie brothers and sisters were standing on the bustling street of Diagon Alley. Lisa was a little dizzy looking at the various strange things on the street. Bud patted the dust on his body and said, "Let's go to Gringotts first to get some money." So the group of them came to the only bank in the wizarding world, Gringotts, which is a bank operated by elves and has branches all over the world. When they entered the marble lobby, Lisa saw many fairies sitting on high stools behind a row of long counters. Some were weighing coins with copper balances, and some were examining gems with magnifying glasses. Some fairies serve the customers. There are many passages in the lobby, and the coming and going fairies lead the customers through these passages. Soon a goblin came to the group and said to Bud, "Dear guest, what can I do for you?" Bud said to the fairy, "Take me to Vault 619, I'm going to get some lovely Jinjialong." The fairy said to Bud politely, "Sir, do you have the key?" Bud looked at Chris. Chris looked for a long time in her pocket before finding a delicate key. Bud took the key and handed it to the fairy. After taking it over, the fairy looked carefully and finally confirmed, "Well, yes, this is the key to the 619 vault, sir, please come with me." Then Bud and his group sat in a car like a mine cart, led by the goblin to Vault 619, reading www.uyugonshu.com. Charlie and Lisa couldn't help retching after getting off the car. Lisa said weakly, "This car is really fast, and it's extremely exciting, even more exciting than a roller coaster." The fairy used the key to open the door of the vault. Bud grabbed 2 from the gold coin pile, the silver coin pile and the copper coin pile, and gave them to Chris. Bud left Gringotts with a group of people and said to Charlie, "I store your parents' inheritance in the Muggle World Bank. Next time I take it out and give it to you, you come and exchange it for Jinjialong and save it. You and your sister needs Jinjialong's support to learn magic." Chris asked Bud, "Where should I go next?" "Well, let's go to the Madame Morkan robe store to make Charlie's robes, and then make a new suit for each person, how about it?" After Chris finished speaking, he glanced at Bud with no hint of questioning. After seeing Chris's eyes, Bud swallowed what he wanted to say, "Okay, this is a great idea." Soon the group came to the Madame Morkan gown specialty store. Chris greeted the busy Madame Morkan inside and said, "Madam, please make some custom-fitting robes for my nephew, Hogwarts used it." Then Chris said to Charlie, "You are here waiting for Mrs. Morkan to measure the size for you. I will take my 2 sisters to choose clothes on it." Chris looked at her sullen husband and then took out some Jinjialong from her pocket and said to Bud, "You will take Charlie to buy what he needs later, and I will take my daughter and Lisa around." Chris thought for a moment and added, "Well, you must go to the Lihen bookstore to gather before dark. Chapter 3, First Encounter with Harry Potter. After coming out of Mrs. Morgan's shop, Bud appeared to relax a lot. He asked Charlie with some pleasure, "Charlie, what are we going to buy next?" Is it an owl, a tool, or a magic wand?" Checked the ideal and said to Bud, "Let's buy a wand first." Bud nodded and thought, "Buy a wand, then go to Ollivander's wand shop. This is the best wand shop in Diagon Alley, where did I buy my wand?" Bud led this Charlie to the door of Ollivander's wand shop. Next to the door of the shop was a tall man with fluffy hair and a thick beard. Charlie immediately remembered who this person was when he saw it, and then he heard his uncle say hello to him, "Hey, Hagrid, why are you here?" Hagrid heard someone calling him behind him, so he turned to look at Bud hasn't seen him for a long time. "I brought Harry Potter to pick the wand." "Why are you here? Is your wand broken?" Bud was a little surprised when he heard, "Is it the Harry Potter who defeated the mysterious man?" "I brought my nephew to choose the wand." Charlie came to say hello to Hagrid. After hearing that, Charlie stepped forward to Hagrid, who was like a little giant, and said, "Hello, sir, this is Charlie Elvis. I am glad to meet you." "It's also nice to meet you. My name is Ruber Hagrid. You can call me Hagrid directly, polite little guy." Hagrid lowered his head and looked at Charlie and said. Bud said to Charlie at this time, "Charlie, go in and pick the wand." "I won't go in after talking to Hagrid outside." Charlie nodded and looked at the dilapidated shop sign in front of him. The gold paint on the sign was a little peeling off, but you can still vaguely see the words Ollivander, a well-made wand since 382 BC. "Your father and mother bought their first wand here, just like what happened yesterday. I still remember the wand they bought. Your mother's is a 10¼ inch long, willow wood. The wand made is a very good magic wand. And your father's is an 11-inch long, mahogany wand, which is not only tough but also stronger, very suitable for performing polymorphism." Ollivander said while choosing a magic wand and handing it to Harry. "Come on, try it with a wave, and see if the wand fits." Harry took the wand carefully and was about to wave it, when the doorbell shook his hand inadvertently. Charlie opened the door and found that the inside was not spacious, it was full of long and narrow boxes. Before Charlie could say hello to the people inside, he saw many boxes falling from the sky, so Charlie only had time to cover his head with his hands and was buried in various boxes. Harry looked at the pile of paper boxes behind him, carefully put down the wand in his hand and said, "Mr. Ollivander, yes, sorry." Ollivander took out his wand and said to Harry, "It's okay, Harry, is just that you want to apologize to that gentleman." Ollivander waved the wand in his hand and shouted, "All floating." Those scattered boxes all floated up, restore as before. Ollivander said again that the floating boxes were automatically placed in their original positions, and Harry looked forward to seeing this magical scene. After Charlie felt that the boxes on his body disappeared, he struggled to get up. When Harry saw it, he quickly stepped forward and said to Charlie, "I'm so sorry, you didn't hurt it." Charlie patted the dust on his body, then raised his head and found that there was an N-shaped scar on his forehead in front of him. The little boy with round glasses apologized to him. Together with Hagrid and Charlie, who was waiting outside, he knew that the man in front of him was the famous Harry Potter in the wizarding world, so Charlie said to Harry, "I'm fine, you are Harry Potter." Harry was not surprised that the wizards here knew him, so he said, "Yes, I am Harry Potter. I don't know what your name is." "My name is Charlie Elvis, you can just call me Charlie." "Are you choosing the wand?" Charlie asked pretendingly curiously. Harry's nervousness relaxed when he saw that Charlie was not injured, so he said, "Yes, I'm picking a wand, but it just doesn't seem to suit me well." When Ollivander heard it, he said, "Not only the wizard chooses the magic wand, but the magic wand also chooses the wizard. Only when the magic wand selects the wizard can stably exert the power of the magic wand." "Harry, Try this. Harry swung it when he got it, and a spark came out from the tip of the stick. Ollivander shook his head when he saw it. I didn't see this one, let me think about it. Well, I don't know if this wand is suitable. Harry took the wand that Ollivander handed over again, and the golden star shone brightly on the tip of the wand that he had just acquired. Ollivander couldn't help exclaiming after seeing this scene, "Oh! It's amazing, it's amazing." Harry felt a little puzzled seeing Ollivander's surprised expression, so he asked, "I'm sorry, Mr. Ollivander, what makes you wonder?" Ollivander looked at Harry and then reached out his hand to stroke the scar on Harry's head. "I remember every wand I sold, Mr. Potter. I remember every one. It happened that there were 2 feathers for the wand from the same phoenix. One is in your hand and the other, the magic wand, is its brother." Ollivander paused, then continued, "And amazingly, this magic wand is destined to be used by you, and its brother left you this scar." Harry eagerly asked, Who left me this scar?" Ollivander said in a low-pitched voice, "Well, usually we don't say the name, Harry. Use this 13-inch half-long wooden wand, reading www.uyugonshu.com as for that. You will naturally understand who a person is." Seeing that Harry wanted to continue to ask Ollivander and said, "Well, Harry, I'm going to choose a wand for this Mr. Elvis." After Ollivander finished speaking, a tape measure stretched automatically, and then began to measure the distance from shoulder to fingertip, from wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor. After a while after Ollivander finished the measurement, he turned to select a wand from the numerous boxes and said, "Mr. Elvis, come and wave it. Try this 11-inch long birchwood and dragon's ear nerve. The wand fits right." After Charlie took the wand in his hand and waved it, the wand was tamed with a red light. Ollivander was a little surprised seeing this scene and said, "I didn't expect it would fit so easily." Ollivander thought for a while and then took out a magic wand and said to Charlie, "Try this one, 10 1/10 of an inch long, made of boxwood and unicorn hair." Charlie took it and waved it. This time a little golden light and milky smoke appeared from the tip of the stick to form a surrendered unicorn. This scene made Ollivander feel even more surprised, and said in disbelief, "How can such a magical scene happen?" Ollivander quickly drew a magic wand from behind and said, "Try this one, 14 inches long, made of pineapple and yaki tendon." Charlie took it in his hand and waved it from the tip of the stick and sprayed a thick black smoke, which seemed to be conscious, partly condensed into a night sky, and partly surrounded Charlie. Ollivander saw this even more incredible scene. He didn't know what to say, and after meditation, he didn't think of the reason for this phenomenon. Chapter 4, Warmth. Afterwards, I tried many wands at Ollivander's request. Although all wands showed surrender in Charlie's hands, none of the wands suitable for white magic would express joy. The wands that were good for black magic mostly expressed extreme joyous. So Charlie chose a magic wand that was 11 inches long, which was the most suitable for him, and was made of locust wood, which represents the soul, and the night gaze, which represents death. When Ollivander handed the wand to Charlie, he said in a heavy tone, "You are the strangest one of the people who came to my shop to pick the wand. There is no one. Although this wand is more suitable for use black magic, but I hope you can understand it correctly, and not be controlled by the power it brings to you." Ollivander looked at the figures of Charlie and Harry walking out and muttered, "I hope I haven't brought another darkness to the magic world." After Charlie and Harry walked out of the Ollivander wand shop together, the sharp-eyed Hagrid asked, "How about it, Harry, did you choose a good wand?" Harry thought of the scene when he just saw Charlie picking a wand and hesitated, Yes. Then Hagrid sent out an invitation to Bud, "Bud, Harry and I are going to buy owls, will you and Charlie go?" "Oh, that's just right, we also have to pick an owl for Charlie," Bud said happily. When Charlie walked into the Isla Owl store, a ghost owl made a ghastly cry, which immediately attracted Charlie's attention. When Charlie saw this ghost owl, he felt that he couldn't help but feel like this small one. The owl developed a good impression, so Charlie bought this smaller ghost owl, and then he chose a pure white owl that looked very cute. Charlie fed the ghost owl a little food, and then said to it, "From now on, you will be called Xiaoju." Then Charlie and Harry went to the Swiss magic tool shop to buy the magic tools needed on the list. Finally, at Hagrid's invitation, Bud and Charlie went to the bar to drink some butter beer with them. Charlie and Bud, who had a slightly red face, came to the last destination Lihan bookstore. When they arrived, Charlie found that Aunt Chris and his two sisters had not arrived yet, so he said to Bud, "Uncle, let's find the books on the list first, and then wait for aunts and others here, how about?" Bud said vaguely, Okay, then you go find it. I find a stool to rest." Charlie helped Bud to sit on a stool, then shook his head and found all the books on the list with the help of the clerk. Charlie looked at these books and asked the clerk, "How much do these books cost?" The clerk looked up and said, "This is a book that Hogwarts needs for the first grade. Recently, many people came to buy it. I remember clearly that there are 3 golds in total. Kanan has 5 silvers and 3 bronze nats." Charlie handed the 4 Jin Jialong Bud had given him to the clerk and said, "Can my uncle and I stay in the bookstore for a while? We are waiting for someone." The clerk handed the change to Charlie. "Sir, your change, you count it. As long as you don't hinder our business, I think there is no problem." Charlie took the change and put it in his trouser pocket, then came to the side to find a stool and looked at the basic spell he had just bought. Soon Charlie realized that as long as he reads one of the spells on it, he can fully remember it. There is even a way to release these spells as long as you pick up the magic wand. Time flicked through Charlie's book, and Charlie, who was immersed in these wonderful magic knowledge, didn't even notice Bud, who was on the side, woke up. Bud didn't disturb Charlie when he saw Charlie reading so seriously. Instead he continued to doze off until a familiar laughter came from outside the door. "Hee hee, I am so happy today. There are fun and delicious food everywhere, thank you, Aunt." Lisa's lively and mischievous voice made Bud open his eyes. "You're welcome, Lisa, you should also receive the admission notice from Hogwarts next year. There is a school where you can learn magic, and you can also make a lot of new friends from there," Chris said while talking, while pushing open the door of Lihan bookstore. As the doorbell rang, the clerk politely asked, "Hello, beautiful lady, what can I do for you?" Chris politely replied, "Hello, sir, I'm here to find my husband and my nephew." After speaking, she glanced at Bud sitting in the corner and Charlie reading a book. "Thank you, I have found it." "Oh. Okay." After the clerk said politely, he resumed his work. Chris said to Bud, "Bud, ready to go?" Bud got up quickly when he heard that, but then found that Charlie was still sitting and reading, so he pushed him and shouted, Charlie, get up and get ready." "Gone." Charlie raised his head and looked at Bud with no emotion. Bud looked at Charlie's gaze and felt like he was being stared at by a prehistoric behemoth. After a while, Charlie's gaze gradually developed some emotions. He looked at him. Bud said, "Uncle, what's wrong with you, didn't you say you are leaving?" Bud breathed a sigh of relief and stammered, "No, I'm fine with you reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Go, let's go." Charlie touched his head suspiciously. Then packed up his things and stood up and walked towards Chris. Bud looked at Charlie's back and wondered, is that an illusion just now? Well, maybe it was a bit of alcohol and a cold sweat. Charlie asked Lisa with a smile on her face, "How about it, Lisa, did you have fun today?" Lisa looked at Charlie with a mentally retarded look and said, "Brother, can't you see it?" "Humph." Charlie took out the pure white owl that looked very cute from the side and said to Lisa, "Cute? Do you want it?" "As long as you say that my brother is so handsome. My brother is so good. I will give it to you." Lisa looked at this very cute owl with a very wanted expression, but in the end she turned her head away from the owl, pursed her lips and grunted without speaking. Charlie stretched out his hand and touched Lisa's head when he saw it, and said, "Just kidding. I bought this for you, take it." Lisa quickly took the owl in Charlie's hand after hearing it, as if she was afraid that Charlie would regret it, and then she kissed Charlie's face in a thunderous manner and said, "Brother, thank you, you are so kind to me." "Great." And Irene, who was standing aside, said unhappily, "Hey! Smelly cousin, bad cousin, don't buy me an owl, I won't play with you anymore." Chris heard it and said helplessly, Okay, when you go to school, you can buy owls. Now you are still young and don't know how to raise owls, I will buy you a very good one when you go to school." "How good is the owl?" A group of people coaxed little Irene on the way back, and then happily returned home with the sunset. Chapter 5, Hogwarts Express. Time flies quickly like a white horse passing a gap, and in a blink of an eye, August has come to an end. In this month and a half, Charlie has been reviewing Hogwarts textbooks in advance. After such a long time, Charlie has achieved remarkable results. He has not only read and memorized basic curse and principles of magic and darkness, strength guide to self-protection, even the very thick magic diagram and magical hair recipe and fantastic creatures and how to find them can be remembered very often. Sometimes when Charlie gets tired from reading, he uses magic tools to configure potions according to the steps in the book to relieve his mental fatigue. On the morning of August 31st, 9 1/3 of the stations, Charlie looked at the Adrian family and his sister Lisa standing in front of him with his luggage. He first said to the Adrian couple and them, "Uncle, Aunt, rest assured. I will take good care of myself." Then he stretched out his fingers and gently wiped away the tears on Lisa's face and said softly, Okay. Don't cry, no matter how hard you are, you won't be pretty. After all, I won't come back. If you miss me just use Xioxu, the name of Lisa Owl, to send me the letter." Lisa tried to hold back her tears after listening, and said, "Where did I cry? Humph, bad brother. I want you to write to me every day, and I won't be able to pull it down for a day, or I can't spare you." Charlie saw that Lisa finally stopped crying, so he promised, "Well, I will listen to you, and write to you every day." Charlie nodded silently when Lisa saw Lisa and said, "Then I'm in the car. Take good care of yourself and don't cause trouble to your aunt's family, you know." After speaking, Charlie turned and walked towards the train, "Brother." But after a while, Charlie suddenly heard Lisa's voice behind him, so he turned around, and found Lisa running as if she was rushing and hugging herself with a little horse. Said goodbye. Charlie hugged his sister and patted the back lightly. After a while, Lisa pushed Charlie away and said, "Let's go, or the car will start." Charlie nodded and walked slowly into the train. At the moment when the door was closed, Charlie saw Lisa smiling and tearing, then waved to himself. "Sorry, excuse me, can I sit here? The other places are almost full," Ron said cautiously. Harry, who heard the sound, moved his gaze from the scenery swiftly across the window to the corridor and said to Ron, "It's okay, no one here, just sit down." Harry came in and sat down after hearing the consent, then introduced himself to Harry, "Hi. I'm Ron Weasley." "I am Harry, Harry Potter." Ron heard the surprised question, "You are, that is. Oh, I mean, do you really have that scar?" Harry lifted the hair on his forehead to show the scar to Ron, saying yes. "Harry, do you have any space here?" Harry and Ron looked at the corridor at the same time after hearing the sound. Harry looked at Charlie in surprise and said, "Oh. Charlie didn't expect us to meet so soon, there are seats here, come in and sit." When Charlie was seated, Harry said to Ron, "Ron, this is Charlie Elvis," and then he turned to Charlie and said, "This is Ron Weasley." "Hey, would you like some delicious and fun snacks for the kids? A fat woman pushed many snacks to the door and asked. Ron picked up the bread he had brought home and refused, "No, I brought some at home." Harry looked at Ron with a somewhat embarrassed expression and took out a few jinjialong from his trouser pocket and said, "Every kind of a little bit." Harry looked at the snacks piled up on the seat and said to Charlie and Ron, "Come on. I invite you to eat." Charlie politely refused, "I'm sorry, I have a decayed tooth recently and can't eat these snacks." Charlie looked at Harry's broken frame and then took out his wand and said to Harry, "Let me perform a little magic." Look! Hermione helped Neville find his toad. Passing by a row of seats, she saw a man holding a magic wand making a magic look, so she curiously asked, "Have you seen a toad?" Hermione got the reply she didn't see, turned her head to look at Charlie, who was about to fix the frame for Harry, and asked, "Are you planning to perform magic? I wonder if I can take a look." Charlie said indifferently, "Yes." Then he lifted his wand and waved it and said clearly, "Repair as before." However, it did not appear as if the frame of the frame was restored in the picture. Instead, it made a crack in Harry's lens, which made Charlie feel very unexpected. Hermione said with an expression like this, "Although I don't know why you failed, let me come." Hermione came to Harry, lifted the wand, and then waved it smoothly, "Repair as before." The broken lenses and broken frames were instantly repaired, and Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com looked like new. Harry took off his glasses and looked at it for a while and then said in surprise, "Thank you, you are amazing." Then Hermione saw the scar on Harry's forehead and said, You are Harry Potter?" "My name is Hermione Granger." Then she looked at Charlie, who was in a daze. However, Charlie was thinking about why he failed to cast the spell and did not notice. Harry saw that Charlie did not pay attention to Hermione and introduced, "He is Charlie Elvis." Hermione frowned and looked at Ron, who was stuffed with various snacks. Ron saw Hermione's eyes vaguely and said, My name, Ron. Ron Way is dead." Hermione asked questioningly, "Lorne, Way is dead?" Ron swallowed the food in his mouth laboriously and said, "It's Ron Weasley." Hermione nodded and pointed to the tip of her nose and said, "You have a smudge here, do you know it?" Then he said to Harry, "I think we are coming soon, I advise you to wear your robes." After that, Hermione turned and left proudly. At this time, Charlie came back to look at Hermione's back and involuntarily thought, "Is this being despised by Hermione?" Then he was interrupted by Harry's joking voice. "Hey, Charlie, you just didn't. It's revenge for what I accidentally buried you under the box that day." Charlie looked at Harry's smile and apologized to Harry, "I'm so sorry, I never thought I would fail the spell." Harry said with a smile, "It's okay, isn't it also fixed in the end? Let's put on the robes quickly. I heard Hermione say that it's coming soon." Then Charlie and others cleaned up the snacks and other items and put their robe on their body, and then checked whether their nameplate was worn well. Chapter 6, The Sorting Ceremony and Ghost Storm 1. Charlie and Harry followed the crowd to get off the Hogwarts Express, and soon the platform was full of first-year students. "We're here, come down, first-year freshmen, come to me, don't be shy." Charlie just got out of the car and heard Hagrid's unique loud voice. After hearing Hagrid's voice, Harry came towards Hagrid, and Hagrid took advantage of his height to see Harry and Charlie from the crowd. "Hi, Harry and Charlie." Facing Hagrid's greeting, Charlie and Harry smiled and said to Hagrid, "Hi, Hagrid." While standing aside, Ron exclaimed when he saw Hagrid's tall figure. Hagrid frowned and said loudly, "Okay, everyone follow me, the ship is here." Then everyone followed Hagrid's lights to the lake, and Charlie soon discovered that there were many boats docked on the lake, and each boat was still hung with an oil lamp. Hagrid pointed to these small boats and said, "Every 3 to 4 people take a small boat." After that, he got on a boat alone. Everyone looked at each other and quickly boarded the boat. Among them, Charlie, Harry and Ron shared a boat. When they got on the boat started to drive by itself slowly and smoothly. The lights on the boat could only shine in a small area around the boat, and soon disappeared without a trace on the black lake, as if it was swallowed mercilessly by a monster with its big mouth open. Head down. When the first boats approached the cliff, Hagrid in front loudly reminded. Then everyone bowed their heads and walked through the lush vines on the cliff. When Charlie walked through, they found that it was a kind of magic plant, the devil vine. Then they went through a dark tunnel as if they came to the base of the castle, and after a while, their boat docked around a simple wharf. Hagrid got off the boat and said to everyone, "Okay, here we are, come down quickly. Come with me, everyone is waiting for you." Then Hagrid led the students to a huge oak door and asked, "Everyone is here?" After Hagrid counted the number of people, he raised his hand and knocked on the door 3 times. The seemingly heavy oak door slowly opened, and a witch with a good figure and a sharp shaman appeared in front of everyone. Hagrid said to her, "Professor McGonagall, the first-year students are here." "Thank you, Hagrid. Good job, now hand them to me for the sorting ceremony, you go." Professor McGonagall nodded and said to Hagrid. Then Hagrid left here quickly, and Professor McGonagall, standing in front of the crowd, said with a serious expression, "Welcome to Hogwarts, my name is Minerva McGonagall, you can call me McGonagall Professor. In a while, you will go through this door and have a meal with your classmates, but before that, you will have to conduct a sorting ceremony to sort out your colleges, including Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw, and Slytherin College. During the school, the college is just like your home. If you behave well, you can add points to your college, and those who violate the rules will be deducted points. At the end of the year, the college with the most points will win the college cup." Professor McGonagall said in a rhythmic tone. "Ref!" Suddenly a boy's yell interrupted McGonagall, and then Neville squeezed through the crowd to the front and picked up his toad. McGonagall, who was interrupted by someone, took a deep look at Neville, as if he wanted this person to remember. Neville saw McGonagall's sharp eyes and his neck shrank and apologized, "I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall." Then he immediately squeezed into the crowd. After being interrupted, McGonagall was no longer interested in preaching, so he said, "I'll start in a while, you guys get ready." Then McGonagall turned and left. When the serious McGonagall left, the crowd was discussing how to sort the hospital. Ron said to Harry with a weeping face, "Harry, do you know? My brother told me that the sorting ceremony can be dangerous, and even life-threatening." Hermione not far away also said, "I didn't find even one description of the sorting ceremony in History of Hogwarts. It seems that the school is deliberately concealing the sorting ceremony process." After listening to it, Charlie smiled in his heart and didn't tell them the truth. After all, this is a Hogwarts tradition. Standing aside, Malfoy, with blonde hair and a handsome face, said to Harry loudly to relieve the tension in his heart, "It seems that what they said is true, the famous Harry Potter is here at Hogwarts." After hearing the name in the crowd, they all started talking, and Malfoy smiled and continued, "Harry Potter, my name is Draco Malfoy." And Ron on the side chuckled softly after hearing it, but Malfoy was keenly spotted. Malfoy watched Ron say in a haughty and disgusting tone, "Is my name funny? Let me see, red hair in an old robe. You must belong to the Weasley family." Malfoy turned Ron speechless and continued to say to Harry Potter, "You'll find that some magic families are superior. I don't think the famous Harry Potter would be incompatible with this people make friends." After talking about Malfoy, he stretched out his palm to Harry confidently. Harry looked at Malfoy and said, "I think I can tell good from bad by myself, thank you." Malfoy showed an expression of disbelief when he heard that he had been rejected, but before he could say anything, Professor McGonagall appeared and said, "Are you all ready? Everyone lined up with me." Soon everyone appeared in the Hogwarts restaurant. UU reading www.uuganshu.com was on the dark background of the ceiling of the restaurant, dotted with numerous twinkling stars, which looked very beautiful in the hazy magical smoke. Charlie even saw the sight of meteors passing by. Not far away, Hermione said to her companions, "It's beautiful, right? There was magic here, it looks like we are under a beautiful starry sky." I read in History of Hogwarts over. And students of other grades around are sitting around a long table. On the table are placed golden dinner plates and wine glasses. As you continue upward, you can see thousands of candles floating in the air, making the whole huge. The restaurant is brightly lit. There is another long table horizontally placed on the top of the dining room. This is the position of the professors. Professor McGonagall said they brought them here and asked them to line up facing the professors, and then McGonagall said, "Now, before the ceremony, please say a few words from Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore stood up and his voice spread throughout the restaurant. "I have a few precautions for the beginning of school to announce to everyone. Please note that the school strictly prohibits any students from entering the Forbidden Forest. In addition, our administrator, Phil Mr. Chi wants me to remind you that the corridor on the 3rd floor is also forbidden. If you don't want to die miserably, don't go. Thank you." After Dumbledore finished speaking, he sat down and signaled to Professor McGonagall that he could start. Professor McGonagall used magic to move a 4-legged stool in front of the first-year freshmen, and then patched one of them, making it very old. And the very dirty pointed wizard hat. When Charlie saw this scene, he knew that the sorting ceremony was about to begin, and at the moment the sorting cap was put down, the whole restaurant was quiet, and everyone seemed to be waiting for something. Chapter 7, The Sorting Ceremony in Ghost Storm 2. I saw the sorting hat twisted a few times, and then a crease was like a mouth closed one by one, and then its singing spread throughout the restaurant. "Hey! Maybe you think I am not beautiful, but don't just trust your eyes. If you can find a hat smarter than me, you can do whatever you want with me. Your bowler hat is black and shiny, your top hat is smooth and tall, but I am a Hogwarts sorting hat, so they are not as good as me. I know what you think in your mind, so put me on, and it's clear where you should go. Maybe you should go to Gryffindor, where there are so many warriors, courage, spirit, and hard work, without fear of challenges and disturbances. If you live in Hufflepuff, where you are loyal, upright, and outstanding, people are patient and sincere, and you are not afraid of hard work. If you live in Ravenclaw, it is really good, there are a lot of scholars and wise men, and it is not easy to find elsewhere. Or if you live in Slytherin, you will find friends and true feelings. The residents there are capable and the scenery there is very attractive. Come put on me, don't be trembling and frightened. It is safe to have me protect, because my hat of thought is not stupid." When the sorting hat sang the lyrics word by word in a nasty tone, everyone applauded and Harry said to Ron and Charlie while applauding, "It seems that you just need to wear that hat on your head, you can know which college you will go to." Ron replied with an expression of being tricked, "Yet." Damn, Fred also said he was going to fight the trolls. Charlie looked at the dirty hat and said involuntarily, "Don't you think it's dirty? Put it on your head and hiss." Cha Wang went into the scene like that, and got goosebumps all over his body. McGonagall took out the parchment in his hand and said to the first-year students, "Whoever I read the name of, put on the sorting hat, sit on the stool, and then make sure to go to that college." Susan Bond. A girl with reddish cheeks and golden braids walked up shyly, then put her hat on her head, but she did not expect the wide brim to cover her eyes. Soon the sorting hat shouted Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuff students who belonged to the Little Badger applauded and welcomed her. Hannah shyly walked over and found an empty seat to sit down. Soon most of the people were sorted out, only Harry Potter and Charlie Elvis were not sorted yet. Harry Potter. Hearing Professor McGonagall's name, the restaurant was full of whispering voices. People wanted to know which college Harry Potter who defeated Voldemort would be assigned to. Harry, who was sitting on the stool, looked very nervous. He closed his eyes, clutched the stool tightly with both hands, and said something in his mouth. He stayed on the stool for a long time before the Sorting Hat shouted Greyfinder. The students sitting at the long Greyfinder table burst into cheers throughout the restaurant. They shook hands with Harry and were proud of it. McGonagall looked at Charlie and said, "The last one, Charlie Elvis." Although Charlie was a little surprised why he was the last one, and he still had a secret in his heart that he was not a person in this world. After all, this hat claims to be able to see through. As people thought, Charlie walked up hesitantly. The worried Charlie picked up the dirty hat and put it on his head. For a long time, the Sorting Hat did not speak. This made Charlie more and more nervous, and even the dirty hat on his head was in no mood to pay attention. Gradually, everyone's discussion sounded in the restaurant. After all, this sorting was really weird. There has never been a sorting cap that seemed to be broken during sorting. It took so long without saying anything. Hey, why? Why can't I read this little guy's inner thoughts clearly? It's like through a layer of fog. Very nervous Charlie swallowed after hearing the soft doubts of the hat. Let go of the heart hanging in the air. The little guy doesn't know. I don't know which college you want to go to. Is it the brave Greyfinder? The low-key Hufflepuff? The wise Ravenclaw? Or the united Slytherin? Charlie waited for a while suddenly. I heard the Sorting Hat. Checked the ideal for a while and then hesitated. Let's go to Ravenclaw. The Sorting Cap was silent for a while and then said loudly, Ravenclaw. Charlie took the Sorting Hat off his head, and walked to Ravenclaw's table to find a seat. Professor McGonagall re-rolled the parchment in his hand and sat down in her position. At the same time, Dumbledore stood up and announced the sorting ceremony is over. Then, the banquet begins. Dumbledore waved his hand and set it on the table. There was a lot of delicious food on the plate in an instant. The students began to cheer, and the restaurant played cheerful background music. Every student focused on destroying the food in front of him. The food stuffed in Ron's mouth said to Harry, "Harry, these foods are so delicious." Harry said perfunctorily and then asked the prefect Percy who was sitting next to him, "Who is that talking to Professor Quirrell?" Percy looked up and then continued to eat his own food and said, "This is Professor Snape, he is also the Dean of Slytherin." At another table, Charlie was eating the food in front of him, but he was thinking, why didn't the Sorting Hat see his thoughts, or if he saw through but pretended not to see? Wow! Suddenly there was a sound of shock. Charlie looked up and saw that Ron and the others were startled by the sudden appearance of ghosts. Then many ghosts began to appear one after another, starting their own carnival. Charlie looked at these crystals in his consciousness that suddenly moved by themselves. The ghosts in the field suddenly stopped what they were doing, and then fled the restaurant hurriedly with a look of horror. Some ghosts. He also shouted, "It's terrible! It's terrible, is this to scare the ghost?" The sudden chaos of ghosts made the restaurant lively. Everyone was whispering to discuss why the ghosts would flee in a hurry. Even the always steady professors looked at each other with doubts, and finally brought their eyes to Dumbledore's body. Dumbledore stood up calmly and then used a sound loud. The spell said, "Okay, everyone is quiet, everyone eats quickly," and then the chiefs and the students of their college gathered together and led by the professor. "Go to the lounge to rest." Dumbledore sat down again after speaking, and the restaurant became extremely quiet, leaving only the sound of eating. The students bury their heads in the meal in silence to reduce the time they spend eating. Charlie buried his head to eat and thought to himself, "Is the crystal in my body related to ghosts? These ghosts seem to be very afraid of the crystals in my body. It seems that the answer I want can be found at Hogwarts, at least useful information." Chapter 8, Potions Class. After everyone had finished eating, Dumbledore came to his office and sat down and waited for the arrival of the professors. After a while, all the professors came one after another. Professor McGonagall, who was more concerned about the safety of the school, asked anxiously, "Dumbledore, do you know what happened just now?" I mean, why the ghosts are so panicked? What danger did they find? Dumbledore waved his hand to signal McGonagall not to worry, and said, "Sit down and say." When all the professors were seated, Dumbledore thought for a while and said, "There should be no danger. The ghosts may have discovered that Charlie Elvis possesses a kind of dark magic power that is purer than silent, but the content of this magic power in him is not much, and it has not reached the level of endangering himself and the safety of the school." After hearing Dumbledore's words, the professors present were all surprised and speechless, shrank in the corner and even shivered. Finally, Professor McGonagall broke the silence and asked with concern, "Dumbledore, if such a terrifying power grows up, I am afraid that he will become another Dark Lord." Professor McGonagall's words reminded all the professors present of the fear of being ruled by Voldemort 10 years ago. His reputation has not been eliminated even 10 years after his death. Now most wizards dare not even say his name. After hearing this, Dumbledore agreed and said, "Professor McGonagall, your concerns are reasonable, but I have seen his experience. Although he lost his parents and lived with his uncle, they got along well and he loved her very much. My sister, I don't think the person with love in her heart will be the kind of person you said. Therefore, our teacher's responsibility is very important. If he has the tendency to go the wrong way, we must guide him back at a critical moment." Dumbledore paused and said kindly. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved, "Okay, you know what happened, so don't disturb my old man to rest. Oh, by the way, don't talk about it in front of students." When the professors saw this, they all left the principal's office one after another with thoughts about the matter. Dumbledore stood up and went to the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the office. He looked at the night outside the window and said sadly, "I hope my choice this time is correct." In the dead of night, Charlie, who had something in his heart, couldn't sleep for a long time. He rested his hands on his head and thought about recent events. And Lisa Elvis, who was far away in Adrian's house, sat in front of the window with her hands in her small face and looked out of the window hoping for the arrival of her brother's owl, but after a long time, Lisa still did not find out from the window. There was a trace of an owl, and gradually she felt that her eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. Even though she wanted to open it very much, she eventually closed it, so Lisa fell asleep on the table, but if someone was next to her you will find her mouth still whispering, "Brother, I miss you." The next morning Charlie opened his eyes tiredly. Although he hardly slept well last night, his habit has forced him to get up. He yawned and looked around and found that his roommates were still asleep. Then I also found that there was an envelope on the bedside tables of myself and others. Charlie was a little strange when he picked up the envelope. He obviously didn't find it when he slept yesterday. Charlie opened the envelope and took out the paper inside. Charlie took a look and found that this was a first-grade class schedule. In the first grade, 8 subjects including spells, potions, and transfiguration classes were required. Basically, every day was arranged like 1 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. There are only astronomy classes in the evening, and a class lasts 2 hours, and there are no classes on Saturdays and Sundays. After reading the class schedule, Charlie found that the schedule was quite reasonable. In the morning, there is a potions lesson by Professor Snape, and in the afternoon, Professor McGonagall's transfiguration lesson and Professor Flywick's spell lesson. Charlie looked at the class schedule and the envelope in his hand and suddenly remembered that he had forgotten something. Finally, when he saw the envelope in his hand, he patted his head and annoyed, "Oh, I forgot to write to my sister yesterday. I apologized to her in the letter tonight. Remember this thing." Then he found the textbook for the potions class and went to the lake not far from the dormitory. Under the morning sun, he reviewed the potions textbook he was not familiar with. Charlie came to the restaurant and sat down while eating breakfast, when a group of owls suddenly flew in, and Charlie saw Lisa's owl Koyuki from it at a glance. Charlie took the letter and fed her some bread and water. Zioxu ate quietly and then combed her feathers with her beak. Charlie opened the letter and wrote. Big liar, bad boy. You lie, you want to write to me every day, but you didn't expect to write to me on the first day. Bad brother, I'm about to cry, you should find a way to coax me well, otherwise I'll ignore you again. Humph. A magical photo was attached to the letter, showing Lisa with her hands on her hips and turning her head to be angry. Charlie looked at the letter paper and found that it was wet with water. This guy, won't you really cry? Why didn't you find that she was a little crying ghost before? Just yesterday something happened and I forgot to write a letter, so I was angry. Oh, how can I coax it? Charlie sat in the potions classroom while writing a letter for his sister while waiting for Snape's arrival, and the students around were a little excited because it was the first class, so the class was a little noisy. Bang! The sound of the door hitting the wall made the classroom suddenly quiet. Snape quickly walked into the classroom and scanned all the students with a gloomy look. All the students saw Snape, who owed him the eyes of millions of Jin Jialong dare not meet with him. In the end, Snape's eyes stopped on the only person who was looking at him. Snape used his unchanging expression with his somewhat gloomy voice and said, "First of all, let me declare that you can't wield the wand and casually in my class. Reading mantras randomly, you reading www.yunja.com. Actually, the potions class is profound and complicated for many of you. Only the real top students among you and the students who are very interested in it can understand potions. Wonderful changes and sophisticated craftsmanship. This is the only person I can teach you how to obtain lofty honors, unlimited money, and even stop death. In other words, there are always people who think they have unmatched talents that can save themselves from listening to professors." Nep paused and walked to Charlie and said loudly, "Then, Mr. Charlie Elvis, please stand up and answer a few questions. Tell me, what would be the effect if you pour Narcissus bulb root powder into the wormwood stem juice?" Charlie and the textbook covered the letter paper inside and stood up and stared at Snape and replied, "It will produce 1A sleeping potion, commonly known as a potion of life and death. This is mentioned on page 36 of the textbook. If I want you to get a stomach stone, where are you going to look for? The stomach stone is taken from the stomach of a goat and is a special antidote. It is on page 40 of the textbook. What is the difference between Fusi and Nubian? This is a different name for the same plant. It has another name called Aconitum tenuiflora. It's on page 68 of the textbook." Snape looked at Charlie's expressionless face and said, "It seems that our Mr. Charlie has already memorized the textbook, so what about you? Are you also familiar with me, so you don't even need to memorize notes?" Snape saw that all the students started to take notes and said to Charlie, "Charlie, you have to remember that potions can be proficient not only by memorizing the knowledge of the textbook, but also many things that are not in the textbook, even some the content is wrong." Chapter 9, Transformation Class. Snape said to everyone, "Today's first lesson, we learn how to deal with conventional pharmaceutical materials. I will do it for everyone to demonstrate, and then a group of 3 of you will process the materials on the table. Remember, I'll only do it once and look carefully. The last set and the worst completed set will each deduct 5 points." After Snape finished speaking, he proceeded to deal with the materials. Snape paid special attention to the materials. "Hey, Charlie, can I call you like that? You looked so handsome just now, you know, no student has ever been able to look at Professor Snape for so long." Charlie heard a sweet voice next to him and said, "Look over." A girl with a double ponytail looked at him with an expression of admiration. Charlie looked at the girl and found that she seemed only 6 or 7 years old from her face, but a pair of turbulent rabbits made people feel suspicious. Her real age? Well, yes, but are you? Charlie just looked for a while and then moved his gaze to the other person's face. "My name is Ellie, Ellie Fox. Were you writing to a girl just now? When you wrote, you showed a feeling of happiness." Ellie blinked at Charlie and asked curiously, "Tao?" Charlie said in a surprised tone, writing to my sister, where do you see that I feel happy? I didn't make any expressions. Ellie quietly breathed a sigh of relief and said in a mischievous tone, hee hee. I won't tell you, this is my secret, may I be with you later? Charlie said indifferently, as long as others don't care, it's fine. Soon Snape processed all the materials, and then he came to Charlie's desk and watched him process the materials, as if he was only staring at Charlie. When Charlie processed the 5-spirit fat, Charlie crushed it according to the description in the book, and then used a small sieve to remove its impurities, and Charlie meticulously completed it. At this time Snape said to Charlie, the treatment method like yours is actually not good, and the effective substances obtained are not pure. Woolingzee is a kind of dried feces of a magical creature. In fact, we can crush it and add it to water. Stir it thoroughly and filter it with a layer of gauze to obtain the pure and effective substances we ultimately want. Charlie used the squeeze method written in the book when dealing with the spiritual flower, while Snape said, the spiritual flower is a magical plant rich in oil. At this time, we should directly use the grinding method to obtain it. Grease is more and faster. Snape said when Charlie was dealing with the fragrant scent, the easiest way to collect the fluff on it is to put the scented scent in the water, then the fluff will automatically separate from the leaves of the fragrant, and then use paper. You can get the fluff you want by just swiping on it. Charlie tried all of these suggestions one by one. After his own comparison, it was indeed that Snape's method was more convenient, concise, and more effective. So after Charlie had processed all the materials, Charlie stood up and bowed to Snape. Say thank you, Professor. Snape accepted the thanks frankly and said, knowing to listen to opinions. It also shows that you are not losing yourself. Keep this attitude. To everyone's surprise, Snape hadn't ridiculed Charlie, but instead softly encouraged. When everyone was done, Snape said in a gloomy voice, the best group this time was Charlie and the others, so they won 5 points for Ravenclaw. After class was over, everyone began to leave the classroom one after another. Some people discussed in 2s and 3s what happened in the class. Allie on the side looked quietly at Charlie, who was packing her things. Charlie was embarrassed by the sight and said, if you want to say anything. Allie laughed and said, are you all ashamed of me? Haha, I want to ask you why Snape targeted you like that, and you still thank him. Charlie said blankly, since his method works, and he taught me without reservation, why can't I thank him? Charlie said to Allie after finishing packing his own things, I'll leave if I have anything else. After hearing this, Ellie nodded and said, okay. Smiley face, /bye-bye, and then she jumped on her short legs and left the classroom. After Charlie put the textbook in the dormitory, he came to the Eagle House to find Xiaoju, and then gave him the letter he wrote in the class and asked him to take it to Lisa. In the afternoon, Charlie came to Professor McGonagall's classroom in advance. At the front of the classroom, there was a table on which a cat with spectacles patterned on its eyes sat watching the students' every move below. As time passed by, the classroom gradually filled with people. Allie, who had just entered, looked for a while and then found Charlie, who was shrinking in the corner. She walked over and made a tangled look at a male classmate sitting beside Charlie. Look like. The student watched Ellie squeezing his hands on her chest, and the already choppy rabbit was squeezed out by his arms. His face flushed and stammered, please, may I ask, gurgle. He swallowed and continued. Say you, what's the matter with you? Can you give me this position, please? After saying that, Ellie folded her hands together and made a request. How could the male student stand it, so he nodded his head and stood up and said, yes, no thanks. Then he turned around one step at a time and sat in another empty seat. Charlie looked at Ellie and said, do you have to molest that guy for a seat? What's wrong, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com don't like it? Then I won't be like this next time. After hearing this reply, he shook his head and did not continue talking. Hey, look at the cat drawn on the blackboard and the cat on the table. It's so ugly. After hearing this, Charlie couldn't help but mourn for the person who made this sound for a second, because he knew the cat on the table is what Professor McGonagall has become. Unexpectedly, the cat on the table suddenly became Professor McGonagall and walked behind the student who was talking about "Why are you not talking anymore, am I not funny?" The classmates next to him began to wink at him, and it took him a while to realize what should be behind him. He swallowed and then slowly turned around to see that Professor McGonagall with a serious face was standing beside him. Behind him, he said with some fear, "Teach, good professor." McGonagall said coldly to him, "Don't you know it's time for class? Do you want me to turn you into a clock to remember the time? Because you shout loudly during class time and don't respect the professor," Hufflepuff snaps very. "Today's course is to turn a feather into a needle. I hope someone of you can complete this task in this course," Professor McGonagall said seriously. When the class was about to end, McGonagall checked everyone's results. When Charlie was in front of Charlie, he held a wand with a strong premonition that if he did the correct spelling, he might fail or even cause an accident. So Charlie, deliberately waving the wand, made a mistake, and then failed to cast. McGonagall looked at everyone and said in a bad tone, "I didn't expect that none of you could complete the task. Get out of class is over." Professor McGonagall left the classroom angrily after finishing talking, apparently out of anger. Chapter 10, Incantation and Dialogue. Leaving from the Transfiguration classroom, Charlie took the basic curse and came to the curse classroom. The Dean of Ravenclaw, Professor Flitwick, taught the curse class. He was very short. In order to be able to let his classmates when we saw ourselves, he had to stand on a stool. He stood on a stool and picked up a magic wand and said to his classmates, "A spell is something every wizard must learn. A wizard who can't be spelled can't be called a wizard. You don't need textbooks in this class today, as long as you take them. A good magic wand, and then let me lead you to experience the wonder of magic. Now pick up your wands and learn from me, and watch my wand swing carefully." Flitwick raised his hand and waved and then read Yugadam Leviosa, and the one in front of him the feather floated. Then Professor Flitwick asked the students to start casting the spell as he did just now. All the students waved their wands with interest, only Charlie watched the wand on the table motionless. Flitwick quickly noticed this unique student. He stood on a stool and said to Charlie, "Charlie, why don't you practice? Is there something you don't understand or you have already learned?" Charlie stood up and said blankly, "Teacher, I don't think I can cast a spell." Flitwick said in disbelief after hearing it, "It's impossible that as long as you awaken the magic power, you can cast the spell. If you don't have the awakening magic power, you can't appear here. I mean, if I cast the spell, it will cause an accident." Charlie explained, and Flitwick said after hearing it, "It's okay, boy, as long as you want me to do this, there will be no accidents. Besides, floating the spell is not a dangerous spell." After hearing this, Charlie didn't refuse but thought about it. Since Professor Flitwick is a spell teacher, he must learn spells very well. Maybe he knows where my problem lies, and the levitating charm does no harm. Not as dangerous as polymorphism. Charlie, who made the decision, nodded and said, "Okay, Professor." After that, Charlie picked up his wand and waved it like Flitwick, saying Yugadam Leviosa. Ah! Suddenly there were many exclamations and screams from the classroom. It turned out that everyone in the classroom except Charlie was floating in the air, and the floating was extremely unstable. After a while, all the students fell out of the air. Under. Charlie looked at the chaotic classroom, with an innocent look on Professor Flitwick, who was struggling to get up from the ground while covering his ass, and said, "Professor, I didn't mean it, and I didn't expect it to happen." Result. Flitwick took a deep breath and said, "It's not to blame you, hiss. It hurts, but it's not high, or I'm afraid this old bone will fall apart." Charlie asked urgently, "Then Professor, Do you know the reason for this situation? I mean, every time I cast a spell, it is abnormal. Flitwick rubbed his and said, I don't know your situation carefully, and I'm not good at drawing conclusions, but I think as one of the most knowledgeable wizards, Principal Dumbledore may be able to help you. But before that, I think you should apologize to your classmates first. I'm really sorry, classmates. For everyone who just floated into the air, I will compensate each person with a gold jialong for fright and treatment costs, including Professor Flitwick, but you have to wait a few days for these Jin jialong. Asked my family to go to Gringotts to pick it up and send it with an owl. Charlie said while bowing to his classmates. The classmates saw that Charlie had such a good attitude. Professor Flitwick also said that it was not his responsibility, not to mention that Charlie had promised to compensate them, so everyone did not complain. After standing up, they restored the table and chair they had turned over. Flitwick cleaned the dust off his clothes and said to everyone, "Everyone, start practicing the floating spell again." Then he added, "Charlie, you don't need to practice." Since then, there has been no disturbance in the class, but Ellie was the first to master the levitation charm. Her performance made Flitwick very satisfied and he added 5 points for Ravenclaw. After class, Professor Flitwick said to Charlie, "Charlie, wait a minute, I will take you to Dumbledore and ask where he can help you." Charlie nodded and followed Professor Flitwick to the front of the principal's office. He said seriously, "Strawberry salad dressing." After hearing this secret, Charlie couldn't help thinking in his heart, sure enough, the older the man, the more like a child, and then the copper ring on the door came alive and said, "Please come in." Flitwick opened the door and led Charlie in. Dumbledore in the chair was eating fruit salad while looking at the papers on the table. He raised his head and glanced at Charlie behind Flitwick and said, "Sit down, why not eat something first?" Flitwick sat on his exclusive raised stool and said, "No, Dumbledore, listen to me like this." Dumbledore looked at Charlie and said to Flitwick, "I know the situation, you go first. I'll talk to this little guy." Flitwick left, leaving only Dumbledore and Charlie in the office, which made Charlie nervous involuntarily. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Dumbledore looked at Charlie for a while and then said to Charlie, "I feel a very pure dark power in your body. This power is even more refined than silent, which has not appeared for a long time." Pure. Charlie couldn't help but twist his when he heard this. Dumbledore saw his nervousness and said, "Don't be nervous, as long as you don't lose yourself by this power and still have love in your heart, I won't do anything to you. And I think why you show up when you cast a spell this uncontrolled situation is because the power in your body is too pure and you can't control it on your own." Charlie couldn't help but asked, "Professor Dumbledore, how can I solve this problem?" "First you have to feel the power in your body, and then try to control a little bit and finally gradually control all of your power, so that you won't have the problem of today when you cast the spell." After hearing this, Charlie asked questioningly, "Then how can I feel the power in my body?" "This requires my power to enter your body, and this process may be a bit painful. After all, my power is different from the power in my body." Dumbledore looked at Charlie with his wise eyes, checked his ideals for a while and then said, "Professor, come on. I'm not afraid of pain." Dumbledore nodded and then came to Charlie and put his hand on Charlie. Then there was a soft milky white light on his hand, which began to slowly spread from Dumbledore's hand to Charlie. But as the milky entered Charlie's body, a pure dark power suddenly appeared in the corners of Charlie's body and then counterattacked towards Dumbledore's power. At the same time, Charlie felt the sea of consciousness the crystal was suddenly hidden. Chapter 11, Diluted Power. With the emergence of these forces, Dumbledore also began to gradually increase his strength to ensure that his strength was not squeezed out by Charlie's power, and as the confrontation and seesaw of the two forces in Charlie's body made Charlie feel his body, it's like being torn apart. "Ah, ah, ah! It hurts!" Charlie insisted for a while and then screamed loudly. It was Dumbledore's somewhat tired voice coming from "Hold your mind, and then feel your power and control it." Charlie tried to calm himself down after hearing it. After a while, Charlie gritted his teeth and closed his eyes to feel the power in his body. Finally, Charlie vaguely felt his power at the confrontation of the two forces. Although the two sides have found a smaller force under the power competition, Charlie still cannot control this tiny force, so Charlie opened his eyes and said to Dumbledore, "Professor, these forces are still too concentrated. I can't control it." Dumbledore heard this and said, "Then I will increase my strength, you have to hold back." After speaking, he increased his power output. Charlie felt the extreme pain in an instant. Charlie could feel the smell of blood in his mouth, but he still endured to capture the smaller force. After trying several times, Charlie finally caught a trace of force that he could barely control. Charlie controlled the trace of power to move around in the body, and then made sure that it would not get out of control and then said to Dumbledore, "Professor, all right." Dumbledore slowly withdrew his power after hearing it, and when his power completely withdrew, Charlie's rioting power gradually subsided. Charlie collapsed on the ground and didn't move. The sweat on his body soaked his wizard robes, and Dumbledore didn't wipe the sweat from his forehead easily. Then Dumbledore opened his drawer and took out a tube of ruby-colored potion and handed it to Charlie. "This is a good healing and rejuvenating potion. Take it and drink it. Then leave." Charlie took the medicine with a trembling hand and then opened it and poured it into his mouth laboriously. After swallowing the medicine, Charlie felt warm in his stomach, and then this warmth quickly spread to all parts of the body, which made Charlie feel himself it's like being in a sauna. After waiting for the feeling on his body to disappear, Charlie realized that he was ready to get up. He thanked Dumbledore and prepared to leave. But Dumbledore finally said, "The power in your body is very strong. If you want to control this power, you must always exercise your control. The power you can control right now is still very small. By controlling the power to wander through your body, you can exercise your control while absorbing the power that you cannot control in your body. But the effect of this kind of control training is not very good, so you have to find another good way to exercise your control. Remember that once the force you control exceeds your control ability, the power in your body will run away again." After Charlie left, Dumbledore looked at his back and said, "The strength of his body is so high. Will the secrets in him make me further possible?" The next morning, Charlie was sore all over, but he was finally able to tolerate it. Because of waiting for a lot of unfavorable things, Charlie has been controlling the trace of power to wander in the body since he came back from yesterday, and even when sleeping, he subconsciously controlled it to continue to wander. He came to the restaurant to take his place and started to eat. You know, he didn't eat last night, so now Charlie is very hungry. Many owls flew up in the air while Charlie was eating. Zioxia quickly found Charlie and flew in front of him. Charlie swallowed the food in his mouth with great effort and took a big mouthful of water before opening Lisa's envelope. "For the sake of your sincerity, I will spare you this time. If there is another time, you won't want to know the punishment. And you promise to get my photo album quickly, okay? Then let's Yaoju bring it." This time she attached a photo of a proud look at the back. Charlie refolded the letter and put it in the envelope with the photo, and then carefully put it into his chest pocket. At this time, Charlie heard bursts of laughter from the Gryffindor table. Charlie looked at a boy with a wand in one hand and his face was jet black, and even his hair turned into a very interesting killer look. Harry, who was sitting next to the boy, said to Ron next to him, "Look, it says, Gringotts was invaded by a dark wizard." Gringotts confirmed that someone broke in, but repeatedly emphasized that there was no theft. The location of the incident was Vault 713. In fact, the contents were taken out early on the day of the incident. "Strange, this is the vault that Hagrid and I went to." Ron did not make any comments on these, but wanted Harry to tell the gossip he had heard. "Harry, do you know? Yesterday Charlie was not afraid of Snape's tricks when he was in potions class, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com then answered all his problems and gave the details on the first few pages of the textbook, but I don't know why he bowed to Snape in the end. I'm afraid Snape can't stand it. Hermione on the side heard this and couldn't help but said, how did I hear that he bowed to Snape to thank him in the end? Ron continued unconvincingly, do you know what happened to him in the spell class? He casts the levitation charm and then gets everyone including Professor Flitwick into the sky and then falls down. I heard that he was finally killed by Professor Flitwick. I took it to Dumbledore's office, and when I came back, I was so sloppy as if I had been punished. Ron said with a pity, if only I had been there yesterday. I heard that Charlie promised to compensate everyone present at that time with a golden jialong. When Charlie was in the spell class in the morning, other students were practicing how to do magic, and Charlie was writing a reply to his sister. Well, yes, I will give you the photo collection as soon as possible. There is one thing I want to ask you, because I caused trouble for some of my classmates in school, and I promised them to compensate each of them with a golden jialong, so I want to ask your uncle or aunt to take you to Guling Pavilion, took out a sum of money from the Jin jialong exchanged by our parents' inheritance and gave it to me. By the way, I bought a magic camera to take pictures. Finally, I want to tell my good sister, take care of yourself, don't always play a little temper, and be obedient. After Charlie finished writing, he thought that although there was still some inheritance from his parents, if he did not find a way to make money as soon as possible, he would spend it one day. After checking his ideals, he raised the matter of making money to an important level in his heart. Chapter 12, Arrogant Malfoy. The afternoon sun is very bright and not dazzling. It is a very suitable day for flying lessons. All the students stood in 2 rows on the grass field waiting for Mrs. Hooch's arrival. Among them, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor stood in 1 row, Hufflepuff and Slytherin stood in 1 row, and there were 2 rows of students. Opposite and standing in front of them, the magic broom for practice was neatly placed on the ground. Soon Mrs. Hooch, with the refreshing short silver hair on her head, walked quickly, and the classmates neatly shouted, "Good afternoon, Mrs. Hooch." "Good afternoon, classmates. Okay, now we are here for your first flight lesson, so what are you waiting for? Don't hurry up to the left of the flying broomstick," Madam Hooch said to the classmates standing in the middle. The students all stepped forward to the left side of their broomsticks. After seeing everyone on the left side of the broomstick, Mrs. Hooch continued to say, "Raise your right hand and talk about it." Suddenly all kinds of voices changed. "Get up!" Some people shouted and let the flying broom fly into their hands. Just like Harry and Malfoy are people like this, some people just won't move no matter how they call the broomstick. Just like Hermione Granger is. Actually, the most peculiar one is Charlie. He just stretched out his hand and listened to Madam Hooch yelling. He repeated it in his mind, but he didn't expect the flying broomstick to fly smoothly to his hand. It seemed to others that Charlie just stretched out his hand and said nothing. The flying broomstick came to his hand automatically. Seeing this scene, Mrs. Hooch was very surprised and asked, "Charlie, how did you do it? I mean, let the broom fly on its own initiative." Charlie also knew nothing, and felt very puzzled as to why this situation happened. Mrs. Hooch could only continue the class without answer. "Okay, now you ride on it, and then hold it tightly, but don't slide it down. As soon as I blow the whistle, you kick off hard, hover for a while, then lean forward and return to the ground." Mrs. Hooch appeared with a whistle. After the whistle blew, Neville, who was nervous, kicked hard and flew off the ground with a swish, and then the broom began to fly around uncontrollably, and only fell off after flying a small circle over Hogwarts. Charlie looked at Madam Hooch feeling a little at a loss, so he took out the magic wand from the robe and cast the levitation charm with the trace of power he could control. Yugadam Leviosa. Everyone heard that this was the spell of the levitating curse, so they looked over and found that it was Charlie who was casting the spell. Everyone saw that Neville, who was still falling rapidly, suddenly stopped descent and floated in the air. Just as everyone was relieved, Neville, who was still slowly descending under Charlie's control, suddenly fell at a normal speed. Charlie looked a little embarrassed at Neville, who fell to the ground and screamed. After all, he did not expect that the power he could control with a dog could not bear the weight of a person. Amidst Neville's screams, Madame Hooch recovered. She looked at Neville and said, "This wrist is broken. It seems that we must go to the school hospital for treatment." Then she raised her head and said, "You are all practicing on the spot. If I see someone in the sky when I come back, don't even want to participate in Quidditch competitions if he is there." After she finished speaking, she hugged Neville and left quickly. After seeing Madame Hooch, Malfoy took out the memory ball that Neville had just dropped and said, "I'm going to hide this and let the fat man find it." Haha. Harry Potter saw Malfoy joking about his classmates' things and was a little angry and said, "Malfoy, give me the ball." Malfoy said with a negative expression, "No, you can take it yourself if you have the ability." "How about the roof?" Malfoy rode a broomstick and lifted off. Harry was irritated by Malfoy's provocative eyes before he left, so he was about to ride a broomstick to grab the memory ball in Malfoy's hands. Hermione on the side saw Harry's thoughts, so Hermione stopped and said, "No, Harry, just now Madame Hooch said no, besides, you don't know how to fly." Hermione saw Harry lift off smoothly as soon as her voice fell, and then flew towards Malfoy in the air with a little wobbly. Charlie looked at Hermione with disbelief and Malfoy and Harry in the air. He didn't stop or interfere. Even if Cha Ideal interfered, he doesn't have this ability now. Should he fly up on the broom? Can't fight them? McGonagall, who was editing documents in his office, suddenly saw Harry Potter rushing towards here on a flying broomstick. Just before he was about to hit the window, Harry Potter grabbed a memory ball with his hand, and then the chic drift turned and stopped at the window. Professor McGonagall saw the unparalleled Quidditch talent in Harry's series of actions, so she hurried out of her office to the place where Harry and the others practiced. Harry successfully got Neville's memory ball and won everyone's cheers, but Harry just landed a hurried and serious voice, "Harry Potter, come with me." Harry Potter put away his happy expression and followed McGonagall to leave. Malfoy looked at their leaving figure with a happy smile, and then said to his two attendants, "Professor McGonagall is notoriously harsh. It must be no good to call Harry again." The two attendants cooperated and laughed. Suddenly Malfoy came to Charlie proudly like a noise. "I heard that you are the Charlie Elvis who couldn't even put the levitation curse well. I saw it today. I heard that your father is a muggle and your mother is a dumb gun. Sure enough, a mudblood is a mudblood," Malfoy arrogantly said to Charlie. Charlie squinted at Malfoy and said in a cold tone, "You shouldn't insult my parents." In his heart Charlie added, "Even if they are not my real parents, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, but after all it is my physical parents, no one should insult them." Malfoy originally wanted to say something, but suddenly felt that he might die if he continued to say it. He felt a huge pressure rising from Charlie. Charlie watched Malfoy, who was frightened by the pressure, said in a cold tone, "Apologize." Malfoy didn't want to apologize, but he didn't know why he stooped down and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult your parents. Please forgive me." After saying this, Malfoy finally felt the power that was pressing on him dissipated. He thought that he had just apologized like a mudblood in front of so many people, and his heart was full of anger, but he didn't dare to attack Charlie. He didn't need to look to know that other classmates were secretly laughing at him, so he quickly left here in embarrassment. Behind him two followers who couldn't figure out what the situation yelled, "Master Malfoy, wait for us. The second class is a sleepy magic history class. The teacher who teaches this class is the only ghost teacher in the school, Professor Binns. I heard that this respectable professor accidentally forgot his body when he came to teach one day, and then Dumbledore strongly invited Professor Binns to continue teaching magic history for the school. Originally, Charlie thought he would make some trouble in this class. After all, the professor is a ghost. But I didn't expect that the crystal in my mind hadn't moved until I finished class. Since the last time Dumbledore used his power to penetrate the crystal shadow, it hasn't moved. Chapter 13, Unique Exercise Method. In the morning, Charlie came to the restaurant while thinking about how to make money on his own terms. In the restaurant, many people were talking about Harry Potter becoming the youngest seeker in history. Charlie sat down in a place where no one was disturbed, and then began to eat his own breakfast. In Slytherin's position, Malfoy looked at Charlie's eyes as if he was breathing fire, and Cora and Gore sitting next to him realized that his expression was not right. They said to him, "Master Malfoy, we're not as good as us. Go trouble him." Malfoy did not speak, but just looked at Charlie for a while and then ate breakfast without saying anything, as if these breakfasts were Charlie. Although Malfoy hated Charlie very much, he didn't know why he would feel a sense of fear when he approached Charlie with malicious intent, which is why he didn't bother Charlie. Charlie received a big box while eating. When Xiaoju dropped it, he overturned a lot of plates and bowls. Fortunately, these utensils were not broken by magic. Charlie looked at Xiaoju in a miserable way and couldn't help but stretched out his hand to touch it, but didn't want the magic power circulating in his hand to suddenly leave Charlie's body and enter Xiaoju's body. Charlie looked at Xiaoju worriedly, but found that Xiaoju didn't say anything, and closed his eyes comfortably. If Charlie looked closely, he would find that the feathers on Xiaoju's body became smoother. After a while, Xiaoju opened his eyes. Then he fluttered his body and left. Morning spell class. Charlie came to the spell class classroom holding the box sent by her sister. Everyone was wondering what was in his box. After Professor Flitwick came to the classroom, Charlie stood up and said to Professor Flitwick, "Professor, I don't know if I can delay your time for a few minutes. I want to use these few minutes to distribute the Jin Jialong that I promised everyone last time." Flitwick thought for a while, then nodded and agreed to Charlie's request. Then Charlie opened the box, and the students saw a burst of golden light shining out of it. Charlie quickly divided the Jin Jialong. Although the Jin Jialong in the box has shrunk a lot, there are still about 100 pieces left. Looking at these gold coins, Charlie looked at Flitwick and said, "Professor, I don't know if you have any extra pockets that have a space expansion curse." Flitwick looked at Charlie and said, "I have an older one, 10 Jin Jialong sold to you. I don't know if you want it. If you want it, you can get it with me after class." After checking his ideals, he agreed with Flitwick's price and nodded. When Charlie was about to go back, Flitwick stopped him and said, "Charlie, listen to Dumbledore saying that you should be able to release the spell normally now. So stop skipping in class, or I will have to deduct Ravenclaw's score." Charlie nodded awkwardly to show that he knew, and then sat down in his seat. Flitwick cleared his throat and said, "Okay, everyone is quiet. Today we will learn the second spell. This is a very practical spell. This spell is the leg stand and lock leg spell." Flitwick just taught it once and Charlie was released successfully, and then Flitwick added 5 points to Ravenclaw. Charlie had nothing to do after successfully performing it, and he couldn't make a difference, so he controlled the power in his body to leave the body. Charlie tried to control these powers, and then found that controlling these powers outside the body is much more difficult than inside, and his own power is really very concentrated, and he is able to pick up a quill when controlling these powers. Seeing this scene, Charlie knew that he had found a very suitable way to exercise his magic control, that is, practicing calligraphy is just not holding a pen with his hand, but using his own magic to hold a pen. Ellie next to Charlie saw the quill floating in front of Charlie and said, "Charlie, are you practicing the levitating curse? But why didn't you see you waving the wand and chanting the spell? Did you learn to cast spells without a wand and without a spell?" "Casting." Charlie looked at Ellie with puzzled eyes and explained, "Although it is not, it can be said that I can only do this with this levitation charm, and the levitation charm I am casting now can float very lightly." Ellie nodded her head seemingly understanding, and then said, "Charlie, Can you teach me to cast this leg-stalling deadlocking spell? It feels like this spell is so hard to pronounce. Charlie explained to her the main points of the spell, and then continued to practice using magic to control the quill pen to write on paper. In the afternoon, Charlie came to the potions classroom. Snape came to the classroom and said, "Today we are studying the refining of healing ointments. I hope you can take the potions lesson seriously, not like someone in my class. It's a mess." After hearing it, Charlie remembered the rumors he heard yesterday. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. I had a problem with refining medicine in his class and accidentally exploded the crucible. Then Snape angrily deducted 10 points from Gryffindor and punished Neville for cleaning the classroom. Snape first explained how to make a healing ointment. He explained it in great detail, and he explained almost everything that needs attention. After Snape finished speaking, he watched the students say in a cold tone, "From now on, if anyone does not finish before get out of class, whoever will not eat tonight." Charlie saw the potion made by Snape, and when he remembered the first class, Snape said, "The potions can bring them wealth, honor and even immortality." So combining the current conditions of Charlie to make potions is a feasible way to make money, but the specific operation still needs to be considered, but with ideas, the problem will be solved. So this time Charlie was very focused when making the ointment, and even focused on entering that kind of ruthless state. Soon his performance caught Snape's attention. Snape watched Charlie harshly every step of the operation, hoping to pick out some problems, but in the end he was disappointed because Charlie's method of making the healing ointment had already it is comparable to him. And Snape saw a trace of his own shadow from him. When he was young, he also made potions as selfless as he did. It is because of this that he can become a master of pharmacy. He watched Charlie's potion-making process with a little complicated mood and said to other students, "You should learn from Charlie. His healing potion is made very well, and his successful production has won Ravenclaw a lot." Ravenclaw's classmates all clapped enthusiastically, and Charlie withdrew from that ruthless state to the enthusiastic applause. Chapter 14, Midnight Duel. Immediately after the potions class was the defense against the dark arts class taught by Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort. Charlie watched Quirrell stuttering on the stage and talking about the content already in the textbook. His acting skills are so good, he still has his IQ reduced by half after enchanting. You must know how he was an excellent student with very good grades when he was a student. How could he teach a class so boring? At dinner, Malfoy felt that he would be so angry that he would explode if he didn't vent. At this moment, he just saw Harry Potter and the three of them come to the restaurant, so Malfoy took Cora and Gore to stop him. Harry walked along and said, "Harry Potter, do you dare to accept my wizard duel?" Harry Potter didn't know what wizard duel was, so he didn't speak, and Ron, who was standing by his side, quickly replied to him, "I dare not, I'll be Harry's substitute." Malfoy smiled and said, "Okay, Cora will be my substitute. The time is set at midnight today. How about the location in the honor room? If you don't dare to come, just assume I didn't say it." Harry couldn't stand Malfoy's owing expression, so he happily agreed, "Okay, anyone who doesn't come is a coward." Malfoy got the answer he wanted and hurried out of the restaurant without eating. Hermione, who was standing on the side, said to Ron after hearing it, "You are harming Harry. The school rules you know clearly stipulate that students are not allowed to wander around at night. If they are caught, they will be deducted. Listen to me, don't you guys go." When Ron heard this, he immediately said as if he was insulted, "Do you want us to be cowards and be laughed at by Malfoy's face every day? We didn't want you to go, as long as you don't tell the professors. Let's go quietly, no one will find out." When Hermione heard her kind advice, it didn't work. Instead, Ron said so ugly, "What is it that we asked you to go? Am I not your friend?" Hermione became more and more angry and bumped. Karen left the restaurant. "Hermione, where are you going?" Harry saw Hermione run away and tried to keep her, but she didn't get a response from Hermione. Ron said angrily, "You don't need to bark, just let her calm down." After thinking about it, Harry felt that there was some truth, so he asked the question, "What is a wizard duel?" Ron said indifferently, "It's the way wizards used to solve their grievances in the past, the kind of endless duel." Harry said in surprise after hearing this, "Then you promised him. And what do you mean by acting as a substitute?" Ron heard Harry's doubts and said, "Could it be that he invited us to a duel? Can we still be timid?" "Don't worry, now we and Malfoy can kill people? And he doesn't have the guts." "Ah. To put it bluntly, it is more courageous than anyone else, dare to go to the honors showroom at night." When Harry heard it, he felt that Ron had something to say, so he said the last doubt. "If Malfoy was to trick us into the honor room and then tell Filch where we are going, how can we? It's not just being caught." Ron nodded and said, "This is very possible, but as long as we are careful, it should be fine. If we didn't go because of this, Malfoy still doesn't know how to laugh at us." Harry nodded and said okay. At midnight, Harry and Ron came to Gryffindor's lounge quietly from the dormitory. When they were about to leave quietly, a voice suddenly rang from behind them, "Harry, Ron, you really want to participate in that childish isn't that duel?" Harry said, "You know, Hermione. Please don't tell anyone, just pretend you haven't met us." Hermione took a deep breath when he heard Harry's words and said, "Listen, I can't assume that I didn't see you guys." When Harry and Ron heard this, they were a little frustrated and looked very disappointed. "But I can go with you because we are friends, right?" Harry and Ron felt very happy after hearing this turn, so they agreed, "Yes, we are friends." Harry and his party carefully came to the honor room along the way, only to find that Malfoy and the others were not there. After seeing this, Hermione covered her head and said, "Look, what am I talking about? I told you not to come, now we have to be careful." Before Hermione finished speaking, a hoarse voice interrupted her, "My little baby, look for me, they might be hiding somewhere. They might be inside, look for me." Harry listened to Filch's voice outside the door and whispered, "Go, let's go quietly by this side." But when they passed a display case of fish scale armor, Ron suddenly knocked down a fish scale armor. Ron quickly held the armor with his eyes and hands to prevent them from hitting the ground. Harry breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ron successfully holding on to the armor. Ron also let out a sigh of relief after he straightened the armor, but what he didn't expect was that the armor's head suddenly fell to the ground and made a bang sound. A light shone near them instantly, "Run!" Harry knew it was not good when he heard it, so he said loudly, and the three of Harry quickly fled the honors showroom. "Chase me, don't let them escape." "You can't escape." Filch only saw a sleeve and they ran out of the showroom and shouted loudly. 3 times after leaving the showroom, people ran away, no one dared to look back to see if Filch had caught up. They walked around a door frame, and quickly ran through corridor after corridor. Harry ran at the forefront, read www.yukonshu.com, he didn't have time to think about where they went and where they would go. Then they got into a secret passage inside a large curtain. The end of the secret path is the classroom where they usually attend spell classes. This classroom is not far from the souvenir exhibition room, and it seems that they ran back to where they were. "I have warned you." Hermione grasped her clothes hard, and then said as she panted. "Now we are back to where we were," Ron said, "Go back." "Malfoy is teasing you," Hermione said to Harry, "you should understand this, right? He never planned to fight you, otherwise how could Filch know someone would hide in the honors showroom?" Harry also thought that Hermione was right, but for the sake of face, Harry did not speak to Hermione but said, "We should go." When the 3 of them were about to open the door of the spell room, a figure suddenly appeared and the 3 of them were startled. "Is Pippi," she chuckled and danced happily. Harry and they begged when they saw it, "Pippi, please, don't make a noise, or we will be discovered by Filch." Pippi said with a smile, "You bad boys don't sleep at night, come here for a stroll. You are so naughty. If Filch catches it, it's amazing." Pippi pretended to think for a while and then said, "I have to tell Filch about this, if I know I'm good for you. Get out." Ron was really impatient and shouted at Pippi. This behavior made Pippi very dissatisfied. A student ran out in the middle of the night. So Pippi shouted loudly, "A student ran out in the middle of the night. It's next to the spell learning room." Chapter 15, Exciting Experience in the Middle of the Night. Everyone was anxious when they heard it, and hurriedly bent over and ran under Pivvy's. In a panic, they ran into a door on the right at the end of the corridor. Harry shut it easily, and then the door was locked with a bang. "Oh!" Ron sighed sadly. The door was locked and he couldn't open it, so Ron desperately said, "Now we are over. We have entered a dead end." Fake's footsteps were getting closer and closer. He ran so fast, and as soon as Pivvy's voice fell, he chased him. "Let me try it." Hermione also became anxious. She grabbed the magic wand in Harry's hand, tapped the door lock lightly, and whispered, "Alaho-hole." Pop! The lock was opened, and they quickly opened the door and rushed in to close it. Everyone nervously put their ears close to the door, listening to whether Pippi outside would hide them here and tell Filch. "Pippi, tell me, which direction did they go?" Filch asked Pippi, panting. "I want to say please," Pippi said dissatisfiedly. Filch took a deep breath and calmed down his somewhat turbulent aura, and then said seriously, "Don't mess up, Pippi. Now I ask again, where did they go? If you don't use the word please, I won't tell you anything," Pippi said strangely. "Okay, please." Filch suppressed his anger and said, "I won't tell you. Ha ha ha. I told you a long time ago, if you don't need the word please, I won't tell you anything. Ha ha. Ha ha ha." Pippi suddenly flew away. Filch watched Pippi fly away and walked away cursingly, and Harry and the others managed to hear Filch's footsteps getting further and further away. All three of Harry took a breath and secretly rejoiced that he had escaped. Ron turned around and leaned against the wall. He was exhausted after running for so long without having time to rest. However, as soon as he looked up and looked forward, he found a terrifying monster. He tremblingly pulled Harry, who hadn't found him. Harry felt Ron tugging at his clothes, so he turned his head and looked at him and asked, "Ron, what are you doing?" Ron raised his finger and pointed forward and tremblingly said, look there." Swallowed. Hermione heard Ron's voice something wrong, so she turned her head and saw an unforgettable scene with Harry. Harry looked at the scene before him and thought he was having a nightmare. Harry understood that they must have come to the forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor, and now they finally said at the beginning, "If you don't want to die too badly, don't enter the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor." In front of them, a huge 3-headed dog stood looking at them. Its giant stood up to the ceiling. Its 3 round and fierce eyes were staring at them, and its 3 large grinning mouths were full. With sharp yellowish canine teeth, drool as much as running water came out from between the teeth. The 3 of Harry swallowed again, and then Harry slowly put his hand on the doorknob, as if he was afraid that the 3-headed dog would be stimulated by the movement too fast. However, before Harry opened the door, the 3-headed dog seemed to have discovered their intentions and rushed towards them with a big mouth open. The 3 of Harry quickly opened the door behind them and rushed out, then the 3 quickly turned around. Worked together to close the door. Just after closing the door, Hermione was a little frightened when she heard the huge movement inside, and said, "I think we should get out of here quickly. Otherwise, wait until Filch hears the movement and come back again." Then the 3 of them started swiftly. There came the portrait of the fat woman in Gryffindor. The next day the trio came to the restaurant with a tired look. On the way, Ron said curiously, "I really don't know what the school thinks. Keep such a terrifying monster in the schoolroom." Harry said with certainty at this time, "Don't you find a trapdoor under that monster? I think it must be protecting something." Hearing what Harry said, Hermione and Ron both remembered that the monster did have a door under him, so they agreed with Harry's statement. Just when Harry wanted to say something, Ron tugged at his clothes, and Harry looked up and saw Malfoy walking towards them with Cora and Gore. Ron waited for Malfoy to step forward and mocked, "You really are a coward." No wonder Charlie was scared and apologized that day. Malfoy heard Ron mock himself like this and said with a distorted expression, "I'm not a coward. It's just that I had something to do yesterday." Then he ignored Ron and said to Harry, "Harry, you are lucky if you are not caught this time. Since the duel between us did not go on, let's change. One way I have also become a seeker for the Slytherin Quidditch team. See you on the court and we will have a victory and defeat." Malfoy left Gryffindor's table and returned to Slytherin's table. Harry and the others found an empty seat to sit down and said, "Malfoy has become a Slytherin seeker." Ron said disdainfully, "It must be his chairman's father who used the power to stuff him in." After a while, a group of owls flew in as usual. Charlie watched Xiaoju, who had become very energetic, take from it his waste bag that he had bought from Professor Flitwick, and then Xiaoju stretched out his head as if is begging to touch. Charlie stretched out his hand while stroking it while looking at Xiaoju. Since the last time he accidentally introduced his own power into his body, Xiaoju would come to him every day to beg himself to touch it to transmit power to it. After a few days, Charlie found himself here. The owl has become more powerful and smarter. You have to know that in the past it can only be called more spiritual, but now it makes Charlie feel that it has wisdom. Charlie looked at the various potion-making materials in his pocket and nodded his head and thought, "I didn't expect Lisa to do a good job." Charlie spent more than $100 left to buy these potion materials, and then prepare to use his free time and these materials to refine pharmaceuticals, and then sell these pharmaceuticals as Jin Jialong. This is how Charlie can currently think of a more suitable way of making money. Charlie spent the following days in class, refining medicine, practicing calligraphy, and Harry went to Quidditch every day to practice Quidditch. It was not until a holiday came that they interrupted this life, and this holiday is Halloween. Chapter 16, Halloween and Giants. On this day, the restaurant changed its previous style. The background of the ceiling changed from a starry sky to a dark cloud, from which the sound of lightning and thunder was heard from time to time. The candles floating in the sky before became the floating pumpkin lanterns. Large groups of bats hover in the sky and come down from time to time to harass the students. All kinds of candies, chocolates, and cakes were placed on the dining table in each college. At the Gryffindor dining table, Ron said to Harry, "Harry, do you know? Many candies here are I bought it from the Honeydew candy shop in Hogsmeade Wizarding Town. The candy there is famous." Ahem. While talking, Ron burst out flames from his mouth and almost burned Harry's hair. Harry avoided the flames emitted by Ron and said, "Yes, these candies are funny." At the Ravenclaw table, Charlie frowned when he looked at the dazzling candies and sweets, and then replaced the food in front of him with normal food, which is unique on the students' tables in the entire restaurant. Ali looked at Charlie's behavior and said, "What? Don't you like these delicious candies?" Charlie said solemnly, "Eating too much sweets will cause tooth decay, and I really don't like eating sweets during meals." On the other side, Harry saw that the place where Hermione was next to him was empty. He looked around and didn't find Hermione, so he asked Neville, who was eating happily, "Neville, do you know where Hermione went?" Neville, whose face was full of cream, swallowed the cake in his mouth and said to Harry, "Hermione? I heard Batty say, she kept hiding in the toilet and refused to come out. She might cry in the toilet all afternoon." Harry looked at each other with Ron after listening. Ron read the meaning of the question from Harry's eyes and showed a look that I didn't know. Suddenly the door of the restaurant was opened. "Troll!" A panicked voice spread throughout the restaurant, and everyone looked at the door. Charlie also turned his gaze to Quirrell and secretly said, if there is an Oscar in this world, Quirrell should get a golden figure, and the next year's Professor Lockhart. It's strange to say that these very high acting skills are all professors in the magic defense class. Oh, by the way, maybe this world really has an Oscar, it's just that in the Muggle world, it's impossible for the wizard to go back and understand. Professor Quirrell panicked the runner and said, "There is a troll, in the underground classroom." Dumbledore stood up a little strangely and prepared to ask carefully what happened to Quirrell, but he didn't expect Quirrell to say it again. He fainted with a sentence of no. Charlie ended his cranky thinking when he heard this. He knew that Harry and Ron were going to save Hermione next. So he was thinking about the question, should I help people like Harry to save Hermione? After thinking about it for a while, he decided to help people like Harry. Because this is a very good opportunity to pull in their relationship, Charlie also wants to take this to test the results of his more than a month's practice of writing. At this time, the students also reacted and screamed in panic. Dumbledore said loudly, "Quiet." Dumbledore's voice seemed to have magical power to calm the fear in his heart, so the crowd fell silent. Hearing the crowd calm down, Dumbledore said again, "Please don't panic. Now, the chiefs of all levels understand the students of each college in their dormitories, and the teachers go to the underground classroom with me." After Dumbledore finished speaking, each prefect began to summon the students of their own college, and then led the students to their respective lounges. In some chaotic scenes, Harry pulled Ron and said, "Hermione, we don't know about the trolls yet, we should go find her." Harry finished speaking and pulled Ron through the crowd and left the restaurant, paying attention. There Charlie also left the crowd after Harry and the others left. After seeing Charlie leaving the crowd, Ellie wanted to call him, but in a blink of an eye, Charlie disappeared without a trace. After leaving the crowd, Charlie chased Harry and Ron, then stopped them and said, "Harry, Ron, are you looking for Hermione?" Harry and Ron heard someone calling them behind them, so they turned around and found that it was Charlie and said, "Yes, we are going to find Hermione." "How did you know?" "Charlie, did you also go to Hermione?" Charlie nodded and said, "Yeah. I heard that Hermione was in a bad mood today, and stayed in the bathroom. Professor Quirrell said that the troll is coming and I want to inform her that she will go to the dormitory." Harry nodded and said, "Then let's go together." "Let's go. We must hurry up lest the trolls come, and we haven't gone back to the dorm." Harry and Ron started to run, and Charlie shook his head and followed. In the girls' toilet, Hermione was crying by the pool. Suddenly a heavy footstep sounded outside and a strong smell followed the footsteps. Hermione stopped crying and clutched her nose and looked out. A huge shadow was reflected on the smooth floor, and then Hermione saw a monster 12 feet tall appearing at the toilet door. "This monster has a huge head, and his head is bare." He grinned and made a grunting noise. His skin was abnormally rough as a rock, he had only a leather skirt covering his waist. The unbearable smell came from him. u.ukansha.com. He was holding a huge wooden stick in his long and big hand, and there were sticks on the stick. Stabbing, the stick dragged on the ground and made a huge noise. Hermione recognized this monster, the troll. The troll saw the human being screaming happy when he encountered food, and it swung a huge stick toward Hermione. Hermione screamed and opened the toilet door beside him and hid in. Not far away, Harry first smelled a disgusting smell, and then heard a girl scream. Harry said, "It's Hermione. The troll may have gone to the women's bathroom, we have to go and save her." After speaking, the group speeded up towards the women's bathroom. When they came to the women's room, they saw the troll swinging a huge stick towards Hermione, while Hermione was squatting there, covering her ears and closing her eyes, screaming. Harry yelled to Hermione, "Hermione, run!" But Hermione didn't know if her legs were frightened or did not move. Charlie saw this scene and knew that Hermione would become a mess if he didn't take it, so Charlie took out his wand and said Yugadam Leviosa. The stick in the giant monster's hand was taken to the sky by Charlie's levitation curse. The giant monster suddenly felt that the weapon in his hand was gone and scratched his head. Charlie controlled the stick and threw it into the distance, then waved his wand and said, "Torn apart." A black light spurted from the tip of the rod and turned into a black yetshi rushing towards the heart of the giant monster. The heart of the giant monster burst open when yetshi touched the giant monster. Then the troll lost the support of its strength and fell to the ground. Harry and Ron looked at the unique spell casting and the big hole in the troll's chest and were speechless. However, the moment the troll died, Charlie suddenly felt himself. The weird crystal in my mind moved again. Chapter 17, Change of Godhead. Charlie suddenly felt a mysterious knowledge transfer to his mind, making Charlie feel dizzy, before he waited for Charlie to take a closer look at what the knowledge was. A rush of footsteps sounded, and Professor McGonagall came to the women's bathroom out of breath. She saw the giant monster lying in the ruins and then looked at the students present and said sternly, "You better explain why not behave. Stay in the dormitory and run around." Before Charlie could speak, a girl's voice came out, "Professor McGonagall, it's all my fault, they just want to help me." McGonagall turned his head to look and said in surprise, "Miss Granger, why are you here?" In her impression, Granger is a good student who loves learning and abides by school rules. Hermione regained her strength and stood up and said, "I went to find the troll. I read in the book trolls are stupid. I thought I could deal with it, but I was wrong. If not, Harry and Ron and Charlie, I might be dead." "Even so," Professor McGonagall said sternly, "Miss Granger, you are so stupid. Why do you think you can defeat a monster like a hill?" Snape suddenly said, "Then who killed this troll?" Harry and Ron looked at Charlie and said, "It's Charlie, he's amazing. He killed the troll almost instantly." Snape looked at Charlie and said sullenly, "Oh, Mr. Elvis, you are quite good, you are even capable of such dark magic as the split curse. It seems you are going to visit Dumbledore with me." "Up." Harry lowered his head in frustration and suddenly saw Snape hiding something. It seems to be blood. Why is there blood on him? Harry thought like this. Snape felt that Harry was looking at his wound, so he covered it with a robe without leaving a trace, then turned and left and said, "Let's go. Let's find Dumbledore together." Then the group came to Dumbledore's office. There were not only Dumbledore but also Ravenclaw's Dean Flitwick in the office. When they all came in, Dumbledore said, "I know what happened. Miss Granger, in order to prevent your companions from being punished, you have taken all the responsibilities that do not belong to you on yourself. I don't think I should punish you," Dumbledore said before Granger. Then he turned his head to Harry and Ron and said, "Harry and Ron, the two of you didn't obey the command to leave the team, but there is a reason for it. You are also concerned about the safety of your companions, and I don't think you will be punished. Mr. Elvis, you are not only concerned about the safety of your classmates, but you also saved Miss Granger from the trolls. I think I should add 10 points to Ravenclaw." Dumbledore looked at Charlie in silence for a while. Then said. Snape heard that Dumbledore not only didn't punish Charlie, but also added 10 points to Ravenclaw and said, "Dumbledore, I think you should ask him why he has the split curse, knowing that this is not the first grade. The black magic of the student union." Although Snape did not hate Charlie, a student who was very fond of making potions, he would not give up easily if he had such a good opportunity to deduct Ravenclaw's points. Since this time, Charlie alone has added nearly 30 points to his class, and more in the classes of other teachers, especially the spell class. If such a good opportunity is not seized, it is estimated that the winner of the Academy Cup this semester is not Slytherin, but Ravenclaw. As soon as Snape had finished speaking, Flitwick said, "I taught him the curse for him." Snape obviously didn't believe in such an argument and asked, "Flitwick, as a curse professor, you are teaching a first-year student black magic. I really don't know how you became a curse teacher." Flitwick said calmly, "That's because Charlie's talent is really amazing, especially in terms of spells. He can learn many spells by just reading them once, because he has already learned all the spells in the first grade. I can only give him a few textbooks to learn next year, and I have asked the principal about this matter, but I didn't expect Charlie to learn it so soon. Snape felt a little speechless when he heard it. Charlie believed that these magics were only because of his talents, and Flitwick also asked the principal for the textbook, so Snape could only hate his academy for not having such a thing. Genius! Dumbledore saw that Snape was not objecting and said, "In that case, things are settled like this. I think you are tired too. Go back and rest." Charlie, Harry, and others were walking on the way back, during which Hermione thanked Charlie, Harry, and Ron. "Thank you for coming to save me." Harry and Ron scratched their heads embarrassedly and said, "In fact, we didn't help much. If you want to thank Charlie. He killed the troll and saved you." Hermione said seriously, "Although you did nothing to help, you can find me in dangerous situations, which I believe many people can't do." Then she looked at Charlie and said, "Charlie, I thank you so much for saving my life, but I have a question I don't know if I should ask." Charlie always wanted to see what the information that suddenly appeared in his mind was, so he absently said, "Ask." "Charlie, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com, what I want to ask is, why did you come to save me?" What I said is, my relationship with you is not very good, why did you come to save me?" Charlie said indifferently, "Because we are classmates." "Shouldn't classmates be saved? Besides, although we are not familiar, we don't have hatred. And this is a matter of ease for me, okay, we should separate. Bye." Charlie's indifferent remarks made Hermione, Harry, and Ron a little stunned, and then Charlie had left before they could react. Hermione looked at Charlie's back and said, "This guy is so stinky. Fart. What else is just a matter of effort?" Harry heard Hermione say this, so he persuaded him, "Don't say that, no matter how others have saved you, and I think he seems to be really easy to kill trolls." "Maybe they are true." Hermione didn't speak this time but speeded up to the Gryffindor dormitory. After Harry saw it, he and Ron looked at each other and then hurriedly followed. When Charlie returned to Hufflepuff's lounge to get to his dormitory, a sweet voice suddenly sounded, "Charlie, where did you go?" Charlie looked at the other party and found that it was Ellie, so he asked in surprise, "Are you waiting for me here?" "I just went to save Hermione with Harry and the others." Ellie nodded and then stopped talking. Charlie looked at it and asked, "What's the matter? Are you looking for me? If not, I will go to sleep." After hearing this, Ellie said lonely, No, I'm fine looking for you." After hearing this, Charlie went upstairs to his dormitory without staying much longer. After saying hello to his roommate, Charlie lay on the bed and pretended to sleep without even washing, and then checked the information in his mind. Chapter 18, Quidditch Match. Charlie opened his eyes, and a shocked look appeared from his eyes. It turned out that Charlie had already read the information in his mind. From this information, Charlie knew that he had acquired a method of learning the law of invisibility. Charlie tried to learn, and found that the first level was very easy to learn. Then when he wanted to continue learning, he found that the difficulty of the second level increased almost geometrically compared to the first level. Charlie even felt that he couldn't understand the knowledge inside, so he could only helplessly open his eyes. Through the information in his mind, Charlie knows that he has learned the first level of invisibility. When using it, he can become invisible after standing still for a second, but this kind of invisibility is very fragile and will exit the invisible state once it moves. Charlie tried it and found that it was so, which made Charlie feel this invisibility, although it is tasteless, it is better than nothing. It's just that Charlie really puzzled, why did he gain this knowledge? When I got this knowledge, it was when I killed the giant monster myself, and then the crystal changed a bit, and the information appeared in my mind. Charlie couldn't help but wondered, is his crystal related to the soul or life? Well, the first time I changed it seemed to be when the ghost appeared at the opening ceremony, so the crystal change is related to the soul. But what does it matter? After thinking for a while, Charlie still didn't come up with any clues. After all, he still had too little information now, so Charlie didn't continue thinking. The next morning at the Gryffindor table, Harry and the three of them were sitting together eating and chatting. Suddenly, a gloomy Snape appeared in front of them and said, "Harry, you are very good. Even the trolls can live, and you can probably win the Quidditch match. Even if your opponent is Slytherin." He left after speaking. Harry watched his abnormal walking posture and said to himself, "I think I know whose bloodstain belongs to him." Hermione asked suspiciously, "Bloodstain? Whose?" Harry said solemnly. "Listen, when we defeated the troll yesterday, Snape hurt his leg when he came over. I think it was Snape who put the troll out yesterday. Come in and restrain all the teachers. So he has the opportunity to go to the room with the three-headed dog to steal the things guarded by the three-headed dog. However, he was unsuccessfully bitten by a three-headed dog, so he was limping today." Harry said. Suddenly an owl carrying a package came to the top of Harry, and then threw it down. Harry caught it and said curiously, "This is the first time someone has sent me something. Who can it be?" So Harry and the three of them opened the package together and found that it was a brand new flying broom. Ron stroked the broom and saw the mark on it and said in surprise, "Wow! This is the latest Brightwheel 2000, it is the best broom on the market, none." "Harry, who is this? For you? This is a lot of Jin Jialong, who treats you so well." Hermione said strangely, "There is no sender's name on it." Harry stroked the Lightwheel 2000 and smiled happily. He thought to himself, who gave the flying broomstick? Could it be Professor McGonagall? Suddenly he thought of Professor McGonagall. She recommended him to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team at the beginning. He looked at Professor McGonagall while thinking, and at this time Professor McGonagall happened to be looking at Harry, so he looked at him. "Yes," McGonagall nodded and gave Harry an encouraging smile before continuing to eat her breakfast. Harry knew this broomstick was given to him when he saw her expression. The reason why he didn't specify his name was probably because he was afraid that other team members would know it and affect the harmony of the team. So although Harry knew it was from Professor McGonagall, he didn't tell Hermione and Ron about it. It was almost a month that time passed. During this time Harry had been busy training Quidditch, while Charlie was learning the law of invisibility during this time, making potions for Zyju, bringing them to Lisa and selling them. Get out! As for the learning of the law of invisibility, there has been a breakthrough in the recent period, successfully learned the second layer. The law of invisibility in this layer can move slowly behind invisibility, but once it touches a living thing, the invisibility effect will disappear. Charlie looked at Zhuang outside the window, and couldn't help but miss his sister a little. I don't know if she is obedient, or if she is doing well. Charlie looked at the Quidditch stadium in the distance. Recently, the Quidditch teams of every college have been training harder, and the Quidditch stadium has been cleaned by Hagrid every day. These signs indicate that Quidditch the game is coming soon. This day is a rare sunny day. It seems that the sun is also cheering for Quidditch games. On this day, all the students and teachers came to the Quidditch stadium to watch the Quidditch game. Each college wore different colors of clothes to form a four-color cheering ocean. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Are you nervous? Harry Wood asked, looking at Harry next to him. A bit. Harry took a deep breath and said, "It's okay. I did the same for my first appearance, and then I was hit by a walker and stunned as soon as I went on the court. I lay in the hospital for a week." Wood said indifferently. Harry swallowed more nervously after hearing it, and then the door of the preparation room opened. Harry and the others mounted their flying broomsticks and rushed out in cheers. "Hello, gentlemen and ladies. This is Hogwarts' first Quidditch game of the season, with Gryffindor vs Slytherin. Now both players are in their respective positions, and Mrs. Hooch has also entered. The game is about to begin. Mrs. Hooch looked up at the game players in the sky and said, "I hope that both sides can match the level and style." After finishing, Mrs. Hooch opened the box and released the roaming ball and the golden snitch. When the golden snitch flew out, Charlie suddenly felt the crystals in his mind tremble, and then Charlie felt that he wanted to get the golden snitch. Charlie tried hard to control himself not to make strange actions, just as Charlie. When I was about to lose control of myself, the crystal suddenly disappeared again. Charlie breathed a sigh of relief, not only thinking to himself with some fear, "This crystal is really weird and dangerous, and it was almost controlled just now. It seems that we have to figure out what this crystal is as soon as possible." Dumbledore looked suspiciously at the place where Charlie was. Just now, he suddenly felt a sense of fear in that direction that even he was a little bit scared, but it disappeared instantly when he looked over. Dumbledore's wise eyes showed a hint of thought. Who would it be? Could it be that power in Charlie's body? Chapter 19, Holidays and Invitations. The golden snitch is 150 points. As long as which side catches the golden snitch, the game is over. The commentator explained the importance of the golden snitch to the audience. Ghost flying ball lifts into the air. The game begins. Seeing Mrs. Hooch throwing the ghost flying ball to the air, commentator. The first ghost fly ball was successfully pitched by Gree, and Gryffindor scored 10 points. Gree made another pitch and Gryffindor scored another 10 points. "Oh, let's watch Slytherin throw the ball. Wow, Wood did a great job and stopped this ghost fly ball." No, Wood was hit by Slytherin's wandering ball, and he fell. Fortunately, there is sand below. Land. Harry saw Slytherin shooting down Wood with despicable tricks in the sky, and suddenly felt a little angry. Suddenly a golden light flashed in the corner of his eyes. It was a golden snitch. Harry hurriedly chased the golden snitch. He escaped the attack of the wandering and gradually approached the golden snitch. Malfoy hadn't seen the golden snitch in the sky, but after seeing Harry suddenly moved, he knew it was Harry who saw the golden snitch, so Malfoy followed Harry and finally spotted the golden snitch. Harry, who was chasing the golden snitch, suddenly felt that his broom was out of control. It swayed up and down like a grumpy horse, seeming to want to throw out the person riding on it. And in the audience, Hermione suddenly saw Snape chanting a spell with her binoculars and said to Ron, "It's Snape, he's chanting the spell." Ron said worriedly, "What about that? Harry is dangerous now. Look at me." After saying that, Hermione left her position and came under Snape's position. Hermione drew out her wand and whispered to Snape's robe, "Laker on Ephraim." Then Snape's robe caught fire, and the people next to him saw that. He said to Snape quickly, "Hey! Your robe is on fire." His voice caused a commotion in the surrounding people, and one of them would even be sitting. Quirrell at the back was knocked down. And Snape looked at his robe and found that his robe was really on fire, so he stomped on the fire with his feet, and soon he stepped on the flame. And Harry in the sky felt that his broom was no longer under control, so he tried hard to turn over and ride the broom again, chasing Malfoy. When Snape raised his head again, he found that Harry was flying again. Harry soon caught up with Malfoy. Seeing that Malfoy was about to catch the golden snitch, Harry could only control his broomstick and hit Malfoy. Malfoy saw that Harry had interrupted his handy victory, so he also controlled the broom and slammed into Harry, hoping to knock Harry off the broom, but to Malfoy's disappointment, Harry did not fall. Harry and Malfoy were chasing the golden snitch side by side, and then the golden snitch suddenly flew straight from the air to the ground, and the two also controlled the broom to fly straight down. Malfoy and Harry soon got very close to the ground. If they didn't pull up the broomstick in time, they would hit the ground at a very high speed. Malfoy pulled up ahead of time, and Harry almost touched the broomstick. When they hit the ground, they flattened the broom with the golden snitch and flew at a very low altitude. Harry looked at the golden snitch who was within reach, but he was just a little away, so he stood up cautiously and reached out to grab the golden snitch. Suddenly his foot moved a step forward and the broom lost his balance. Harry fell down. Just as everyone exclaimed, Harry stood up and spit out the golden snitch from his mouth. Harry caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor added 150 points, the game is over, Gryffindor wins. Mrs. Hooch blew the whistle and announced loudly. Charlie looked at the happy shouts of the Gryffindor lion cubs on the court, and his mood improved inexplicably. He took out a few photos with his camera, and then said to Ellie beside him, "Ellie, help me take some photos." "How are the photos?" Ellie nodded with a smile and said, "Okay." Ellie took the camera to take a picture of Charlie, and found that Charlie in the camera showed a gentle smile that she had never seen before. Ellie looked at Charlie's smile and couldn't help but think, he's never shown a smile like this before. By the way, it seems that when he writes to his sister, the look in his eyes reveals such a smell. Is this a shot for his sister? Are they not brothers and sisters? Why are they so close? Charlie smiled and looked at the camera and found that Ellie hadn't pressed the camera for a long time and said, "Ellie, what's wrong with you? Isn't it okay?" Ellie woke up from her random thoughts and said with some embarrassment, "Oh. Good soon." After that, he pressed the shutter button, and a white light flashed across a moving magical photo. Ellie moved the camera and passed the photo to Charlie and asked, "Charlie, you are this photo for your sister?" Charlie was a little surprised and said, "You know so." Ellie did not answer Charlie's question but continued to ask, "Are you and your sister really biological?" Charlie returned to yes. "Is there anything wrong?" Ellie said perfunctorily, "It's nothing, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com just ask." Then Ellie left full of thoughts. After the Quidditch game was over, little snowflakes began to appear in the sky, and Charlie watched the snowflakes floating in the sky drifting into the distance. Because Christmas is approaching, the school is closed. Most of the students start to pack their things and embark on the Hogwarts Express home, and some students have to stay in school for Christmas for various reasons. Charlie packed up his things and came to the train station, waiting for the train to come, as early as yesterday in the letter to his sister told him that he would be back today. Suddenly a sweet voice rang from behind Charlie, "Hey! Charlie, I wish you a Merry Christmas in advance. Do you have any plans for this holiday?" After checking his ideals, he said, "It shouldn't be there. I will spend time with my family at home, it's a rare time to relax." Ellie said after hearing this, "Charlie, let's go to my house. My family is very hospitable." Charlie refused, "I still want to be at home, the weather is too cold and I don't want to move." After hearing Charlie's refusal, Ellie nodded in disappointment and said, "Okay. I get it." Charlie got off the train and came to platform 9 3/4. He quickly saw his uncle and others and his sister Lisa not far away. Charlie walked towards them and shouted, "Lisa, look here." Lisa quickly turned around when she heard someone calling her name, and then saw her brother who had been thinking about it day and night waving at her, so Lisa ran towards Charlie quickly. Charlie put down the things in his hand to catch Lisa who was flying over and said, "Okay, come down and go. Uncle is still waiting for us." Chapter 20, One day of Lisa's birthday. After Charlie returned home, he didn't do anything but stayed at home all day to read books, make medicines, and understand the law of invisibility. This disappointed Lisa and Irene, who had always hoped that Charlie could play with her. Charlie didn't come out of this state until December 24th. On this day, the Adrian family arranged their home very festively, with Christmas trees and magical stars. Because this day is not only Christmas Eve, but also Lisa's birthday, Charlie also stopped reading and refining medicine to participate in the layout of the venue on this day. Lisa and Irene found Charlie, who was helping their uncle and them during the day, and then they said in unison, "Brother, cousin, let's go play snowman together." "Please. Please." Charlie wanted to refuse. Uncle Bud saw it on the side and said, Charlie, you have helped us a lot, and we can handle the rest. You can go out with your two sisters for a while, and then remove the snow in the yard by the way. Clean it up." Seeing that Charlie hadn't agreed yet, the two sisters Liang made a pitiful look. After Charlie saw it, he thought today seems to be Lisa's birthday. So he said, "Okay." The two ran out happily after hearing it. Charlie reluctantly said, "Run slowly, be careful not to fall." Then he ran out behind him. Charlie, who was standing at the door, looked at the thick snow in the yard and said, "It's so snowy. Brother, let's go." Lisa said happily. Charlie looked at them and found that they were not wearing gloves, so he pulled the two impatient little naughties and said, "Did you forget something?" Lisa blinked and said, "We haven't forgotten anything." "Alas! Brother, why are you pulling us?" After hearing Lisa's first sentence, Charlie knew that they were pretending to be confused, so he pulled them back. "Inside the room, you two must wear gloves, hats, and scarves before going out. Don't wearing these things feel in the way." "Okay." Lisa and Irene begged, shaking Charlie with one hand. Charlie said indifferently, "No. It's so cold outside and there are snowmen. You must wear these things, otherwise you are not allowed to go. Anyway, I can read in the room." "Hey! Nerd! I don't want to care about you." Lisa and Irene put down Charlie's hand when they heard that. Irene ran to Lisa's side and hugged Lisa and said, "Cousin Lisa, we just put it on." "Okay." Lisa pretended to reluctantly agreed and said, "For your sake, I reluctantly agreed." After talking, Lisa and Irene began to wear gloves. Charlie also put on his gloves and brought the two children to the yard. Then he took out the snow shovel tool and started shoveling snow. Soon after the efforts of the three of Charlie, he shoveled a pile of snow. Charlie looked at the pile of snow and said, "Okay, let's start making a snowman now." Charlie started to fix the bottom of the snowman while Lisa and Irene rubbed a big snowball. Suddenly Lisa looked at Charlie's eyes, pulling Irene to whisper in her ear. Then they started to do little snowballs, watching Charlie on the side with an unaware smile on his face. After a while Charlie trimmed the snowman's lower body, so he didn't look back and asked, "Lisa, Irene, is your snowman head ready? Do you want me to help you?" But Charlie didn't get Lisa and Irene's answer, so he turned around curiously and looked behind, only to find two white snowballs hitting him one after the other. Bang! Charlie reached out and wiped the snow off his face and said, "Okay. You guys attacked me, ha! Look at my invincible snowball." Charlie grabbed a handful of snow from the snowdrift behind him. It was crushed into a ball and threw it out. Lisa dodged Charlie's snowballs and threw one out of the many snowballs behind him. While throwing them, she said, "Irene, throw brother, he's coming." When Charlie saw the two little ghosts throwing snowballs quickly, he knew that these two were premeditated, so he avoided the snowballs and ran towards them. Charlie soon shortened the distance between them. Lisa saw Charlie running over so quickly, so she gasped and said, "Run, brother, he's here." After that, she turned and ran away. Irene's physical strength was obviously not as good as that of Lisa. After running for a while, she couldn't run. So she looked at her cousin who had come in front of her and said, "Cousin, you forgive me, okay? It's Lisa who made me do this." "Yes, as long as you let me go, I can help you catch her." Charlie nodded and then continued to chase Lisa. Lisa saw that Charlie did not clean up Irene but continued to chase herself. So knowing that the situation is not good, she ran while trying to find a way, without paying attention to her feet. Suddenly she felt that she was tripped by something and then she screamed and fell into the snow. Charlie looked at the Lisa runner and then screamed and fell into the snow, so he ran over and asked nervously, "Lisa, are you okay, did you hurt it?" Lisa fell into the snow suddenly, so she raised her head and started crying, "Woohoo! Blame you, if you chased me, would I fall down? Big bastard! Charlie said helplessly, okay. All right. I won't chase you anymore, come, take my hand, I will pull you up, the ground is cold. Lisa stood up and put her hand on Charlie's outstretched hand and then pulled hard. Charlie suddenly felt Lisa touch her hand, and he fell beside Lisa without preparation. Lisa watched Charlie fall down successfully, then turned over and pressed on Charlie's back and said, ha ha ha. Brother, you are so stupid. Now beg me for mercy. I will let you go. Charlie said more uncomfortably, Lisa, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com used to not find you are so naughty now. Now you are all going to get rid of it, hurry down, or you will see how I will take care of you. The Adrians who were doing things looked at the two children playing outside the window, and Chris said with some worry, you said Lisa and the others would have played too much, and then Charlie was angry and beat them. Bud said indifferently, since their parents passed away, Charlie has become an adult. It has rarely been crazy like today. I think Lisa also wants Charlie to be happy and not stay in the room all day to study. Lisa seemed extraordinarily happy that day, and laughter was left everywhere at home. In the morning, they made snowmen together, had snowball fights, and then took pictures in front of them, and even gave the snow marks left by them after they fell together at Lisa's request. I also took a picture. In the evening Lisa and the family were sitting together, and everyone's faces were filled with happy smiles. Charlie looked at Lisa and said with a smile, Lisa, what are you waiting for? Blow the candle and make a wish. Lisa smiled and blew out the 10 candles on the birthday cake, then folded her hands together and closed her eyes and said, I hope everyone will be healthy in the future and be together forever. I hope my brother can spend more time with me. Charlie smiled and touched her head and said, don't you know that your wish will not come true if you say it? Lisa stuck out her tongue and said disappointedly, ah. Then I will try again. Charlie reluctantly said, let's be here next time. Let's eat cake now. After saying that, Charlie took a sliced cake and put it in front of Lisa, and then divided a piece for Irene's cousin, uncle, aunt, and others. Up. Chapter 21, Nicola May. Charlie prepared the gifts he gave to everyone and waited until after midnight, then he took the gifts for his uncle and aunt to the living room and handed them the gifts, and they passed the gifts he gave Charlie to Charlie. Charlie first came to his house, put down the gifts and took the gifts for Lisa and Irene, and then carefully came to Lisa's room and placed the gifts for them on their respective bedsides. The gifts were a silver necklace with a photo of yourself, and a silver bracelet with a small bell on it could make a crisp and sweet ringing when it shook. The next morning, Charlie asked Xiaoju to send the gifts he had prepared for the teachers and Harry and others who were still at school. During breakfast, Charlie also received the gifts prepared by two sisters Liang. Lisa for one of her own photo albums contains her own photos, and Irene's gift is a scarf. Then Charlie returned to his previous state, so Charlie finished his vacation at home. Charlie came to school. In school, instead of making potions like before, he came to the library to find books about soul, darkness, and crystals. This is the information he currently has about crystals. And since he finished the other courses in the next few months during the vacation, he was searching for crystal-related things in the library, while using magical power to control the feather pen to record what he had seen. One day Charlie saw Hermione, Harry, and Ron looking for something in the library, so he approached curiously and asked, "Hey, Harry, what are you looking for? Maybe I can help you." Hermione and the three looked at each other and decided to tell them the name of the person they were looking for. Hermione said, "Nicola May. Do you know who he is?" Charlie looked at Harry and the others and said, "Oh, of course I know. After all, he is very famous. You must know that he is more than 600 years old." Ron said in surprise, "Lived more than 600 years. How did he do it?" Charlie continued to write while controlling the quill pen, and continued, "You have to know that Nicola May is the only maker of the Philosopher's Stone. Harry continued to ask the Sorcerer's Stone. Does the Sorcerer's Stone have anything to do with being over 600 years old? Before Charlie could answer, Hermione said, "You two never read books? The Sorcerer's Stone is a miraculous substance, it can turn any metal into gold, and it can also make immortal water." Hermione paused for a while and then said as if suddenly realized, "I see, the thing Mau Mau guards must be the Philosopher's Stone." After hearing this, Charlie pretended not to understand and asked Mau Mau, "Who is Mau Mau? Why does it guard the Philosopher's Stone?" Hermione looked at Harry and Ron as if they were asking whether they should tell Charlie about it, and then Harry thought for a moment and nodded at Hermione. Then Hermione said, "There is one in the third corridor of the school. There is a terrible three-headed dog in the room, and we are protecting the Philosopher's Stone in it." Hermione paused and continued, "And we think Professor Snape wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone inside." Charlie nodded and said, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Hermione said to Charlie, "Now we are going to tell Hagrid that Snape is going to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Are you going?" Charlie nodded and then said, "Okay. I think we have to hurry up, or it will be dark." The four of them went to Hagrid's cabin. Malfoy, who had been staring at Harry and the others not far away, saw that they ran out in a hurry with Charlie, who he hated the most. "I know they have secrets, and I have to run out so late. I'll follow, take a look." Malfoy followed Harry and the others far behind, thinking of this. When Charlie followed Harry and the others to Hagrid's hut, it was already dark. Harry saw Hagrid closing his door and windows tightly, and he stepped forward and knocked on his door. Boom! Harry waited for a while, but there was no sound from Hagrid, nor did he see Hagrid coming to open the door. Just when Harry and the others thought Hagrid was not there, Hagrid's dog Tooth made a wow. With a low voice, "Oh, yeah, don't shout." Harry heard it clearly, so he knocked on the door and said, "Hey, Hagrid, it's us, I'm Harry." Hagrid opened the door and glanced around to make sure there was no one. Then he said to Harry and the others, "I said, I won't tell you anything. It's dark now, I think you should go back." Hagrid was about to close the door of his room after he finished speaking. Harry and the others said in unison after they saw it, "We already know about the Sorcerer's Stone. We really have something to tell you." After Hagrid heard it, he thought for a while and motioned for them to come in. Suddenly he saw that not only Harry and the three of them but also Charlie were here, so Hagrid asked like Charlie, "Hey, Charlie, why are you here today?" Charlie shrugged and said, "They learned from me that Nicole LeMay is the owner of the Philosopher's Stone." Hagrid nodded and went in www.readaloud.com. After Harry and Charlie and others entered, Hagrid went in again. "Close the door again." As soon as Charlie came in, he felt that the temperature inside the room was very high. The fireplace was still burning with a raging flame. There was a stove above the flame. Charlie looked at the stove and knew that it was filled with a live dragon egg. Charlie was thinking about suddenly feeling a message from the crystal in his mind that he could become stronger by eating this dragon egg. This message surprised Charlie, but Charlie ignored it. Harry said to Hagrid as soon as he walked in, "Snape wants to steal that magic stone." After listening to Hagrid, he couldn't figure it out and asked, "Where do you suspect Snape? Is it because he is more like a bad guy?" "You have to know that Snape is also a protector of the Philosopher's Stone. He will not steal the Philosopher's Stone." "What?" Harry and Ron said in disbelief, but Hermione took it for granted. "Of course, is there any way to protect the Sorcerer's Stone? Of course it is some magic or spell." Hagrid smiled triumphantly, "Yes, but I think it's unnecessary. No one can pass through my Mau Mau, No one knows the way, except me and Dumbledore. I won't tell." "There." Hagrid said that there was a grumbling noise from the stove out of the fireplace. Harry and the others looked like there. When Hagrid heard it, he quickly wore his thick gloves and took out the dark green strange pattern egg came out, and he placed the egg carefully on the table. Harry looked at the egg and curiously said, what kind of egg is this? Hagrid. Just when Hagrid hesitated to tell Harry that it was a dragon, this is a dragon egg, a Norwegian spine. The dragon's egg. Charlie's voice came over. Chapter 22, Noble. Charlie, how did you know? Ron wanted to say that he knew this egg was a dragon egg but was snatched by Charlie, so he asked curiously. You know I often read books in the library now, and I happened to read a book about Norwegian Ridgeback. Charlie said a little embarrassingly. Harry and Hermione were surprised, it turned out to be a dragon. Hagrid, where did you get it from? Hagrid said happily, I won from a stranger, but he seemed to be eager to lose this to me. Although Harry and the others were a little puzzled, they didn't think much about it. Harry looked at the dragon egg on the table and said, it seems to be hatched. Hagrid said happily and braggingly, you are so lucky, it will come out soon after coming here, you can see the scene when a dragon was born. Hagrid had just finished talking about the noise inside the egg and it became louder, and Charlie's eggshell found that the shadow of the dragon inside was moving from the eggshell. A very small click sound suddenly appeared, a tiny crack appeared on the eggshell, and then the click became faster, and the crack on the eggshell was also expanding at a very fast speed. Charlie stared at the dragon egg and did not dare to blink, as if he was afraid that he would miss the birth of the dragon once he blinked for a second. As everyone watched, the eggshell suddenly exploded. Puff! The little dragon inside tried to stand up on the table but fell, but then it stood up again, spreading its wings as if announce you're coming. Hagrid looked at it and said to Harry and the others, look, isn't it very cute? Harry looked at the little dragon and didn't realize it was cute at all, but looked at its wrinkled skin, thin body, and wings. Make it look like a dark green umbrella. Hagrid reached out and touched the head of the little Norwegian Ridgeback, and then the little Norwegian Ridgeback sneezed and spewed sparks from its nose. This is a sudden noise outside. Hagrid quickly looked out the window and said, hey, who's there? Hagrid's voice scared Malfoy away, leaving only a back figure to be seen by Hagrid. Harry looked out the window and found that the figure was very familiar, thought about it for a moment, and said affirmatively, this is Malfoy. Hagrid said with a bit of error, Malfoy. Charlie looked at the little dragon and said to Hagrid, who was a little lost, Hagrid, you should know that raising a dragon without permission is against the regulations of the Ministry of Magic. If you are reported by Malfoy, I think this one will be executed. If this dragon also caused casualties, I think you might have to go to Azkaban. Hagrid said in a trembling tone, Azkaban? No, I can't go to Azkaban. What should I do? Charlie looked at Ron and said, I remember you had an older brother who was doing research on dragons in Kenronia. Isn't there a dragon farm there? We might be able to inform your brother and make an appointment for him to take this. The dragon took it away secretly. After Charlie's reminder, Ron also reacted happily and said, yes. Charlie. Ron glanced at Charlie and said, I mean my brother Charlie, Charlie Weasley. After hearing this, Hagrid looked at the dragon and said with a bit of dismay, after a while, okay? It's still so small and it can't adapt to the long journey. Can you send it away after a while? Charlie. Hagrid heard tears in his eyes when he heard that the little dragon he loved very much was sent away, and then looked at Charlie hoping that Charlie would agree. Facing Hagrid, Charlie, who was crying like a child, nodded helplessly and said, you raise it first, and Ron will contact your brother Charlie as soon as possible. Determine the time and place first. In the next few weeks, Malfoy looked at Charlie and the others with unkind smiles. The reason why Malfoy didn't report them immediately was because he thought, it's hard to grasp such a good handle. To report, if the news is leaked, they can easily release the dragon or hide it. When the dragon is a little older, they just want to hide and can't hide it. Let them taste the Dementors at that time. Malfoy thought that he could suffer the fear of Charlie, and suddenly made him feel very happy, when he saw that the three of Harry read a letter and then left. A week later, Charlie, Harry and others came to Hagrid's hut. Charlie looked at Hagrid, who had become more sloppy by caring for Xiong On Long, and said, "Hagrid, I think you must send this little dragon out recently. It's already grown big." Hagrid stroked Norbert's head and said to Charlie, "Charlie, I think it's still small, right?" Norbert definitely doesn't want to leave its mother. Ron asked curiously, "Norbo? Did you name this Norwegian Ridgeback?" Then Ron also stroked Norbert's head like Hagrid. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Hagrid proudly said, "Yes, that's right. Am I very talented in naming?" Hagrid didn't get Ron's approval, but responded with a scream, "Ah! It hurts." It turned out that Ron's hand, who was stroking Norbert, was bitten by Norbert. Charlie looked at Ron's painful grin and said, "Hold it up. The dragon's teeth are poisonous. I happen to have the antidote. Don't move. I'll deal with it for you." Charlie pulled Ron's hand in front of him and then took out the medicine prepared long ago from his pocket to treat Ron's wounds. Hermione on the side asked curiously, "Charlie, why do you have this medicine?" Charlie said to Hagrid with a guilty expression, "Hagrid, you have also seen that Noble is already hurting people, and you should also know how fast the dragon grows. In a week, Noble will grow into a house with you. The same size, even if you want to hide, you won't be able to hide it." After Charlie finished speaking, he didn't pay attention to the silent Hagrid, but directly asked Ron like, "Did your brother reply?" Ron nodded and replied, "He said they will be there tomorrow, and he wants us to wait for them at the top of the tallest tower at Hogwarts at 12 midnight. Charlie nodded and then asked, "Where did you put that letter?" Ron said indifferently, "It's in my potions textbook." Charlie nodded and then said to Ron, "Ron, you will write to your brother later to delay his arrival by half an hour." Although Ron didn't know why Charlie asked his brother to postpone it by half an hour, when Charlie spoke people can't help but have a convincing magic. Chapter 23, Punishment. At 12 o'clock at midnight, Harry and Hagrid led Norbert to the shadow of the tallest tower under Charlie's request. When they appeared, Charlie was already waiting for them. Harry looked at Charlie and said, "Charlie, shall I not go up now?" Charlie looked at the entrance of the tower and said, "We are going in later. Just now Professor McGonagall seems to have gone in. We will wait for her to come out before we go in." And Malfoy on the roof looked at the empty roof, not only wondering if he was being tricked. "Wait a little longer, if they haven't come, I will go." Malfoy thought about it and couldn't help it. He sneezed, "Hi, the wind is so cold." "Ow! Who is there?" Malfoy knew it was bad when he heard the voice. This is McGonagall's voice. If she finds herself here in the middle of the night, she will definitely be punished. But McGonagall walked cautiously from the only exit on the top of the tower and did not give Malfoy a chance to slip away. In desperation, Malfoy could only walk out of the hiding place and say, "Professor McGonagall is me." The expression on McGonagall's face instantly turned gloomy after seeing Malfoy. She said in an angry tone, "Malfoy, why are you here? Your behavior caused Slytherin to deduct 50 points. Malfoy tried to persuade McGonagall with his own reasons. "Professor McGonagall, I caught Harry Potter here, he will be here soon, he has a dragon." "Ah!" Before Malfoy finished speaking, Professor McGonagall twisted his ears and said, "In order to avoid punishment, you told such a stupid lie. Go, I will take you to see Professor Snape." Ron, who was a little impatient while waiting downstairs, said dissatisfiedly, "Charlie, did Professor McGonagall really go up? Why haven't gotten down for so long? I didn't expect it to be really cold this night." After watching the exit, Charlie said quietly, "Stop talking, they are out." After hearing Charlie's voice, Ron, Harry, and others raised their spirits and looked towards the exit of the building. I saw Professor McGonagall twisting Malfoy's ears out, and Malfoy screamed, "Professor McGonagall, I was wrong, forgive me. Don't screw it up, I can go by myself." Professor McGonagall let go of Malfoy's ears and walked ahead, Malfoy rubbing his ears on the spot. "Why, you can't go by yourself, do you?" McGonagall's voice suddenly came in front of him, and Malfoy shook his body and quickly caught up with Professor McGonagall. Harry and Ron laughed happily after watching Malfoy and Professor McGonagall go away and said, "Haha, I didn't expect Malfoy to have this day too. Seeing his embarrassment is just happy, I want to sing a song happily." Even Hermione, who didn't say a lot of laughter, couldn't help but laugh when he saw Malfoy. Charlie waited for them and said, "Let's go. If you don't go, you may miss Ron's brother Charlie." The hiding place came out. Harry and the others followed Charlie into the tower holding the box containing Norbert. After a while they came to the top of the building and waited for Ron's brother to arrive. Since they haven't arrived yet, Harry and Ron laughed and talked about Malfoy, and after a while, 4 magic broomsticks suddenly landed in front of Harry and them. They took out the rope that bound Norbert and tied the box containing Norbert, then rode on the broomstick and disappeared into the night sky with Norbert. Hagrid wiped his tears and waved to their backs and said, "Noble, take care of yourself." Harry and Charlie breathed a sigh of relief after sending Norbert away. After all, Norbert's existence is a big hidden danger. When they separated from Hagrid and entered the corridor, a hoarse voice rang from behind them. "Ah! See who I caught? You naughty students are still hanging out in the corridor so late, I think you are in trouble." Filch took the 4 of Charlie to Professor McGonagall's office and told her how he met them. Then Filch left the office to continue his inspection. Professor McGonagall looked at the 4 people standing in front of her and said angrily, "I didn't expect Miss Granger, a good student who always loves to study and does not violate school regulations, would leave her dormitory to hang out in the middle of the night. And Mr. Elvis, I have always thought that you are a mature child. I am very satisfied with the Christmas gifts you gave me. Sometimes I even envy Flitwick that his college has such an unpleasant one. Students of, I never thought that you would follow Harry and them to do such unreasonable things." McGonagall looked at the 4 of them and took a deep breath. The stimulation given to Professor McGonagall tonight is more than the stimulation experienced in a month combined. After she calmed down, she said to Harry again, "I have you 3. Such a student is simply embarrassed. Each of you will deduct 50 points. The follow-up punishment will be discussed in a few days. Now, immediately roll back to your own dormitory to rest." Harry and others looked surprised but did not refute. Ma Urfo had already learned about Professor McGonagall's power, so they did not refute and left McGonagall's office dejectedly. Charlie heard Professor McGonagall's punishment without any reaction, followed Harry and left. "Harry," when they returned to the Gryffindor lounge, Harry said annoyedly, "If only I had brought the invisibility cloak at the time. Alas, now I have been deducted 150 points, what can I do?" The next morning, when the Gryffindor students saw the scores of their college, they thought they had read it wrong. The score of their college disappeared by 150 points overnight. They all started talking, and the 3 Harry listened. They felt extremely ashamed of their discussion, so they hurriedly finished breakfast and left. Slytherin and Ravenclaw students also found that their college scores were deducted by 50 points. Only Hufflepuff students were surprised to find that other colleges had deducted points and their home college did not deduct them. This is simply a bonus. His home college added 50 points. In the next 2 days, everyone learned the truth about the deduction. Harry and the others would be criticized by others no matter where they went, so they now come to the library to study whenever they have time, because the library needs to be quiet, where they can get the greatest silence. Know that one morning they received a note saying your punishment has been out, go to Filch at 11 o'clock in the evening, and he will arrange the rest. The depressive life of the three Harrys these days almost made them forget that they have another punishment. They came to Filch's office at 11 o'clock with speculation about the unknown punishment. Chapter 24, Charlie and Voldemort. Filch watched Harry and the three of them come in and said, "Very good, everyone is here, let me go now. I think this punishment will definitely make you remember, as long as you are still alive." While talking, Urkai laughed negatively. Harry and Malfoy couldn't help but swallowed a mouthful of water when Filch said so. He would not just scare the students at all to the extent that Filch hated bad students. The four of them followed Filch carrying the oil lamp towards Hagrid's cabin with some stiff steps. Filch, who was walking in front, showed a regretful expression on his face and said with some disappointment, "I dare you to say, they abolished. It's a shame to lose those old punishments, you should be by your arms for a few days." Filch paused for a while and continued, "I still keep the chain like that in the office. I put it on the oil and put it in safe keeping. I wait for it when I need it. Okay, go here, don't hit. The idea of running away will only make your situation worse." The four people except Charlie spent the journey in fear, until they saw Hagrid's cabin. Harry couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when they saw Hagrid's hut, and thought, if you work with Hagrid, it shouldn't count. Too bad. Filch obviously noticed the change in Harry's expression and said, "I think you must think it's good to get along with that idiot, right? Haha, seriously, think about our direction or the Forbidden Forest." Malfoy said in surprise, "Forbidden Forest? No, we can't go there at night. There are a lot of monsters at night. I heard there are werewolves." Malfoy said there was a wolf from the Forbidden Forest. Howling, Malfoy shrank in shock. At this moment, Hagrid, who was not far away, heard the voice and said loudly, "Is that you? I've been waiting for more than half an hour, hurry up." After hearing it, Filch walked closer to Hagrid and said, "They are come to accept the punishment." Hagrid looked behind Filch and found that not only Malfoy was a little surprised and said, "Oh! Harry, you and Charlie, why are you also arrested?" Here comes." Harry made an extremely helpless look, and Hagrid said like Filch, "Okay, Mr. Filch, your mission has been completed, leave the rest to me." Filch nodded and said, "I will come over to collect their bodies at dawn." Haha. He turned and left. After saying that, only the light of the oil lamp was left for everyone to see. Filch's weird smile and words made Malfoy tremble again and then said tremblingly, Can I not go?" Hagrid looked at him and said sternly, "Unless you don't want to stay at Hogwarts, you must go if you are responsible, and you must be punished if you make a mistake. Everyone is the same. Come with me now." After talking, Hagrid took his bow and crossbow from his back to make it ready to go, then let go of the ropes of Yaya and said, "Yay, there is danger ahead, give me a hint." Then he began to enter the Forbidden Forest. Charlie followed Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest. Then Harry and the others gritted their teeth while looking at each other. Malfoy also gritted his teeth as he watched Hagrid and others disappear. Followed up. Malfoy quickly caught up with Hagrid, who hadn't gone far, and then walked cautiously beside Hagrid. It seemed that Hagrid's larger body than ordinary people could bring him a sense of security. Walking in the Forbidden Forest where there is a strange cry of unknown creatures from time to time, everyone is very vigilant watching whether there are dangerous creatures around. Until Hagrid came to a soft, silvery liquid glowing in the moonlight and said, "Do you know what this is?" After speaking, he reached out and touched his finger from the liquid underground. Charlie calmly said, "This is the blood of the unicorn." Hagrid glanced at Charlie and affirmed, "Yes, this is the blood of the unicorn. In the past few days, the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest was attacked by an unknown monster." "Attack? I also found a dead unicorn corpse the day before yesterday. This is the second one, and this pool of blood is still fresh. And our task is to find that monster, or save this poor unicorn," Hagrid said, looking at the fork in front of him, and then said, "It seems we have to split up, otherwise it might be possible." "Can't make it. Hagrid looked at Charlie and said, "Charlie's strength should be known to you all, so I decided to go the same way with Ron and Hermione, and Harry, Malfoy, and Charlie the same way. If that team is in danger, use the magic wand emits red fireworks. If it finds a unicorn, it emits blue fireworks. The other team will immediately rush to each other when they see the fireworks." Hagrid said seriously, and suddenly a weak voice rang out, "May I not be with Charlie?" "This is Malfoy's voice." Hagrid was about to ask why. Charlie's voice rang out, "As long as you don't harbor maliciousness towards me, you won't feel fear." Hagrid had some doubts about what Charlie was saying, but after seeing Malfoy on the side no longer refused, he didn't ask any more, but said to Charlie, www.readaloud.com. "You guys, he is familiar with the Forbidden Forest. Yes, it can help you avoid some trouble. Let's go. We have to hurry or we won't be able to catch up." Charlie nodded and walked towards a fork in the road. Harry and Malfoy hurriedly followed Charlie. Charlie looked at the dark environment and said, "Fluorescence flashes. Watch out for those roots under your feet." Spray from the tip of his wand. A ray of light illuminates the surroundings. After a while, Charlie suddenly extinguished the light on his wand. Harry was about to ask what was wrong with Charlie. Charlie motioned him to look forward. Harry followed Charlie's gaze and looked forward and found a unicorn lying on the ground dying. The black shadow with the mask slowly crawled out of the darkness, alive like a beast in disguise. Harry and Malfoy were a little stunned. The dark figure came to the unicorn, lowered his head, leaned over the unicorn's wound, and began to its blood. And Hagrid's Fang was also terrified of the monster in front of him, so he whimpered and ran away with his tail between them. When Charlie heard Malfoy's scream, he knew he was going to take the first shot, so he waved his wand and said, "Bone to pieces." Voldemort heard Malfoy scream and came towards Charlie and their hiding place. A sudden spell did not strike Voldemort, who was prepared early. Charlie said to Harry, "Harry, you go first and then send a distress signal to Hagrid and the others, I am here to block him." Harry nodded, looking at Voldemort in terror, and then quickly left. Charlie waited for Harry to leave and looked at Voldemort, who looked like a ghost, and said, "Voldemort, let me see how powerful your remnant soul is." Chapter 25, I Changes. Voldemort heard Charlie call out his name and said in a hoarse, shrill voice, "Oh! You know that I am Voldemort, and you dare to face me. You are really courageous. And you said without shame, look how much power do I have left. Boy, you pay the price for your arrogance." After Voldemort finished speaking, a puff of black smoke flew out of his body and then quickly came towards Charlie. Charlie wanted to avoid it, but he didn't expect a sudden pain in his left eye, so that he didn't have time to avoid it. The black smoke rushed into Charlie's body. Voldemort laughed when he saw it. "What an arrogant kid, let you taste the taste of heart cutting, and then use the imperious curse to control you." But Voldemort didn't see Charlie rolling and begging for mercy. Instead, Charlie stood in place with his eyes covered as if there was nothing wrong, just when Voldemort was about to send him another shot. Charlie put down his hand covering his left eye, looked at Voldemort and said in an emotionless tone, "Really?" Voldemort looked into Charlie's eyes and found that Charlie's left eye became as black as ink, and he couldn't see anything except black, just as if his eyeball had been plucked out. There was only a hole. Voldemort watched this weird scene before he had time to speak. He was sucked by a huge suction from Charlie's eyes, and he couldn't control himself. Voldemort tried hard to resist but found that it had no effect. Finally, he, as if thinking of something, Voldemort roared, "This, yes, is the power of God. No, I will be back, boy, this power is mine." Then Voldemort gave up most of the power of this remnant soul and turned into a black air to buy time for his core to escape. The black air transformed by Voldemort's power was quickly sucked into Charlie's left eye. At this time, Charlie also exuded a faint black air, and Charlie came to the unicorn who was still dangling without expression. Charlie waved the unicorn's last heartbeat and stopped. A soft white light emerged from the body of the unicorn, and a unicorn with an illusory body stood up from the corpse of the unicorn on the ground. This is the soul of the unicorn. It looked at Charlie and then whispered softly. Then, the black energy on Charlie came to the unicorn from Charlie. After the black energy entangled the unicorn body, it began to penetrate into the unicorn's body. The unicorn showed an expression of pain and then the white body gradually turned black. Soon the unicorn completed the transformation and turned into an eye. There was a blue flame exuding a unicorn with black air on its body. The unicorn's head was underneath and ran towards Charlie. As the distance between the unicorn and Charlie got closer, the unicorn's body became smaller and finally disappeared in Charlie's black left eye. On the other side, Hagrid and the others explored the surrounding area. Hermione looked at the red fireworks that suddenly appeared in the sky and said, "It's Harry and the others in danger. We have to go there." When they rushed to the place with the red fireworks, they found that only Harry, Malfoy, and the restless teeth were here. Hermione asked worriedly, "Harry, are you all right? Where is Charlie?" Harry looked at Hermione and said with some shame, "Charlie is ahead. We found the monster that killed the unicorn, and then Charlie helped us resist the monster and signaled us to escape." Hagrid said quickly after listening. "Harry, lead the way. I hope we can catch up." Harry hurried to Charlie's direction after listening. Charlie looked at the people who suddenly appeared in front of him and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here? I saw the instructions of fate that made me appear here tonight. There is a destiny-changing existence here." Firenze looked at Charlie seriously and said. After seeing that Charlie did not answer, Firenze continued, "Tonight's Mars is particularly bright. This tells us that war is about to rise and death will spread all over the earth, and you may be the factor that changed this fate or you may be the factor that caused disaster. I feel a terrifying power in you. I sincerely invite you to visit our tribe of horses and horses." Firenze offered an invitation like Charlie. Charlie looked at Firenze and said, "If I have time. By the way, how can I find your tribe?" There was a sound at this time, and Firenze looked over and found that it was Hagrid and others. Firenze approached Charlie and said, "If you want to come, just come directly to the Forbidden Forest. The stars will tell us the time of your arrival in advance, and I will pick you up at that time." After Hagrid and the others arrived, he saw Charlie. Charlie didn't seem to be injured, and Charlie was talking about something with a man. Hagrid walked in and said to the guy, "Hi. Firenze, why are you here?" Firenze walked to Hagrid and said humbly, "I came here according to the guidance of fate. You reading www.ukenshu.com, the Mars tonight is extraordinarily bright." Firenze walked to Harry Potter and said, "You are Harry Potter. You shouldn't be here. All the animals in the Forbidden Forest know that the Forbidden Forest at night is very dangerous for you. Harry Potter, do you know what the blood of a unicorn does?" Firenze asked suddenly. "I only know that its horns can detoxify, its hair can be used to make wands, and it can be used to make potions." Harry shook his head and said, "This is the terrible thing about killing unicorns." Firenze continued, "Only those who are afraid of losing anything but want everything will do this kind of thing. Did you know that the blood of a unicorn can bring people back to life, but it comes at a price? You only have half of your life, half of the life that starts with the blood of the unicorn touching your lips, and is forever cursed." Harry asked in a puzzled way, "What's the point if it's just to live and bear the curse of a lifetime?" "You are right." Florence agreed. "But if you can find something that will give you all the energy and strength while you are alive, and drink it so that you will never die, it will be different." "Mr. Potter, you know the school is now hidden, is it the same thing?" Hermione suddenly said, "The Sorcerer's Stone. It can make people immortal. But who is it?" Firenze nodded and said, "What a smart girl, Rio. I think Harry, you should know who wants to seize the opportunity and make a comeback." Harry reacted and said, "It's Voldemort. It must be him. In other words, the monster-like person just now is Voldemort." Chapter 26, Night Detective Library. The conversation between Harry and Firenze shocked everyone present except Charlie. Voldemort had already appeared and he was looking for a chance to make a comeback. Firenze continued, "Harry Potter hopes you can stop this. I have to go now, good luck to you. And the astrology has been proven wrong more than once, and even our Remy is wrong. I hope that this time the prediction is wrong." After Firenze finished speaking, the horseshoe moved quickly and left here. Charlie looked at Firenze's hurriedly leaving figure as hurriedly as he came. Maybe he's again what kind of revelation is waiting for him to convey. Everyone was quiet for a while, and Charlie was also thinking about the strange event that happened not long ago. After a while, Harry suddenly asked Charlie, "Charlie, was that monster really Voldemort just now? Did Firenze save you? Charlie, are you okay?" Harry couldn't help but increase the volume and shouted again, seeing Charlie not speaking. Charlie returned to his mind and said, "Ah! Harry, did you call me? What's the matter?" Harry can only repeat his question again. "Charlie, just now." Charlie looked at the unicorn corpse on the ground and said, "Yes, he is Voldemort. He has only a ray of remnant soul left and scared me away." Hagrid reacted and said, "Let's go. Children, I think you should go back to rest. The Forbidden Forest is already very unsafe. I have to tell Dumbledore what happened today." "And what happened today?" "Can't talk to the outside world." "Malfoy, so are you." Malfoy looked at Hagrid's fierce gaze and then took another look at Charlie, who was still standing next to the corpse of the unicorn. Even Voldemort was scared away. Charlie nodded quickly. After Hagrid saw him nod, he turned and walked outside the Forbidden Forest. The children followed Hagrid one after another. Charlie followed behind him without exception, but in his mind he remembered the crushing battle that had just happened with Voldemort. At that time, after the strange changes in my eyes, my emotions seemed to disappear, leaving only rational judgments but lost perceptual judgments. I could feel my consciousness clear, but most of Voldemort's power disappeared without doing anything. At the end Charlie heard Voldemort's unwilling roar, "This is the power of God. Is the crystal in my mind related to the legendary God? Is there really a in this world? Maybe I can find clues from this aspect." And the unicorn that suddenly appeared at the end didn't know what was going on. "It was just a rational judgment that I should do it, but I don't know what the advantages and disadvantages are." Even the shutdown of that state was shut down by itself, and then the horse Firenze appeared. Does the crystal in my mind still have consciousness? Will there be the seizure in the novel? It seems that I have no time to find information about this thing. Hey, Charlie, what's the matter with you? Why are you out of your mind? Don't you know the Ravenclaw's lounge? Why did you follow us to the Gryffindor lounge? Ron watched and followed him. Charlie then asked suspiciously. Charlie recovered from his thoughts and then looked at the surrounding environment, and suddenly realized that he had gone wrong, so he said, "Oh, I was thinking about things just now, but I didn't look at the road very much. I have already passed the bifurcation." Ron watched Charlie walk back after speaking, and then walked towards the Gryffindor lounge and whispered to Harry and Hermione, "Do you think Charlie has been wandering since he was in the Forbidden Forest?" "In the state?" Hermione said somewhat of a matter of course, "If you also fight the mysterious man once, maybe you don't have the courage to fight the mysterious man yet." Hermione's words left Ron speechless. Hermione looked at Harry, who was also silent, and asked, "Harry, what's the matter with you? Why do you look so worried?" Harry walked into the lounge and walked back a few laps before he said, "I want to prevent Voldemort from getting the Philosopher's Stone, but I don't know how to do it." "Hermione, do you have any way?" Hermione looked at Harry, who was very impatient, and then looked into his eyes and said, "Harry, calm down, you need to know that you are safe at Hogwarts and the Sorcerer's Stone is safe, because there is a person here who is a mysterious man. The scariest one, he is Dumbledore. As long as he is in the mysterious man, he dare not act in Hogwarts. I think our focus now is on the upcoming exams, so don't expect me to copy it to both of you." In Dumbledore's office, Dumbledore was wearing his pajamas and a robe, quietly listening to what Hagrid said to him. After a while, Hagrid finally finished speaking. "Dang." Brideau tapped his fingers on the table and then asked, "You said Charlie was the kid who scared Voldemort away? Did you see them fighting with your own eyes?" Hagrid scratched his head with his hand and said, "I haven't seen their fight, and I also heard Charlie say that he scared the monster away." It was Centaur Ferens who guided Harry to say that the monster was Voldemort, and Voldemort want to use the power of the Philosopher's Stone to make a comeback. Dumbledore said calmly, "Okay, I know, you should go to rest at this late hour, it's really hard for you. By the way, you didn't tell anyone else about the way Mau Mau passed." Hagrid smiled and said, "For the sake of school, this bitterness is nothing. I think I was taught you to save my life. I haven't told anyone about how to get through." Hagrid's eyes were already moistened. Dumbledore waved his hand and said, "Let's go, let me think about how to deal with this matter." After being separated from Harry and others, Charlie did not walk towards Ravenclaw's lounge, but towards the library. When approaching the library, Charlie opened his own law of invisibility. He slowly walked into the empty library, and then searched for books related to the gods on the numerous shelves. But he searched all the books in the library except the restricted area, and found that none of the books were about gods. Even the history of the magical world only talked about gods in a few words. This situation makes Charlie feel that the past principals of Hogwarts hid these books related to the gods in the Forbidden Book Zone. Only in this way can it be said that Voldemort can recognize his own power, because he used to be a student. I spent a long time in the banned book zone. Chapter 27, Library Restricted Area. After Cha was ideal, he began to move slowly towards the Forbidden Book area, and it took a while for Charlie to carefully arrive at the Forbidden Book area. Compared to the books in the restricted book area outside, the books were covered with dust. Charlie read the names from the spine one by one, and suddenly one book called Secrets of the Soul fascinated Charlie. Charlie pulled out the book and looked at the intricate and beautiful patterns on the old cover. Charlie felt that the book was not simple. He opened the book and found that the author's name was when Voldemort was a student. The name used Tom Riddle. Charlie opened the first page curiously, and suddenly a twisted skull flew towards Charlie from the book that Charlie opened. Charlie subconsciously wanted to hide, but did not escape the impact of the skull. But Charlie found that the impact of the skull was harmless to him, but what made Cha not ideal was that his escape hit the small ladder next to him, but Charlie did not notice it. The little ladder fell down without exception after being touched crooked. The sound of boom was so obvious in the silent library that even Charlie himself was taken aback and dropped the book in his hand to the ground. After Charlie waited for a while and found that Filch hadn't appeared, he gently picked up the book and continued to look through it. Squeak! Charlie heard the sound of the library door being opened after looking at it for a while, followed by footsteps and a familiar voice. "Who is it? Who is there? Come out, you naughty students, not only dare to wander at night, but also dare to enter the Forbidden Book Zone. If you let me catch it, you can bear it. Baby, you can smell it carefully to see where this troublemaker is hiding." After Charlie heard Filch's voice, he put the book in his hand back on the shelf. After all, holding other things with his proficiency in the law of invisibility is more likely to be exposed. Charlie walked slowly and tried to leave the place that was obviously the scene, but before he could go out, the light of an oil lamp appeared around him. "My dear, is he hiding here? Let me see where he is hiding," Filch said as he walked towards this side carrying the oil lamp. "Hey! No one!" Filch said as he came to the fallen ladder and wondered, is this the sound of the falling ladder? But how could the ladder fall for no reason? Filch thought for a while and said to the cat next to him, my baby is sniffing carefully to see if anyone is hiding nearby. Filch's cat crawled to the vicinity of the secret of the soul that Charlie had just held, sniffed carefully, then jumped down and smelled everywhere on the ground, and gradually it came near Charlie. Charlie looked at the cat approaching him. Charlie was afraid that the cat would break his invisibility, so he released his power that made others feel scared. Filch's cat suddenly backed away as if seeing something terrifying. It hid behind Filch, trembling, and all the hairs stood upright. Filch looked at his cat, then looked forward in confusion and said, there is nothing there. Are you so scared? Hiss, is there something I can't see nearby? Filch murmured to himself for a while and then quickly left here, and his cat quickly fled behind him. Charlie heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Filch leave, and then when he was about to continue reading, he suddenly heard Filch's voice. Ah! It's Snape and Professor Quirrell. Did you hear the restricted area just now, the sound of? Snape's voice sounded, no, we just came. What's the matter, what's the matter? Filch whispered, it's like this. Just now I heard a voice coming from there, and then I took my cat to check and found that the ladder over there fell to the ground, and then my cat seemed to be frightened. I wonder if there is someone I can't see is there. So I want to ask Professor Snape to come and have a look with me. After Charlie heard this, he knew he was leaving. It would be easy to find out if he didn't leave, so Charlie left before Snape and Filch came. And after Malfoy returned to the dormitory, he wrote a letter to his father and wrote all the things that happened tonight. He handed the letter to the owl and then the owl sent it. The next morning, Lucius got up and saw his son's owl standing in front of his window. He took the letter on the owl's beak and opened it. It said, Dear Dad, you can't think of my experience tonight, I saw that mysterious man. Lucius read the letter for a long time without saying a word, and finally murmured, What the should I do? If the mysterious man returns, it must be to liquidate the person who betrayed him in the first place. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, do you want to help? What about him? At this time, Charlie ate breakfast as usual before heading to today's spell class. After Charlie sat down, Professor Flitwick also came in. He stood on a stool and looked around for a week and said, Today we learn to fly. Let Charlie show everyone how to cast the flying curse. Charlie stood up and took out his wand and waved it up and said, The curse textbook is flying. Suddenly, Charlie felt that the power that was still gentle was suddenly chaotic in his body. Charlie tried to control his magic power, let them obediently in his own body, and finally succeeded in casting the spell. A spell textbook on Flitwick's desk immediately vacated and fell into Charlie's hands. Charlie frowned when he looked at the wand in his hand, and Flitwick said to Charlie, Charlie, you are doing a good job. You can sit down. Charlie nodded and sat down, and thought, why does my control of power drop again? So much? It just happened that the risk did not succeed. Charlie felt the strength of the body carefully and found out, hey! The strength in my body has increased a lot. What's going on? Is it related to yesterday's matter? I'm about to fight Voldemort in Quirrell's body. Control is not good, it seems we have to hurry up to practice power control. So Harry sat down and began to penetrate his own magic power, and then used the magic power that came out to control the quill and the paper to practice writing. Finally, Charlie even started to use the magic to control the two quills to write different characters. At the beginning, Charlie still felt that not only the magic was uncontrollable, but also his thoughts were often confused, but after Charlie settled down, he gradually began to practice calligraphy normally. What Charlie didn't notice was that at this time, he also entered that kind of forgetfulness. The status is up. Chapter 28, Exams and Occlumency. One morning a few days later, Dumbledore received an urgent letter from the Ministry of Magic, which stated that he should leave for London immediately, and this request was approved by Lucius, one of the school directors. Dumbledore looked at this letter for a long time without saying a word, and finally he looked at the students coming and going outside the window and decided, leave it to those little guys to do their experience. I believe it is just a broken Voldemort remnant soul, Harry can defeat him. After finishing Dumbledore, he no longer hesitated to take the mage robe and said to the Sorting Hat and Phoenix Fox on the side, you can take care of those little guys for me, and by the way, inform the Vice President Professor McGonagall. After talking about Dumbledore, he quietly disappeared from Hogwarts. Few people knew about his disappearance at Hogwarts. And Harry Potter is eating in the restaurant at this time. He has been unable to calm down and review his homework these days. He has been thinking about how Voldemort and the others can seize the Sorcerer's Stone and revive him. But today was their final exam, and Harry had to focus his attention on dealing with the exam. As the season enters summer, the weather these days is extremely hot, and the hot weather in their exam classroom makes people drowsy. And they must use the special quill pens they sent to answer the questions, because these pens have been cast to prevent anyone from trying to cheat. Professor Flitwick's test is to call them into the classroom one by one, and then test whether they can tap a pineapple through a large table. And Professor McGonagall's question is to let them turn a mouse into a snuff bottle. The more beautiful they become, the higher their scores will be. If they don't look like they will have to deduct points. In this test, Charlie completed it perfectly. The snuff bottle he conjured was extremely beautiful, with intricate and beautiful patterns carved on it. The most amazing thing is that the pot he turned out was as soft as touching hair when touched. It was thought that a layer of hair was wrapped on the surface of the pot, so Professor McGonagall gave the highest score. Professor Snape's exam question is to select materials that can be used to make the Forgotten Potion from a large number of materials, and then complete it within the specified time, even if it is qualified. If it is not completed within the specified time or fails, it will be severely criticized and deducted. Charlie passed the exam easily, and Harry racked his brains to remember how to make the Elixir of Forgotten, but in the end Harry did not make the elixir within the specified time. Snape hated iron and steel and said, "You must be thinking about how to do bad things every day, so you don't have time to study hard. Don't think about how to become a great wizard, you are really a waste." After Snape finished speaking, approaching Harry whispered, "Also, don't think you can do whatever you want with the invisibility cloak." After Snape finished speaking, he flung his sleeves and left the classroom. Harry was thinking about why when Snape knew he had a cloak, a fire-like pain came from the scar on his forehead. After coming out of the forest that night, the tingling on his forehead had been torturing him. Ron thinks Harry must be suffering from test stress, because he often suffers from insomnia. In fact, Harry was always awakened by the nightmare he used to do. The difference was that this dream was scarier than before, because there was another scary shadow covered in a cloak and bleeding from the corner of his mouth. The last exam was Professor Binns's History of Magic. When Professor Binns collected all the papers and left, Harry couldn't help but cheered with the other students. When a few of them rushed out of the classroom, Hermione couldn't help but said, "This exam is much simpler than I thought. I had known it earlier so that I would not have to review the Werewolf Management Act of 1637 and the Elf Rebellion incident these chapters." Hermione had liked to answer the question after the exam, but Ron said that doing so would make him uncomfortable, so the three of them wandered all the way to the lake and sat down under a tree. Finally, no more reviewing. Ron sighed happily, lay down on the grass and stretched out his limbs and said, "Harry, you can look happy. We have a whole week to wait for the test results. Now, don't worry about our results." Charlie also came to the lake to find a place closer to Harry to sit down, and then continue to practice his control. Harry clutched his forehead and said, "My forehead has been hurting. It hurts before, but I have never tried to do it as often as now." After hearing that, Charlie said to Harry, "Harry, if you don't want to make yourself so painful, I have a way to help you eliminate this influence, but I don't know if you want to learn." Harry nodded quickly and said, "Charlie, Do you really have a way to get rid of my headache? Charlie nodded and said, I can cast a spell for you, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, but the effect of this spell is only 24 hours. Harry said happily, even if it's an hour. Hurry up. Can it be different as long as you cast this spell? Charlie took up the magic wand and performed an occlumency for Charlie. Generally speaking, occlumency can only be performed by himself, but Charlie found that he seemed to be able to improve this method of casting, but the effect was changed from permanent to 24 hours. Harry felt surprised and found that his head really no longer hurts, so he said to Charlie, Charlie, your spell is really useful, and it won't hurt immediately. Thank you so much. Charlie took out a thick notebook from his pocket and handed it to Harry, and then said earnestly, Harry, these are the notes I made while practicing occlumency. I will give it to you now. I hope you can learn occlumency. As long as you learn occlumency, I think your forehead will not hurt. Harry took the notes and looked through them. There were dense notes inside. Harry felt dizzy just by looking at it. You know Harry is not a good kid who likes to learn. Harry closed the note and looked at Charlie and asked questioningly, occlumency? What kind of magic is this? Is it possible to learn this forehead pain? Charlie hasn't explained yet. Occlumency, I heard that it can effectively prevent others from viewing your thoughts, and it can also effectively resist the Imperious and Dementor curses. I have never heard of it, but it can cure headaches. Hermione on the side said quickly. Hermione looked at Charlie and seemed to be waiting for Charlie's explanation. Hermione is right, but occlumency can really solve Harry's situation. As for Harry, it's up to you whether you want to learn it or not. Chapter 29, How to Pass 3 Dogs. Harry looked at Charlie's sincere expression and said to Charlie, I'll learn when I have time. Then Harry put the thick notebook into his pocket, but Harry said to Charlie in his heart, Charlie, it's true. This book is so thick that I feel dizzy when I read it, so I should keep it in my pocket forever. Without the interference of the headache, Harry's thinking became clearer. He remembered that no matter who wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone, the first thing to pass was Hagrid's three-headed dog. If I were Snape, he would go. The first thing to do to steal the Philosopher's Stone is to go to Hagrid to figure out how to pass the three-headed dog. Harry thought over and over in his mind, how can he put Hagrid's words out? In this period of time, the only time Hagrid had something unusual was when he was raising a dragon. Correct. How could I not expect it before? I still remember when he said, that man seemed to wish to lose the dragon to me. It must be this time that the dragon loser figured out how to deal with the three-headed dog from Hagrid. Thinking of this, Harry suddenly bent over and got up. Where are you going? Ron was just a little sleepy lying on the ground when Harry was awakened by this surprise. I just thought of something. Harry looked a little pale. Now, we have to go to Hagrid to figure out one thing. Why? Hermione caught up with Harry and said breathlessly. Charlie watched all this without any surprise. Even if Harry didn't remember it by himself, he would give Harry a hint, so he said in a trusting tone, Harry must have his reasons for doing this. Let's go and see if we know it. Hermione said helplessly, okay. Let's go and take a look. Anyway, there is nothing left, but Harry, can you not go so fast? Ha glanced at Charlie with a grateful look and didn't answer Hermione again, and instead of slowing down, he speeded up a bit. When they came to Hagrid's cabin, Hagrid was sitting on a bench outside the room peeling peas into a large bowl, with his pants and sleeves rolled up high. Hello. Hagrid saw Harry and the others approaching him and asked with a smile, the exam is over. How is the exam? If I have time, I will invite you and butterbeer. Well, Hagrid, thank you. Ron replied, licking his lips, but Harry immediately interrupted him. No, we're in a hurry. Hagrid, I'm here to ask you something. Do you remember the night you won Norbert? How did the person who played with you look like? Of course I remember. Hagrid said leisurely, but I don't know what he looks like." He refused to take off his mask. Seeing a few of them look surprised, he raised his eyebrows. "Actually, this is not surprising at all. Maybe he doesn't look good or doesn't want others to see himself, so he keeps his face covered. I don't see him like him." Harry jumped down next to the pea bowl. "Then what did you say to him?" "Let me think about it." Hagrid frowned and recalled, "Yes, he asked me what I did, and I told him I was a hunting field guard. Then he asked about the conditions of the several animals I looked after, and I told him all of them. Then, I said I really want to have a dragon. Then, he proposed that if I really want it, he has a dragon egg, as long as I play cards with him. Yes, but he wants me to promise that I will take care of the egg, not just put it aside and break it. So I told him that I can tame even fluffy hair, and there is no problem in hatching that egg. So, he's very interested in Mau Mau, right?" Harry said, trying to calm his voice. "Well, it's like this. You think even in Hogwarts, you can find a few three-headed dogs? So I told him that Mau Mau is nothing at all, as long as you play some music to it, it'll fall asleep obediently." Hagrid said here. Suddenly his expression became terrified. "I shouldn't have told you this," he said without thinking. "Forget what I just said." "Hey! Where are you going?" Hagrid asked after seeing them get up and leave. Harry and others didn't want to say anything, they just walked to the lobby before stopping. "We must go to Dumbledore now," Hermione said. "The person hiding behind the mask must be Snape. We just got out of Hagrid's mouth so easily." Snape used it. Is indeed easy for Dragon Egg to confuse Hagrid to ask how to crack the fur. "Now I only hope that Dumbledore will believe us, but where is Dumbledore's office?" When Hermione said here, Harry and Ron both looked at Charlie, because everyone in the school knew that Charlie had been taken to Dumbledore's office by Professor Flitwick. Charlie looked at them and said, "Okay. I know Dumbledore's office is there, www.readaloud.com, but I don't know what his office's password looks like today. You need to know Dumbledore. The password in Leto's office is different every day, and it's never repeated." Charlie said in his heart, "You know that Dumbledore's password is often a weird food name." Harry said indifferently, "As long as we find Dumbledore's office, I believe he will meet us." Charlie also said indifferently, "Okay. Come with me." Soon a few people came to the door of Dumbledore's office. Charlie said to Harry and them, "This is Dumbledore's office. Would you like to try to open it?" Harry tried to knock on the door when he heard it, and suddenly the knocker on the door said, "Please tell me the password." Harry looked at the talking door knocker and then tried to communicate with the door knocker. I don't know the password, but I need to call Professor Dumbledore for important things. Can you inform me?" The knocker ignored Harry and closed his eyes again. Harry was disappointed when he saw that the knocker ignored him. He waited a while and knocked on the door again and shouted, "Professor Dumbledore! Are you there? Let us go in, we have very important things to tell you." Suddenly a very stern voice sounded. It was Professor McGonagall's voice. "What are you doing? Who made you make a noise in the hallway? And this is Dumbledore's office. What are you doing here?" Harry looked at Professor McGonagall's stern gaze a little scared, because it seemed that the gaze told Harry that if he didn't give Professor McGonagall a perfect explanation, Professor McGonagall would punish him severely. Chapter 30, Harry's Approach. "Mag teacher, Professor, I have something to do with Professor Dumbledore," Harry said with some stumbling. McGonagall looked at Harry and said, "It may be a few days before you want to see Dumbledore, because this morning Dumbledore received a letter from the Ministry of Magic and went to London for an important event." Harry looked very stunned and said in disbelief when he heard it, "What? Dumbledore is not in Hogwarts, how could he not? Without him, Voldemort would find a chance to seize the Sorcerer's Stone." Professor McGonagall changed his face after hearing what Harry said, and then he scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? Who told you that the mysterious man would come and steal the magic stone? he is dead. And you are where did you know that the Sorcerer's Stone was at Hogwarts? Harry said anxiously, we met a monster drinking unicorn blood in the Forbidden Forest that day. Centaur Ferens said, he is the one who has been waiting for a chance to come back. He also told us that he was in school. What you want? Hagrid knows about this, and he should have told Dumbledore about it that night. Now Voldemort's minions know the way through Hagrid's three-headed dog, so now the Philosopher's Stone is very danger, we should protect it. Professor McGonagall was a little nervous at first, but when she heard that Dumbledore knew about it, she breathed a sigh of relief and said angrily, you think you are the savior, so you can ignore the protective magic that our professors are using? Do you think you are now more powerful than the magic wielded by our professors? Professor McGonagall calmed down and said, the magic that we professors can use is not easy for anyone to pass, let alone Dumbledore's method. People with dark hearts will never get the magic stone. You should not pay attention to these now. You should pay attention to your academic performance. If you fail to take the exam after the results, it depends on how I clean up you. Leave me here now. During Professor McGonagall's preaching, the three of Harry bowed their heads and left the corridor outside Dumbledore's office. Charlie watched Harry, Hermione, and the others walking down the corridor with a look of reluctance, and then Harry said to several people, this is not possible, the professors are not aware of the importance of the matter. We should be divided into two groups now. Look at Snape, go all the way to guard outside Mau Mau's room. Hermione looked at Harry and said, this method is okay. But who is going to watch Snape? Ron watched Hermione say in a weird tone, I see you go. Anyway, you are also a good student, as long as you pretend to ask him questions, you can watch him. Hermione was stimulated by Ron's yin and yang tone, she said angrily, what do you mean? Charlie didn't wait for the two of them to quarrel, but directly said, let me go. I am familiar with Snape, and it happens that I also have some pharmaceutics problems. I will go and talk about pharmacy with him. Charlie's initiative made the gunpowder between Hermione and Ron a little bit lighter, but the two still couldn't understand each other, and Hermione even said coldly, hey. She turned her head away without looking at Ron. Charlie ignored them, but turned and left here and walked towards Snape's office. Soon Charlie came to Snape's office, and Charlie could see from the window that Snape was sorting out the precious medicines in his medicine cabinet. Charlie did not remind Snape, but stood outside the door and waited for a while. After all, his task was to monitor Snape. After a while, Snape finally sorted out his medicine cabinet. He looked out the window and found Charlie standing outside. So Snape went outside and said to standing Charlie, Charlie, what are you doing here? Charlie looked at Snape and said respectfully, Professor Snape, I have some questions about pharmacy and I want to ask you. Snape looked at Charlie suspiciously and said, then why didn't you come in directly? Instead, you stood outside for such a long time. It turned out that Snape had discovered standing outside through the glass on his medicine cabinet. Charlie. Charlie looked at Professor Snape respectfully and said, I see Professor Snape you are busy, so I am going to wait outside for you to ask you after you are busy. I didn't expect Professor Snape to find me long ago. Up. Snape looked at Charlie with a dubious look and said, okay. Ask any questions next time. I have something urgent to deal with now. See you, Charlie. After Snape finished speaking, he ignored Charlie, and instead separated from Charlie directly. Charlie watched Snape disappear into the intricate corridor and finally did not catch up. In a corridor that Charlie couldn't see, Snape muttered suspiciously, I didn't follow up. It's hard for you reading www.yuyugonshu.com that he really came to ask questions? It doesn't matter, it's important to look at Quirrell. After Charlie didn't watch Snape, he was going to talk to Harry, but he ran into the three of Harry on the way. Charlie asked curiously, why are you back? Didn't you go to check in that room? Harry looked at Charlie embarrassedly and said, after we stayed there for a while, Professor McGonagall yelled at him and hurried back. She said, "If I see you here again, I will fire you. We have no choice but to come back, and then we are ready to monitor Snape with you. By the way, Charlie, didn't you go to monitor Snape? How come you are here?" Charlie said flatly, "I went to Professor Snape's office and found him. After he finished dealing with the matter at hand, I asked him some questions about pharmacy, but he said, 'Is there any question? I will ask again in a few days.' Because he has been busy these days. Then he left. I had no choice but to come to you to explain the situation." The confidence of the three of Harry was hit again. And then Harry said to Charlie, "Okay. Thank you anyway. Charlie, let's go first." "Bye." Charlie looked at Harry, then nodded and left without saying anything. After Charlie walked away, Ron said, "Harry, don't you care about the safety of the Sorcerer's Stone?" Harry thought for a while and then made up his mind to say, "Of course not, but now I can only sneak into that room with a cloak tonight." Hermione said in surprise, "Harry, this is absolutely impossible. If you are caught, you will not only be expelled, but also Gryffindor's college points will be deducted. Do you remember the 150 points we deducted last time? We haven't made it up yet. I don't allow you to do this." Chapter 31, Neville's Courage. "Hermione, I can't listen to you this time. Think about it. If Voldemort got the Philosopher's Stone and resurrected, what would he do? The first thing must be to destroy this place or make it a place for him to train wizards. Are you going to watch the beautiful and sacred Hogwarts be destroyed by Voldemort? Anyway, I will definitely not allow it. Even if I will be expelled, I will stop Snape from stealing the Philosopher's Stone." Harry said firmly to Hermione and then turned and left. Charlie, who left on the other side, came to the lounge and prepared to sleep well. After all, there was a tough battle to be fought at night. When Charlie came in, he found two other people in the dormitory, Jessie and Abbott, talking. Charlie greeted them and then lay down on the bed to rest. Then Jessie noticed Charlie's unusual behavior and asked enthusiastically, "What's the matter, Charlie? Are you not feeling well? You lie down in bed so early." Charlie opened his eyes helplessly after hearing Jessie's voice. Jessie is one of his roommates, who is lively and enthusiastic, likes to help classmates, and loves Quidditch competition very much, so he is very popular with classmates. It's not just that he just lay in bed during the day to sleep, he caringly asked if he was feeling sick. But after all, it was the kindness of other people, and it was hard not to answer him, so he said, "I'm fine, Jessie, I just feel a little tired from the exam and want to take a break." "Thank you for your concern," Jessie said with confidence. "It turns out to be like this. Actually, I said you should go and watch the training of the Ravenclaw team with us. This will help you relax." Charlie rolled over and said, "Thank you, but I'm going to sleep, you go." Jessie wanted to say something, but Abbott on the side heard the impatience in Charlie's voice and pulled Jessie's arm. He said, let's go see the training. Charlie, just let him sleep here if he doesn't want to go." Jessie was walked out of the dormitory by Abo. "Hey, don't pull so fast." "Okay. You pinch my nose, don't run, Abo, wait for me." Charlie heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the voice getting smaller and smaller outside, and finally no one came to bother him to sleep. Charlie closed his eyes and recalled the memory of Hogwarts that year. During this year, Charlie has been studying and seldom communicated with his classmates, because Charlie has always felt that there is nothing to say to some little kids, and the crystal in his mind reminds himself all the time, which makes him and others the classmates are out of place, so few people come to him. This made Charlie involuntarily reflect on, is it right to do this? It seems wrong. My own practice makes me separate from the crowd, which will make others notice that he is different from others. Well, it seems that I still need to pay attention to interpersonal relationship, after all, although they are small now, they can be their own help in the future. Charlie closed his eyes slowly, thinking about these, falling asleep, and time passed quickly in Charlie's sleep. Until dinner, the tranquility of the dormitory was broken by Jessie and Abo. The difficulty of their training is so high today. This is Abo's voice. Of course, after all, this Quidditch Cup was captured by Gryffindor. They must have worked harder, and there are no lessons these days. They can practice without any scruples, without worrying about the next day being criticized for sleeping in class. Jessie said naturally. Suddenly Jessie saw that Charlie was still asleep, so he kindly woke up Charlie. Charlie, Charlie, wake up. It's time for dinner. Would you like to go to dinner with us? Charlie opened his eyes and heard Jessie's invitation. He instinctively wanted to refuse, but thought of what he thought in the afternoon, so he smiled and said, "Okay. Wait for me, let's go together." Abo looked at him in disbelief. After all, based on his observations over the past year, he judged that Charlie is a person who doesn't like lively, doesn't like talking to other classmates, only likes to read alone and practice calligraphy with a floating quill pen that can be seen at any time. In the past, I have proved that my judgment is correct, but now it is like a different person. After getting off the bed, Charlie stretched out and said, I sleep so well. Let's go, let's have dinner." After finishing talking about Charlie, Jessie, and Abbott, they walked side by side towards the restaurant. On the way, Jessie told Charlie about the training he and Abbott had watched on the court this afternoon. Charlie echoed from the side from time to time. When Charlie was eating at Ravenclaw's table, Ellie didn't know when to sit next to him and said, "Why do you look in a good mood today? Even talking and laughing with other classmates." Charlie said, "It's okay. Let me introduce to you, this is Jessie, this is Abo, both are my roommates." Ellie covered her mouth and smiled, "Haha. Do you think everyone is the same as you? We have known each other a long time ago. Only today did I know that you still have a roommate. I used to think you lived alone." Lee's teasing Charlie can only deal with Ellie with an awkward and polite smile. www.readaloud.com. At night Charlie waited for Jessie and Abbe to both fall asleep and left Ravenclaw. Using his own invisibility rules, he moved slowly towards the third floor to avoid being spotted by Filch and his cat. On the other side, in the Gryffindor lounge, Harry was about to sneak away with his cloak. When Hermione and Ron appeared to Harry and said, "Harry, let's go with you. But if we are found out you will be fired," Harry said worriedly. Hermione looked at Harry and said, "I think you were right in the afternoon, we can't be so selfish, so Ron and I decided to go with you, and do you think you can crack the magic without us?" Ron said on the side, "We are iron buddies. How can you let you go on an adventure alone?" Harry said gratefully, "Thank you." Suddenly a voice rang, "You really want to go out at night again? You can't do that." Harry and the others looked at the source of the sound. It was Neville. "This will discredit Gryffindor's honor. Have you forgotten when the last 150 points were deducted? In those days, someone looked at us with strange eyes and pointed at me and said, 'Look, then just those naughty friends.' I don't want to do this anymore, this time I will stop you anyway." Neville got up from the chair and walked to the exit of the lounge and stretched out his hands in a blocking gesture. Harry looked at Neville and said, "Neville, you let us have a very important thing to do." Harry was anxious in his heart, maybe Snape had already entered the room where Mau Mau was. Chapter 32, 3 Dogs. Navely looked at Harry and said firmly, "This time I will stop you no matter what, and I can't let you make mistakes again." Hermione looked at Neville and said, "Neville, get out of the way, do you know what you are doing? Don't be like an idiot." Faced with Hermione's questioning, Neville said angrily, "I know what I'm doing. And I am not an idiot." Hermione said anxiously, "Keep it down." Then Hermione couldn't lift up her wand and said, "All petrified." Neville instantly stiffened and couldn't speak any more. He turned around with his movable eyes, looking in his eyes, full of fear. Ron looked at Hermione in surprise and said, "Hermione, what did you do to Neville? It wouldn't be killed." "Idiot, this is a petrification spell. It just makes him unable to move. It doesn't do much harm to the body. Hurry up and help me lift him to the sofa over there." Hermione explained and came to Neville. "Navi, I'm sorry, for the school, I can only make you feel wronged." Harry and Ron hurriedly came to Neville after hearing what Hermione said. Together they carried Neville to the couch in the corner. From a distance, Neville looked like he was sleeping here. And Harry and the others immediately went out with the invisibility cloak after doing this. At this moment, Charlie had already come to Fluffy's room. Charlie looked at the sleeping three-headed dog and didn't speak, and was ready to go down without disturbing him. But after Charlie walked in front of the three-headed dog, 6 pairs of eyes suddenly opened and stared at Charlie. Charlie watched the three-headed dog suddenly opened his eyes and took out the instrument he prepared from his pocket without any panic. But before Charlie played the music, the three-headed dog took the initiative to step back, and then knelt down in the corner, and his 6 eyes also looked to the ground and did not dare to look at Charlie. Although Charlie did not know why. But seeing that the location of the hidden door had been exposed, Charlie took the instrument and walked to the hidden door carefully, then stared at the three-headed dog, opened the hidden door and jumped down. When Charlie jumped down, the three-headed dog came back. "Lie down above the secret door to rest." And the 3 of Harry outside the Gryffindor lounge put on invisibility cloaks. In order to completely cover the bodies of the 3 had to squeeze together and walk slowly. They walked through the complex and ever-changing corridor to the stairs to the 3rd floor. Just as they were about to go up, they suddenly heard Filch's voice, "Ah! Really, how did Professor McGonagall let me patrol only this area today? What? Then those naughty ghosts in other places can do whatever they want." Harry and the others were so scared that they tensed, and they walked slowly in the same way as the crawling speed of the tortoise, for fear of being discovered by Filch. Filch's cat turned around, sniffing here and there, and then looked suspiciously in Harry's direction. There is a familiar smell in its sense of smell, but it does not see anyone, which makes it very puzzled. After seeing it, Filch picked up his cat, then stroked its back and said, "What's wrong today? Why do you look at a place in a daze like this twice? Isn't it possible to walk around and feel a little depressed?" Harry finally came to the hallway on the 3rd floor. They breathed a sigh of relief when they arrived, but they soon became nervous again, because they found that the door of the room that was closed with Mau Mau had been opened. Harry and the others took off their cloaks and walked quickly. They opened the door to find a harp in the room and the three-headed dog was sleeping. Harry looked at the extra harp and said, "It must be Snape already in, I want to hurry up. Come and find out where the secret door is." Ron recalled the scene last time and said, "I seem to remember that it was in the middle of the house, under the three-headed dog." Ron said to Harry and the others with his back to the three-headed dog, and then Ron looked at Heeman and Harry asked with unnatural expressions, "What's the matter? Did this monster wake up?" Ron half-joked and turned his head to look. The three-headed dog that was lying on his stomach had already stood up, and the 3 dogs were facing Ron below with their heads half open. Ron, who wanted to yell, suddenly heard Harry yell "Run!" So Ron subconsciously turned and ran towards Harry and the others, and it was this run that made Ron avoid the middle of the 3 dogs. The bite of the head. When Harry reminded Ron to escape, he took out the clarinet that Hagrid had given him from his pocket. When he was about to play the clarinet, Hermione stopped him. "If you played the clarinet now, this 3-headed dog will lie on the secret door again, we can't get in." Hermione said to Ron, who was still running away, "Ron, you have to find a way to lead it aside." Ron grumbled and said in a crying voice, "I will try my best. I don't know if I can get away with the big mouth." After he said that, he ran to the corner. But Ron hasn't ran far. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com felt a stench from above him. Harry and Hermione looked at a big head with a big mouth completely covering Ron's sky, which made them very nervous, and Harry used his hand to hold the recorder tightly and put it to his mouth to prepare Ron to blow it whenever he was in danger. Just when Ron thought he was dead, he suddenly found that the shadow that hung over him disappeared. Although Ron didn't know why, he knew that his life was temporarily saved, so he ran forward even harder. But Harry and Hermione, who stood by, could see clearly. It turned out that when the big mouth covering Ron was about to bite down, the other two heads suddenly slammed into the head, knocking it from above Ron. Wrong, then this bite naturally did not bite. Soon Ron finally led the three-headed dog aside. Harry also played the clarinet, but Harry, who had never learned music, played the flute very uncomfortably, but the three-headed dog was still shaking. Fell asleep. After seeing the three-headed dog asleep, Ron cautiously passed by the three-headed dog. Harry saw Ron who was okay and said, "Thank you Ron, so much. Now we have to hurry, lest the three-headed dog wait." "I woke up." Ron panted and said, "I'm really exhausted. If you are late, I won't be able to run and I'll be dismembered by a three-headed dog." Harry opened the secret door after speaking. Hermione and Ron surrounded them, looking at the dark hole. The three of them were a little afraid to jump down. Finally Harry looked at the three-headed dog showing signs of awakening and said, "We must jump down, otherwise we won't have a chance to jump when the three-headed dog wakes up." After saying that, Harry took a deep breath and closed his eyes and jumped down. Hermione did not think much but jumped down. Ron looked at the entrance of the cave and then in the direction of the three-headed dog. He gritted his teeth and jumped down. Chapter 34, Encounter Charlie. Harry and the three screamed and fell, and soon they found that the place where they fell was soft. Ron lay on it and said, "Fortunately there is this, otherwise we won't fall to death. It's really comfortable. I really want to lie on it and not get up." "Harry, what are you doing with my feet?" Harry looked at Ron suspiciously and said, "I didn't pull your feet." "Yes, those vines. They move." Harry looked at Ron's feet and discovered this amazing secret. Soon the three of Harry's bodies were more or less entangled with some vines. Hermione looked at these vines and felt like she had seen them somewhere. Soon Hermione remembered this is the Devil's Vine. "I heard Professor Proud's lesson in her class. This kind of vine likes a dark and humid environment." Harry quickly said, "Then use flames." "Our hands are all trapped, Hermione depends on you, and our lives are in your hands." Hermione heard Harry hand their lives in her hands, suddenly panicked and said anxiously, "But I can't make a fire." Harry said loudly after hearing it, "We are wizards, we have magic wands to cast spells, hurry up, I'm almost out of breath." Hermione drank like a head, and quickly took out her wand and read flaming. A flame spurted from Hermione's wand, and the Devil's Vine that instantly wrapped around them shrank like seeing the most feared thing. Back, the three of them lost the support of Devil Tang and fell directly to the ground. Ron fell to the ground and screamed and said, "Ahem, hem. Phew, Hermione, did you know? I almost lost my breath. I almost strangled me." Harry said to Ron, "Ron, are you okay? If it's okay, we must move on." Ron got up from the ground and said, "Fortunately, I can go." The three of them walked down the passage. From the trend of the passage, they were walking down. "I don't know if it's underground at Hogwarts," Harry thought. Soon the three of them heard a flapping, fluttering sound, and Harry whispered, "Listen, there is a sound in front of it, it seems like something is flying, is it a vampire bat?" Hermione said with some fear, "Harry, don't scare me. Whether it is or not, we must be careful." Harry said again. The three people came to a room cautiously. There were many bird-like things flying above the room. The three people walked into the room after careful testing and found that there was no danger. Only then did Hermione see that it was not a bird but each key had wings, so Hermione said to Harry and Ron, "This is not a bird, this is the key." Then Hermione looked at the opposite. "Shimon has a keyhole on it." Hermione pointed to the keyhole and said, "I think the key we need is flying on it." Harry looked at the many keys flying in the sky and asked, "Then how do we get it? And which one is real?" Ron said at this time, "Look, there is a flying broom here, I think this is our tool." Then Ron pointed to a distinctive silver key in the sky, which looked listless. "This may be the key we are looking for, after all, someone has caught it before us, so it doesn't seem to fly fast." Hermione and Harry looked at the key and felt that Ron was right. At this time, Ron handed the flying broom beside him to Harry and said, "Harry, come on. Here you fly the best, the fastest, you will be able to catch it." Harry took the flying broomstick and rode it confidently. When Harry rode the flying broomstick into the air, the speed of the key flying in the sky became extremely fast. Harry avoided the interference of other keys, chasing the silver key all the time. However, just when he was about to grasp this key, the other keys started to hit Harry's body. Harry, who was not checked for a while, was hit by these huge keys and his balance was unstable. Seeing the second hit to come, Harry hurriedly stabilized his body and then used a difficult roll used in Quidditch games to avoid the second impact, and then accelerated and grabbed the silver key as it slowed down the turn. When Harry grabbed this key, the other keys stopped chasing Harry, flying slowly in the sky, and Harry flew down from the sky holding the silver key. He took the key and inserted it into the keyhole. It was just right. The stone door made a moving sound. Soon the stone door was opened and all three of Harry walked in. "Are you here, too?" Suddenly a voice surprised Harry and the others, and Harry said nervously, "Who is it?" Hermione said with some uncertainty, "Is it Charlie?" "It's me, I didn't expect you to come too." Charlie appeared in front of Harry and the others and said, "Harry." They looked at Charlie questioningly and then Harry asked, "Why are you here? Are you also Voldemort's minion and want to steal the Sorcerer's Stone?" Charlie calmly explained, "I wanted to see the door at night. I didn't expect the door to be opened when I came. I went in without much thought. Then I went all the way to here, but I can't make it, so I can only wait here and take back the Sorcerer's Stone after the people inside come out." Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com did not expect you to come too. Harry listened to Charlie's explanation but initially relaxed his suspicion. After all, this was only Charlie's side words. Harry looked at the huge chess pieces in this space and asked, "What is this level? I think you and Ron have already met each other." "That's right, this level is a wizarding game. You can pass the level as long as you win the opponent," Charlie said to Harry and Ron. Then Charlie said again, "I just don't know how to play Witcher's chess, so I was stopped here. Can any of you play Witcher's chess?" Ron volunteered and said, "Let me do this. I am good at this. Now you go to your respective positions, and then follow my command." Then Ron sat on the horse in the knight position, and then freed 3 positions. Charlie, Harry, and Hermione all found an empty place to stand, and when they stood, the white chess opposite started to move. Soon Ron fought with the opponent vividly and until there were no more pawns on the field. Ron looked at Harry and said, "Harry will wait and I will lure him to eat me, and then you have a chance to kill the opponent's king, so we can win." Harry and Hermione stopped loudly. "Hold on, we must have other ways." Ron said palely, "No, this is chess. You must sacrifice to win the final victory." After Ron finished speaking, he controlled his chess pieces to walk to the side of the opposing queen, and the opposing queen picked up the sword in his hand and slashed towards Ron. Ron closed his eyes, and Charlie raised the wand in his hand and said, "Heavy armor." An invisible wall stood in front of Ron, and the queen's sword slashed on it and slashed until Ron was sitting. The horse behind. Chapter 35, The Deal with Voldemort. Harry and Hermione yelled nervously, "Ron, Ron, are you okay?" Charlie yelled, "Don't move. The chess hasn't been finished yet, don't you want Ron's effort to be wasted? Drop it." "Harry, now you should die the king," as Ron said. Hermione and Harry stopped looking at Ron. Harry lifted his foot and walked to the king's face and said loudly, "You are dead." The king took off his crown, and these wizards disappeared. There was no trace, as if everything that had just been experienced was just a phantom, but Ron, who fell on the ground, reminded Harry that everything just now was true. Hermione ran up to Ron nervously and checked whether Ron was in danger, and finally she let out a sigh of relief and said, "Ron just fainted, but I think I still have to send him for treatment alone." Charlie looked at Harry and Hermione and said, "You all go. One of you will send Ron for treatment, the other will notify Professor McGonagall." Harry thought for a moment and then nodded and said, "Charlie, please. Don't let Snape get the Philosopher's Stone." After saying that, Harry and Hermione helped Ron to leave. On the way back, Hermione asked Harry questioningly, "Harry, do you really trust Charlie?" Harry said calmly, "I won't put the safety of the school on someone. When we go out, you will inform Professor McGonagall. I will be guarding outside, no matter who comes out with the magic stone. I will try my best to stop him." Hermione nodded after thinking for a while, because this is the best way so far. "What about Ron?" "Ron, stay with me first. I will take care of him. You will come back and take him for treatment after you inform Professor McGonagall," Harry said while supporting Ron. On the other side, Charlie entered another room through a door. When Charlie entered, the passage behind him suddenly raised flames, and flames rose on the way forward. There is a table in front of him. There are 3 bottles of potions on the table. The potions are labeled with A, B, and C. In addition, there is a magic parchment on the table. When Charlie picked up that one, when the parchment was on, a line of words appeared on it. There are 3 students A, B, and C with a number 36, 108, and 144 on their heads. They can see the other 2 numbers, and it is known that the sum of 2 numbers among the 3 numbers is the other number, and then they answer in turn whether they can guess. Who can guess their number first? The answer is the key to pass the level. Charlie looked at the topic and thought about it for a while, then took the potion marked C. Charlie poured the potion into his mouth, and a cold current spread to Charlie's body with the potion. Charlie walked into the flame and found that he could not feel the heat at all, as if he had not been standing in the flame. After Charlie walked out of the flame, he found a person standing in front of a mirror. "You are finally here. Harry, it's you." "Charlie, how come you are here?" Quirrell said as he turned to look at the person coming. Charlie asked curiously, "Why? Did my appearance surprise you? Professor Quirrell or Mr. Voldemort?" Quirrell wanted to say something, but when there was an unquestionable voice, "So you are called Charlie, since you have appeared. Let's compare it. Let me see how powerful God is." Quirrell took off the package. The turban on the back of his head revealed a pale white face with a flat nose. Then Quirrell's hands and feet were weirdly twisted. Voldemort took Quirrell's wand and said, "Although this body and this wand are not easy to handle, Avada so." Voldemort looked at his hands and feet, and then halfway through speaking, he suddenly cast a killing spell on Charlie. Charlie has been guarding Voldemort since he appeared. Seeing a dazzling green light jetting from the tip of Voldemort's wand, Charlie knew it was not easy to read heavy armor, and then rolled to the side. Although Charlie's heavy armor only resisted the killing curse for a while, Voldemort's killing curse was still avoided by Charlie. After Charlie rolled on the ground, he said, "Accept your weapon." Then Charlie quickly got up from the ground. Facing Charlie's disarming curse, Voldemort had to dispel the idea of winning. Voldemort looked at Charlie, who stood up, and said, "That's not bad. The reaction speed is very fast. Why don't you use the same power as last time? Can't you use it, or you don't know how to use it?" Charlie looked at Voldemort without speaking, but asked, "What? Do you still want to taste the divine power?" Charlie's rhetorical question made Voldemort dare not confirm that what Charlie said was true or false. Voldemort looked at Charlie, who was fearless. "Tempted, Charlie?" Charlie, I feel the power in your body is very pure and dark. www.readaloud.com. I am also a member of the dark, join me and then we two people join hands to rule the world. How about? Charlie listened to Voldemort's words and had a desire to rule the world, but then he felt the crystal in his mind shake for a while and Charlie regained consciousness. Charlie knew that he was almost hit, so Charlie looked at Voldemort and said vigilantly, Voldemort, don't use these soul interference methods. I won't be hit. Your temptations are of no use to me. Voldemort looked at Charlie and said, I don't think you know how to use divine power. Why don't you use divine power to defeat me? If you don't cooperate with me, you will be the enemy. You are still kind to the enemy. I think your character will not do such a thing, so I can be sure that you will not use this power, or even you don't even know that. What power is it? Voldemort looked at Charlie's expression while talking, and then continued, why not? I tell you everything I know about that power. You help me get the Sorcerer's Stone. Is this kind of cooperation good for you? Charlie thought for a while and said, sure enough, is still hot. I agreed to this cooperation, but you can tell me the information first. Voldemort said with a smile, don't engage in these unnecessary topics, you first get the magic stone from the magic mirror, and then I will tell you the message, and you will give me the magic stone. Charlie did not refute and came to the mirror. He saw from the mirror that he was playing with his relatives. During this time, Lisa held a gem and handed it to Charlie in the mirror. After Charlie took it, everything in the mirror was the screens of all started to disappear. Voldemort looked at the Philosopher's Stone in Charlie's hand and said happily, very well, the Philosopher's Stone has appeared. Chapter 36, Misunderstanding. Charlie looked at Voldemort with the Philosopher's Stone and said, I did what I should do, now it's your turn. Voldemort greedily looked at the magic stone in Charlie's hand and said, you have a great power in your body. This power is the power of God. According to my judgment, it is a divine power of the soul nature. I only judge so much. If you want to know more, I want to be helpful to you in Hogwarts' Forbidden Area. Okay, now hand over the Philosopher's Stone in your hand. Charlie looked at Voldemort and said, do you only know that? Voldemort sneered and said, it's not whether I know how much, but how much I am willing to tell you. Okay, stop talking nonsense, hand over the Philosopher's Stone in your hand, I can spare you, after all, you are now it's not good for me to die. Voldemort paused and then said loudly, but if you are obsessed, I can send you to death now. Then take the Philosopher's Stone. Charlie looked at Voldemort and threw the magic stone to the sky and said, really? Then I have to take a good look at how you killed me. Then Charlie raised his wand and rides Voldemort's sight to be attracted by the magic stone flying into the sky. It reads Avada Suo Ming. Voldemort looked at Charlie's shot, not surprisingly, and raised his hand to be a life-killing spell, and the dazzling green light shot out from the wand. But he found that Charlie's life-killing spell was different from his own. Charlie's release was a night sky made of pure black energy. This Yechi opened its bone wings, and its eyes were shining with the light of blue flame. It stepped on its horseshoe and came towards it, and then collided with its own dark green life spell. A dazzling light radiated from the center where the two forces collided. In Voldemort's unbelievable eyes, the Black Yechi quickly knocked his power down and rushed towards him. Voldemort watched Yechi pass through his body. After Voldemort's excessive use, the body that had reached the limit was taken away all the vitality after this blow, and finally the body turned into powder and dissipated in the air. Charlie looked at Voldemort who had disappeared and said, do you think I really can't control this kind of power? I just didn't expect this kind of power to bless the black magic so much. Crack! There was a sound of crystal shattering. Charlie looked back at the fake Philosopher's Stone and walked out without his head. When Charlie left, he did not find a black smoke rising from the place where Voldemort destroyed behind him, and then the smoke quietly attached to the solace of Charlie's shoes. When Charlie walked out, he found Harry standing in the corridor opposite the door. He looked at himself nervously and said, "Charlie, what's going on inside?" Charlie said calmly, "It's not Snape, but Professor Quirrell. He is possessed by Voldemort's soul. I have defeated them, and then they fled." Charlie's answer did not relax Harry and continued to ask, "What about the Philosopher's Stone?" Charlie looked at Harry and said, "The Philosopher's Stone was broken." After Charlie finished talking, he was about to leave, but Harry opened his hands and stopped Charlie and said, "I'm sorry, Charlie, you can't go now. Because I don't know if the Sorcerer's Stone is on you, and if you take refuge in Voldemort. None of this is clear. I hope you can wait here for Professor McGonagall and they will come soon." Charlie looked at Harry and asked Harry, "Don't you believe me?" Harry was a little ashamed by Charlie's eyes. After all, he was close to Charlie to believe in himself unconditionally, and now he doubts him, but he quickly resolutely looked at Charlie and said, "Charlie, it's not that I don't believe you, but this matter is too important, it is related to the safety of the school and the magic world, I have to be cautious." Harry is right, this matter is very important. We have to deal with it carefully, but Charlie, as long as you prove that what you are saying is true, you can go to rest. A serious voice sounded, and then there was a sound of footsteps, and all the professors came. Professor McGonagall looked at Charlie with a serious expression and asked, "Charlie, you will tell us what happened below." Charlie had no other choice but to say again, "I went to a room after passing the title set by Professor Snape. In the room I saw Professor Quirrell. He stood in front of a mirror and kept talking, and then he found for me. I helped him take out the magic stone from the magic mirror, then threw the magic stone into the air, attracted his attention and hit him with a spell, then the magic stone fell to the ground and shattered. He got hurt and fled there, and then I came out." Professor McGonagall looked around after listening and asked, "Did Professor Quirrell come?" "Snape, you reading www.uugonshu.com, have you notified him?" "I didn't find him in his office," Snape said in a positive tone. "He was not found anywhere else." Professor McGonagall thought for a while and then asked Charlie, "Are the fragments of the Philosopher's Stone with you?" "Not with me, still in place." "Okay, let's take a look at the shards of the Philosopher's Stone," McGonagall said, and then took a few professors and Charlie into the room. Harry wanted to follow, but Professor McGonagall said to him and Hermione, "You first take Ron to the treatment. Then go to rest immediately." Soon a group of people came to the room. McGonagall came to the place of the Sorcerer's Stone fragment. She picked up a fragment and looked at it for a while and then said, "This is a fake, this is not a real Philosopher's Stone." Many people were surprised by Professor McGonagall's conclusion. Both Snape and Flitwick picked up a piece of debris from the ground and looked at it. Then they did not refute Professor McGonagall's conclusion. They have all seen the truth. People of the Philosopher's Stone, so you can be sure that this is not a fragment of the Philosopher's Stone. McGonagall looked at Charlie with a scrutiny gaze. Although Charlie knew that this was a fake Philosopher's Stone, he did not expect McGonagall to have seen the real one. For a while, Charlie didn't know what to say. The scene was quiet for a while, all the professors looked at Charlie, seeming to judge whether he was lying. Finally, Professor McGonagall said, "In order to ensure your innocence, I think you need to ask me to check if you have hidden the Philosopher's Stone on your body, so you have to search your pockets for us." Charlie looked at Professor McGonagall and said, "Impossible. I won't hand over what's in my body to you for inspection. The so-called clearer is self-clear. Anyway, the truth will be revealed when Dumbledore returns." Chapter 37, Emotional Change. "Hey? You have Voldemort's dark breath, you have a problem." McGonagall looked at Charlie suddenly and then said nervously. Professor McGonagall took out his wand and pointed at Charlie. Professor McGonagall's move surprised all the professors and Charlie. Professor Flitwick looked at McGonagall and asked, "Professor McGonagall, do you feel wrong?" Professor Flitwick had just finished speaking, a dark breath rose from Charlie's body. This breath formed a skull symbol above Charlie, and there was a snake swimming in it in the eye socket. After seeing this sign, the professors present didn't doubt what Professor McGonagall said, because the sign in the sky was Voldemort's Death Eater mark. Then the Death Eater logo wandering in the air suddenly heard a hoarse voice, ha ha ha. I'm coming back, you people who haven't seen me for a long time, I think we will meet soon. This is Voldemort's voice, all the professors thought in their hearts. Charlie looked at the Death Eater mark in the sky and didn't know what was going on. The sign in the sky was absorbed by Charlie's left eye. All visions disappeared, and then Charlie felt the strength in his body increased again, even he had already begun to break away from his control, and Charlie felt the negative emotions in his heart began to expand. However, in the eyes of other professors, this is a manifestation of Voldemort having possessed Charlie, so everyone looked at Charlie on guard. Charlie looked at the professors who were wary of him and said, "You don't suspect that I have colluded with Voldemort and stole the real Philosopher's Stone?" Snape looked at Charlie with an uncertain look and said, "Who knows? After all, you and Voldemort were only there at the time, and now the Philosopher's Stone is gone again, and there is a Death Eater mark on you, no one. I don't know if the disappearance of the Philosopher's Stone is related to you, what do you think?" Charlie looked at Snape and then looked around at the surrounding professors and finally laughed at himself. "That's right, you don't trust a student at all, let alone Voldemort's Death Eater mark appeared on this student." Flitwick saw that Charlie's emotions were not right and said, "Charlie, calm down, the situation is not certain now. We did not say that you colluded with Voldemort, maybe you did not beat him and then he was controlled by him." "Not necessarily." McGonagall thought about the possibility of Flitwick's statement and said, "I'll wait for Professor Dumbledore to come back. I have heard from him in the afternoon and he said he will be back soon. But in Dumbledore before returning, Charlie, you can't get out of our sight." After hearing what Professor McGonagall said, Charlie covered his face with his hands and smiled lowly, "Ha ha ha ha. Why bother? Don't be so hypocritical. Since you don't trust me, I have nothing to say. Let me fight. Ha ha ha." Charlie's laughter was a bit crazy, which made the professors very uncomfortable to hear, and when Charlie spoke, Charlie's body began to exude a black smell visible to the naked eye. Charlie raised his head and looked at the faces of the professors around him with a wicked smile. The professors looked at Charlie's face and found that Charlie's eyes had become pure black, and substantial smoke came from the corners of his eyes floating around. Charlie Flitwick looked at Charlie's appearance and thought of something and then said to other professors, "No, Charlie's state is not right. He seems to be affected by the evil force in him. Do you remember Dumbledore back then? Did you say that?" Professor McGonagall looked at Flitwick and asked, "Then what should I do now? I can feel that the power in Charlie is so strong." Flitwick looked at Charlie, who was getting stronger and stronger, and said, "We can only interrupt his momentum first, and then work together to control him or stun him." Professor Flitwick's proposal was approved by all the professors. They each took out their wands and cast spells on Charlie. The spells they cast quickly reached Charlie's surroundings, but they were blocked by the energy surrounding Charlie. These energies seemed to have absorbed their spells, and their spells weren't exciting from the slightest change. This made all the professors dumbfounded, looking at Charlie wrapped in strange power at a loss. But at this moment a loud but healing voice sounded, and all the professors looked towards the sky. This was Dumbledore's partner Phoenix Fox. Fox hovered over Charlie's head and began to sing with its magical singing voice. With this healing magical song, Charlie's emotions gradually calmed down, and the dark power emanating from Charlie also stabilized with Charlie's emotional stability. Is absorbed into the body. When all the dark energy disappeared www.readaloud.com, Charlie was back to normal. He looked at the professor standing around him and said dizzily, "What happened just now?" As soon as Charlie finished speaking, he closed his eyes and fainted. The professors looked at Charlie, who fell on the ground, and looked at each other. In the end, Professor McGonagall said, "Charlie seems to have no threat. Take Charlie to the medical room for an examination. Now that Fawkes has appeared, I think Professor Dumbledore is also coming soon. Let's wait for Dumbledore to make a decision on this matter." Charlie opened his eyes with difficulty and looked at the surrounding environment. Charlie knew that this was the school infirmary. He struggled to sit up and wondered, why did he show up in the school's infirmary? And why is he so weak and feels like he has no strength at all? What happened? "Ah, my head hurts." Charlie covered his head with his hands and said. A nurse guarding outside heard the voice inside and quickly looked inside through the window, and found that Charlie was sitting on the bed with his head in his hands with a painful expression on his face. The nurse thought of what Madame Pomfrey had told herself, that "I will notify her as soon as the patient wakes up." So the nurse hurried to Madame Pomfrey's office. Soon the door of Charlie's ward opened. Charlie looked at the door and found that it was Madame Pomfrey, so he asked Madame Pomfrey, "Madame Pomfrey, what's wrong with me? Why do I feel so weak? Can't sense the slightest power." Madame Pomfrey looked at Charlie and said in a soft voice, "I don't know this. You may want to ask Principal Dumbledore. You lie down and rest. I have notified the principal that he will be coming soon. I'll see him soon." Chapter 38, Philosopher's Stone End. Charlie just waited for a while and heard a lot of footsteps outside. Charlie looked around and found that Dumbledore and many professors were here, as well as Harry, their 2 roommates, and Ellie. Charlie looked at Dumbledore and said, "Professor Dumbledore, you are back. Do you know what happened to me?" Charlie's doubts did not immediately receive Dumbledore's answer. Dumbledore calmed down and said, "My child, don't worry, we will talk about your body later. Now I will talk to you about your stopping Voldemort. You did a good job and stopped Voldemort's conspiracy. The real Philosopher's Stone was not lost. It is still at Hogwarts. You are all good, Charlie, Professor McGonagall, their misunderstanding of you. I think I want to apologize to you, but please understand them, after all, this is where your duty lies." Charlie looked at Dumbledore and said, "I understand, but what happened after that? Why don't I remember anything?" Professor McGonagall looked at Charlie as if he really didn't remember those things, and said, "If you want to know now, I can tell you, if you don't mind. There are so many people here." After checking the ideal, Dumbledore said again, "Okay, let's go now and give these little guys some time. Charlie, come to my office when you're done, and I'll tell you that day. What happened?" After talking about Dumbledore, he took many professors away, and only the 3 of Harry, his roommate, and Ellie were left on the court. "Charlie, are you okay? I heard you were sent to the infirmary." Ebo and Allie were very worried. Jessie looked at Charlie with a pale face and said, "Especially Allie, when I heard you were injured, and you rushed over immediately, you can't stop it." Allie heard Jessie teasing herself and quickly said to Jessie, "Jessie, are you different? What is special about me? Don't talk nonsense, okay?" Ebo looked at the 2 quarreling people and persuaded him, "Okay, stop arguing. Charlie is not feeling well. You will disturb him to rest like this." Charlie looked at this scene and said with a smile, "Abb is right, if you make any noise, go out. I still need to be quiet here." Allie and Jessie didn't say anything after hearing Charlie say so. Allie even snorted to Jessie and turned their heads and stopped looking at him. "Ahem, Charlie, sorry, I misunderstood you too," Harry said embarrassedly. Charlie said to the 3 of them, "It's okay, I understand you, and I also understand teaching them, so you don't have to feel guilty. If it were me, I would do the same." Charlie paused for a while and continued, "Okay, I'm tired. Some of you all go out." In the next few days, Ellie and the others would come to talk to Charlie every day, and they would also bring Charlie fresh fruit, so Charlie quickly recovered. The first thing Charlie did after his recovery was to come to Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore said to Charlie when he saw Charlie's arrival, "Let's do it first. Do you want to listen to me first about what happened that day, or let me talk about your problem first? Let's listen to what happened that day. Charlie sat down and looked at Dumbledore and said. Dumbledore nodded and said, that day Professor McGonagall suspected that you were colluding with Voldemort or that you were controlled by Voldemort. Then your mood changed a lot, becoming extremely extreme, and then your body began to emit darkness. Energy. After listening to Dumbledore's narration, Charlie guessed the main reason for his loss of control at the time based on his own feelings at the time. After he absorbed Voldemort's power, his body strength soared, causing the power he did not fully grasp to run away, and then his mind was this force invades. And Dumbledore's next words also proved his own guess. The reason why you are in this situation, I think, is that the power in your body suddenly soars out of control, and then you are in a negative emotion at the time, so your power amplify this increase in negative sentiment. Dumbledore paused, leaving Charlie a little time to digest, and then continued, the power in your body is very powerful, but it is also very easy to affect your own emotions. So you have to do two things. First, you recontrol yourself. Remember that it is best to use this force after you have fully controlled it, otherwise it is easy to lose control again. The second is to always keep yourself in a happy mood, and don't let your negative emotions dominate your mood too much. As long as you do these two things, you can avoid losing control of your power to the greatest extent possible. After Charlie got the answer he wanted, he left the principal's office. In the following days, the campus was full of joy and parting, because the vacation was about to go. Dumbledore said to everyone in the dining room one day, "Everyone, I am very happy that this semester has ended perfectly, and now it is the tradition of our school the award of the Academy Cup. Ravenclaw got the most points in the previous academic year, Slytherin was second, Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. But in this last period of time, a major event happened in school. I believe many students already know about it." That's right, it was Voldemort who was attached to Professor Quirrell to steal the Philosopher's Stone and tried to make a comeback. Fortunately, some of you stopped his conspiracy. So I want to add extra points to their behavior. Harry Potter, he first discovered this conspiracy, and then bravely tried to stop Voldemort, so I want to add 50 points to Gryffindor for his bravery. Min Granger, she uses her intelligence to help her partner pass the levels, so I will add 50 points to Gryffindor for her intelligence. Ron Weasley, for sacrifice and dedication for her partner, so I will add 50 to his dedication to Gryffindor. Dumbledore paused when he said this, and the students in the audience immediately began to applaud vigorously. When the applause stopped, continue to say, Charlie Elvis, he finally defeated Voldemort, so I will add 100 points to Ravenclaw for his power. So the final ranking is Ravenclaw, G.E. Landfinder, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, so we need to change the color of the scene now. Amidst the cheers of Ravenclaw, Dumbledore snapped his fingers, and the flag of the restaurant became the Blue Eagle flag of Ravenclaw. Chapter 39, The Arrival of Alley 3. One morning, the bright sunshine shone on the earth. This time can be said to be the coolest time in the day. Charlie stretched out after watching the scene of people passing by outside the window. Uncle's house was built in the Muggle world. After knowing that brother and sister Charlie are wizards, Bud cast a Muggle shielding curse around the house. Charlie came to the living room downstairs, saw Bud who was reading the newspaper, and said to Bud, "Uncle, some of my classmates came to play with me at home today." Bud put down the Daily Prophet and said, "Oh, I see, this is a good thing. You have friends to play and it seems a little lively at home, as long as you don't mess up the house, otherwise your aunt will come back and curse." "Okay. Okay, I should go to work too. I will tell your aunt to ask her to buy some good food at noon to entertain your classmates. By the way, how many people are there?" Charlie listened to Bud and said, "Just 3 people." As soon as Bud walked to the fireplace, one person came out of the fireplace, and then 2 people came out separately. "Allie, you are here." Charlie looked at them and said, then he pointed to Bud. "Come and let me introduce to you. This is my Uncle Bud. I live in his house now. Then he said to Bud, Uncle, these are my roommates and classmates. They are Ellie, Jessie, and Abbott. Ellie, Jessie, and Abbott said to Bud, Hello, Uncle, excuse me. Bud nodded and smiled, It's really polite kid, I'm going to work now, I hope you can have fun here, you can eat here at noon. Let Charlie's aunt make some delicious food for you. Charlie, remember to call your two sisters up for breakfast. I'm leaving, you guys have fun. Bud turned his head and said to Charlie again. After Bud finished speaking, he used fluid powder to leave. After Bud left, Allie asked suspiciously, Charlie, are you at your uncle's house like this? Where are your parents? Charlie said indifferently, They are all dead. So, my sister and I came to live at my uncle's house. Allie said awkwardly, I'm so sorry, Charlie. It's okay, by the way, why do you think of coming to my house to play? Charlie looked at Ellie and said. Jessie looked at Ellie and said, Isn't this summer vacation? We don't have much fun. Then I wrote to some classmates to talk about their summer vacation life. Finally, Ellie suggested that we should come and play with you. We would think about it anyway. If nothing happened, I brought Abbott to come together. Charlie looked at Ellie and said, Ellie, I have nothing fun here. I also read at home every day, so boring. Ellie looked at Charlie and said, Charlie, I heard that you are more familiar with the things in the Muggle world, how about when did you take us to the Muggle world? After Ellie finished talking, Charlie didn't answer Ellie, and an angry voice came from the building, Brother, take me there, okay? I want to go out to play too. You know you don't read books every day at home and don't play with me. I don't care, you must take me this time. Charlie looked back and found Lisa standing on the stairs with bare feet in her pajamas, so Charlie said sternly, Hurry in and put your clothes and shoes on, and then call your cousin, or you can see how I can clean you. Facing Charlie's reprimand, Lisa made a grimace at Charlie, then stuck her tongue out and fled the scene while Charlie was about to kill. Charlie turned around and said helplessly to the three Ellie, This is my sister, very naughty, hope don't mind when you come. Ellie smiled and said to Charlie, Why? I think your sister is so cute. She is so cute, we can get along very happily, right? Charlie. Charlie watched Ellie make a cute expression and couldn't help but vomit, Do you really get along well? And Lisa can't like it at all, it's naughty to death. But Charlie's mouth the above is still consistent with the saying, If Lisa hears you praise her so much, she will definitely get along well with you. Charlie said, and then he seemed to think of something, You have come so early, haven't you had breakfast yet? Would you like to eat some with me? Jessie happily said, Yes. Ellie asked us to come over early in the morning, and I didn't even have breakfast. I wanted to wait for Diagon Alley to buy some food, but if I can come here directly it would be better to solve it. Charlie nodded and said, Sit here for a while. I'll go up and get my sister and the others. After hearing that, Ellie quickly said, Sitting down is boring anyway. I'll go up and help with you. How about reading www.yunsha.com? Abo didn't say anything after hearing it, but Jessie said, Ellie, you are very unkind. Leave Abo and I in a daze, and I want to go up. Go away. No way. Allie and Charlie said separately, and Jessie could only sit down after hearing it. When Charlie and Allie arrived in Lisa's room, Charlie found that Lisa had gone back to sleep, so Charlie came to Lisa's bed and said, Get up quickly, don't pretend to be asleep, you just got up just now, see your spirit, that's great. Lisa closed her eyes and lay motionless on the bed. Charlie reached out and picked up Lisa's hair and put it in front of Lisa's nose and scratched it. Lisa shrugged her small nose and then opened her eyes and said dissatisfiedly, Brother, you always tickle me, you are not allowed to do this in the future. Charlie put down Lisa's hair and pulled her up and said, Get up quickly, don't let the little sister next to you laugh. You are so old and lazy in bed, are you not shy to ask me to get up every day? Charlie said, then came to Irene's bed and patted Irene's cheek with baby fat and said, Eileen, get up quickly, get up to drink milk, if you don't get up again, the milk will be drunk. Irene smacked her lips and said in a daze, no, leave me a glass of milk, I have to sleep, I want to drink grandma, don't get up. Charlie had no choice but to repeat the trick to wake Irene and then help her wear clothes. Lisa was sitting and getting dressed while watching Ellie and asking Charlie, brother, who is this little sister? After hearing this, Ellie quickly corrected and said, I am your brother's classmate, and also your future senior sister. And I am a little sister, not a little sister, I am older than you. Lisa pursed her mouth and whispered, but I see your face is obviously smaller than me. Chapter 40, Weird Space. After Lisa and Irene got dressed, Charlie took them to the living room downstairs. Two doll-like girls made Jessie and Abby sitting in the living room bored in a daze. Jessie looked at Charlie and said, Charlie, I didn't expect your two sisters to dress up so beautifully. If they grow up, must be a heartthrob. Charlie ignored Jessie's ridicule and said, Lisa, Irene, you just sit here for a while, I'll get you food inside. After talking about Charlie, he took out the breakfast that Chris prepared for them. After Charlie allocated the breakfast, he said to Ellie, Jessie, and Abbott, there is not enough stuff, so you sit down and I will make it for you. Food. Lisa was immediately dissatisfied when she heard that. She put down the milk cup in her hand and opened her small lips covered with milk stains and said, no, I also want to eat my brother's loving breakfast. Irene, who was drinking milk on the side, also booed after hearing it, I wanted to, I wanted to. Don't forget my share, cousin. After hearing that, Ellie asked with some confusion, what kind of breakfast? Charlie smiled and replied, it's just a heart-shaped omelette and other breads. They call these breakfasts of love. Charlie walked to the kitchen after he heard it. After hearing that, Ellie said unexpectedly, I didn't expect you to make breakfast. It's amazing. Can I not see how you make breakfast with love? Of course you can. What, do you want to learn? Charlie said indifferently. Yet Ellie nodded and followed Charlie to the kitchen. When Ellie walked into the kitchen, he found that Charlie's breakfast scene was different from what he had imagined. He just leaned on the side and looked at the pot like this without doing anything. It was really strange that he didn't see him start or chant the spell. The stove automatically ignited the flame, and the pan was suspended in the middle of the flame. At the same time, the knife on the side cutting board cut open the ham. Then the oil was poured into the pot by itself, and the ham sausage, which was pierced into a heart by a toothpick, was put into the pot by itself. Then an egg flew over the ham from the side and began to spin at high speed, and then opened it under the influence of a pair of invisible hands. The mixed liquid of egg liquid and egg yolk inside is accurately poured into the heart-shaped frame of the ham. Allie looked at the incredible scene and asked, Charlie, how did you do this? I didn't see you chanting and casting spells, and these kitchen utensils are not magic items. The strength in my body is a bit special. It is relatively solid and can directly reveal the touches in my body. This is a way of exercising my strength. For some reasons, I use these from where I need my hands after vacation. Power takes its place. Charlie explained while watching Ellie. Allie watched Charlie talking to herself, but other movements in the pot were still continuing, so she asked suspiciously, why are you talking to me while the pot is still frying? Don't these powers of yours need to be controlled by yourself? Oh, this. I don't know why I can use these powers for fixed pattern exercises with one mind and two purposes, as if this power was managed by me. Charlie said. Allie was a little confused. Hosting? What is this? Charlie realized that Allie couldn't understand the word and explained, this is a vocabulary in the Muggle world, you can understand it as if someone is helping me. Just like manipulation. Oh, it's like this. Allie showed an expression like this. Suddenly Charlie felt a strange sensation in his body. It was a feeling of relief, as if the heavy object that had been pressing on him had been removed. Charlie felt that something might happen to him, so after placing everything in the air, he withdrew his own power and said to Ellie, "Next, let's fry." Charlie suddenly felt that his vision suddenly turned black when he finished speaking. No, he came to a strange world, full of endless darkness and mist everywhere. Charlie walked in this space and found that it was full of despair and silence. Except that he had no life form, he stepped on a dark and quiet space under his feet, as if he was walking in the void. "Hey! Is there anyone? Where is this?" Charlie yelled loudly as he walked, but the sound he yelled out seemed to have been swallowed by this space, and disappeared quickly, and there was no voice in the space replying to Charlie. After screaming for a while, Charlie felt his voice become hoarse, and Charlie could only give up shouting. He walked silently in this silent world, he walked constantly, and the constant scene made him feel I seem to never go to the end. Charlie doesn't know how long he has been walking because he can't feel the passage of time. www.readaloud.com. He can only feel tired. He wanted to stop and rest. Two voices were constantly speaking to him in his consciousness. One kind of voice is persuading him to give up. This is my own voice, but this voice sounds a bit evil. Give up. You are tired, you need to rest. As long as you stop and sit down to rest, you don't have to feel it anymore. The body is suffering, what a beautiful thing this is. One kind of voice encourages oneself to persevere, and this is also one's own voice. This voice sounds full of positive energy. Come on, you can do it, don't give up, hold on for a while, you can, hold on again and you will succeed. Give up, then you will give up everything. These two voices kept appearing in Charlie's mind, and he didn't know which kind of voice he should listen to, because he felt that his mind was confused, as if he had been confused by a stick. As time passed, Charlie felt his consciousness getting more and more blurred, and he also felt that his eyelids were hanging down like a heavy lock. Even the walking of the body is just habitually moving forward, and the soreness from the body is no longer felt, as if he has no legs or feet. After a while, Charlie finally couldn't hold on anymore, he staggered forward, and finally he fell forward feebly, and his eyes began to slowly close. Before his consciousness was about to disappear, he seemed to vaguely saw a black flame-burning horse running towards him in the thick fog. This horse appeared under Charlie in a strange posture before Charlie completely fell, and then put Charlie on his horse. What is surprising is that the flame on the black horse seems to be completely ineffective to Charlie. Charlie, who was fainted by the black horse, continued to run in this strange space. Chapter 41, Death Godhead. When Charlie opened his eyes again, he found that he was still in that strange space. All of this was not dreaming. Suddenly he seemed to feel that he was moving, but he was obviously lying on his stomach. So he tried to sit up, and in the process Charlie felt like he was riding on something, and it was still moving fast. There are other moving objects in the weird space. Charlie thought about it in his heart and found that the moving object was a black unicorn. The appearance of this unicorn made Charlie very familiar, as if it was transformed from the unicorn soul he had absorbed in the Forbidden Forest. Charlie looked at the running unicorn and couldn't help but wonder, how could the unicorn soul that I absorbed into my eyes appear in this strange space? Where is it? What does it have to do with the crystals in my mind? How did I get here? Where is this unicorn taking me? By the way, it should be just a soul body, but it can touch me. This may indicate that my current state is also a soul body, which means that my current situation may be that the soul has come to an unknown space related to crystals. Charlie thought about it, and soon found that his thinking ability had recovered again. After a while, he checked the haircut and now the dark space in front of him showed a hint of light. Looking at this sudden light and his gradually regaining consciousness, Charlie had to guess that the place in front of the light might be a safe place in this strange world. You must know that your mind is constantly disappearing when you are outside. It was as if one's own consciousness had been assimilated by this space, and merged into that space full of dead silence. With a dazzling light, Charlie was brought to a fantasy space by a unicorn. The background of this space is like a universe starry sky. There are dots of stars everywhere, and in the center of the space there is a brilliant and colorful crystal with charming light. How perfect this crystal is, it seems that it is the most perfect object in the world. Charlie looked at this crystal, he knew it was the one in his mind, but it looked more perfect now than when he first saw it. At this time, a mechanical cold and emotionless voice sounded in this space, "Lucky Reaper candidate, congratulations for initially gaining control of the Reaper Godhead. Who are you? What is the Godhead of Death, where am I?" Charlie shouted loudly in the face of the sudden voice. "Who am I? In the words of you people on Earth, I am an intelligent program of the Godhead of Death. In fact, I am just a small set of rules that have been derived from each other over countless years. And the Godhead is the condensate of various rules in the universe, that is, the substantiveness of the rules. As for the Godhead of Death is the condensate of the rules of death, the most important thing of any is the Godhead. Without the Godhead, there is no God. God may die, but the Godhead will never be destroyed. Even if it is destroyed, it will reconsolidate after countless years, unless there is no such rule in this world. And here is the ancillary space of the Godhead of Death. This can be said to be the underworld or hell, but after the death of Death, his kingdom of God also begins to perish. Everything outside becomes emptied and dead. This is also the case here. Until you breathe in after the soul has injected energy into this space, the Godhead can open up such a fairly safe place. Candidate Charlie, you are lucky to have the Godhead, and you have initially obtained the authority to master the Godhead. You have the opportunity to become a god, but your path to become a is still far away and difficult. The specific role of the Godhead needs to be experienced by yourself. You will meet me again the next time you increase your mastery. Charlie has been listening to this Godhead intelligent program. It is not that he has no doubts, but that he cannot speak his words whenever he wants to ask any questions. After trying a few times, he gives up asking, but listen carefully to what it says, and then think about the possibilities. When this smart program said this, Charlie had a foreboding that he was going to quit here again. Sure enough, Charlie only felt that his eyes were dark, and then when he regained his sight, he found that he was still in Adrian's kitchen. Charlie looked at Ellie in front of him with a decent fried egg. Ellie seemed to notice Charlie's gaze. She turned her head and looked at Charlie and asked, "Charlie, do you think my fried eggs are okay?" Faced with Ellie's question, Charlie absently replied, "Yes, yes." But in his heart he was thinking, it seems that it hasn't been a few minutes since Ellie looks like this. And Ellie didn't notice anything unusual about me, could it just I took a nap, and then had a weird daydream? Impossible, it should be because the flow velocity of that space is different from the real world. Ellie looked at Charlie absent-mindedly and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with you reading www.yuyugonshu.com? Why do you seem to have a lot of thoughts?" Seeing Charlie shook her head, Ellie said again, "Charlie, should you go outside and take a break? There is me here, don't worry, I've learned this, love omelette, although I may not be able to control it well, but I think I can still eat it." Ellie looked at some black omelettes in the pan without confidence. Charlie, who was worried, didn't pay attention to the burnt omelettes in the pan and walked out. Sitting in the living room, Jessie, who was bored watching the two little beauties drinking milk, found Charlie in an instant. He looked at Charlie and asked quizzically, "Charlie, why are you out? Our breakfast is given to Ellie, don't worry. You won't make a dark dish for us." Charlie pulled a chair away and said in an uncertain tone, "It shouldn't be. What is supposed to be wrong?" Jessie said. Suddenly Abela pulled his arm and whispered in his ear, "Charlie is in a wrong state, as if something is on his mind." Jessie finally noticed Charlie's strangeness after Iber's reminder, so Jessie said with some worry, "Charlie, are you okay? What happened to you and Ali in it? How come it was fine when you first entered? Changed to the preoccupation. Lisa, who was drinking milk, looked at Charlie and asked, "Brother, are you okay?" Charlie took a deep breath after hearing these caring words, then rubbed his face and smiled and said, "I'm fine. No matter what happens in the future, I just want to protect all the good things I have now." Charlie secretly decided in his heart. Chapter 42, Amusement Park. After Jessie spent a while in the living room, she shouted to Ellie in the kitchen, "Ellie, are you ready? I'm almost starving to death, or let Charlie do it. You make breakfast, I don't worry too much." Okay, what's the hurry, I will come out immediately." "Just wait, let you craft and see if it compares with Charlie's craft." Ellie came from the kitchen, some impatient voices. Then Ellie walked out with a plate covered with a big lid in one hand. She came to the dining table and put the plate on top of the dining table. Then she lifted one of the lids and said, Dang, please see that this is Charlie's love frying egg." Everyone looked at the plate and found 3 perfect heart-shaped omelets placed on the plate. Jessie looked at the 3 omelets on the plate and said, "These omelets look delicious, but why did Charlie only fry 3? This is not enough." Ellie looked at Jessie and said with dissatisfaction, "Isn't it still fried? Although it may not look as good as Charlie, I still feel delicious." After that, she lifted the lid on the other plate. Everyone looked at the plate and found a few dark heart-shaped omelets inside. Jessie looked at the omelets on the plate and asked involuntarily, "Ellie, are you sure your omelets can be eaten?" Charlie also shook his head after seeing Ellie's omelette. When no one else reacted, he inserted 2 omelets from his own omelette and placed them on the plate in front of Lisa and Irene. After seeing Charlie's actions, Jessie and Abbott couldn't help but sighed in secret. So they all stared at the only piece of Charlie's fried egg, and then they quickly inserted their hands into the fried egg. "Go with." But they didn't succeed, because Ali pulled the plate aside, and then Ali looked at Charlie and asked, "Charlie, this fried egg, you can eat it?" Charlie shook his head and said, "Take it and eat, I don't have any appetite." Then Charlie got up and went to the kitchen to get some bread and milk. He distributed the bread and milk and then sat down to eat the bread and drink milk. When Ali heard that, she put the fried eggs on her plate into her own plate, facing the dissatisfaction and protesting gaze of Jessie and Abbe. Ali glared at them and said, "That's how I fried eggs. Is it unpalatable? Do you know if it's unpalatable if you don't eat it?" Soon everyone ate their breakfast, but Ellie's dark dishes were ultimately not eaten. After eating, Lisa said to Charlie, who was sitting in a daze in the chair, "Brother, didn't you say you want to go to the Muggle world to play?" "I want to go too. I haven't gone to play for a long time." After hearing it from the side, Ellie agreed, "Yeah. Charlie, the summer vacation is so boring, so take us to the Muggle world to play." "Speaking of which, I have never been to the Muggle world, and I don't know what's so fun about the Melon world." Jessie and Abo also nodded their heads to agree. Little Irene on the side didn't understand it very well, but that didn't prevent her from having a fun-loving nature, so she also clamored to go. "I checked my ideals and then considered that I really want to relax and keep my mood in a happy state, so Charlie agreed to their request and said, "Okay. I think about it, where should I go to play?" "Well, I heard a new amusement park is opened in Paris, or let's go there. How about?" Ellie, Jessie, Abbott and others don't really understand what Charlie said about the amusement park, but it should be fun to listen to the name, so they didn't object and said, "Listen to you. We will play wherever you say." Charlie nodded and said, "In this case, let's go there. I just heard that there are a lot of Muggles, so we have to book the tickets in advance, so we may be able to go a few days later." After hearing that, Ellie said indifferently, "It's okay, then it's a few days later. Charlie, you can call us if you get it right." Jessie and Abbott also said when they heard, "That's the decision, Charlie. We'll go back first, and wait for your good news." Charlie watched them come to the front of the fireplace and nodded and said, "Okay, I will take care of this, don't worry." Then Charlie went to Gringotts to exchange some pounds, and then came to the newly opened Disneyland in Paris to book 6 tickets and the corresponding room. The reason for booking a room is because Disney can't finish it in a day. A few days later, Ellie, Jessie, Abbott and others received a letter from Charlie, which said, "Ellie, Jessie, Abbott, the corresponding preparations have been completed. You can come to my uncle's house tomorrow together, then we go to Disneyland together." "Oh, yes, you guys tell your parents www.readaloud.com this trip may take 2 or 3 days." Ellie and they began to look forward to the Muggle World Tour starting tomorrow after receiving the letter from Charlie. The next morning Charlie packed some of the things he had prepared into his pocket, and then went to the next room to call up 2 sisters who liked to sleep on the bed, but they were awake when they came, and they were still behaving. "Dress yourself." After seeing Charlie, he asked Lisa, "Lisa, you who usually like to sleep in bed, why did you get up so early today? Did the sun come out from the west?" Lisa seemed indifferent to Charlie's teasing, but Irene on the side told her why they got up so early. Sister Lisa said, "If we don't get up earlier, I don't know when Brother Charlie will leave quietly, so we have to get up a little earlier and keep our eyes on Brother Charlie. We can't let him play alone." Charlie came to Lisa and touched Lisa's golden hair and said, "Lisa, do you distrust your brother so much? Since I promised you, I will take you there and take good care of you." "Good for you, but you have to promise me one thing, that is, you are not allowed to run around naughty and be obedient, otherwise you won't play with you next time." Lisa patted Charlie's hand and said, "Okay, I know. Also, I'm not allowed to touch my head casually in the future. I'm not a kid anymore, and I'm not that tall." Irene nodded her little head frantically and said, "Okay, Brother Charlie, I'll be obedient to ask at that time." "Okay, I won't touch your head casually," Charlie said with a smile, but still put his hand on Lisa's head. Facing Lisa's angry gaze, Charlie put his hand down and said, "Ahem, sorry, got used to." Chapter 43, Disney's Night. Charlie and the 3 came to the living room downstairs. In the living room, not only Bud, but also Chris, who was not often seen in the morning, was sitting in the living room. Bud said to Charlie after watching them come down, "Charlie, you take your sisters and them to play, I am more at ease. I believe you can take good care of your sisters." Charlie nodded and said, "Uncle, I will take care of them. Don't worry about you and Aunt." Chris on the side said to Lisa and Irene, "Lisa, Irene, do you want to listen to Charlie by then, don't run around naughty." Lisa and Irene nodded obediently and said, "We must listen to Brother Charlie and make sure not to run around." After making all kinds of assurances, Charlie and the others began to eat breakfast. When they finished eating for a while, Allie and the 3 arrived at Adrian's house. They greeted Bud and Chris and then asked Charlie, "Charlie, prepare all right, when can we leave?" Charlie said to Bud and Chris, "Uncle, Aunt, let's go, don't worry, I will take good care of Lisa and the others." Then Charlie said to Ellie and others, "Because my sister they don't know how to use flying broom. So let's use flow powder to get to the neighborhood before walking over there." Chris watched the children disappear one by one, and then said to Bud worriedly, "Bud, you said Charlie and his group of children went to the park to play, really okay?" Bud patted Chris' hand and said, "It's okay, you think, Charlie is very mature in the first place, and usually doesn't have any trouble. And he also knows magic. Even if he is in trouble, Charlie can use magic to solve it. Although the Ministry of Magic stipulates that he cannot cast spells in front of Muggles, as long as Charlie casts an Oblivion spell after the accident. Originally, I did not agree with the children of them to go, and only agreed to let him go after knowing that Charlie would cast this spell. I heard from friends who work at Hogwarts that Charlie's strength is quite powerful." Everyone followed Charlie to the crowded Disney amusement park, and then they were taken to their living room in the park by a staff member after queuing to verify the tickets. The rooms are arranged like this: 2 double rooms and 1 single room. Among them, Charlie and his 2 sisters live in 1 room, Jessie and Abel live in 1 room, and Ellie live in 1 room. Everyone did not propose this allocation method. Objection. After Charlie allocated the room, it was already after 1 or 2 in the afternoon, so they had another Chinese meal in a restaurant in the park. After eating, Irene yawned and looked at Charlie and said, "Cousin Charlie, I'm so tired, I really want to sleep." Charlie looked at Irene and then at the team that had been standing for a long time. SA said to Ali and the others, "We lined up for the morning today. How about we go back to rest first and then come out to play for a few hours at night? I heard that it will be more fun in the evening here." Ali said understandingly, "Okay. I happen to be tired too, so let's go back and rest first. Remember to call us at dinner." Jessie and Abe agreed to Charlie's proposal after hearing Ellie say this, so the group went back to the place where they lived, and Charlie took Lisa and Irene into their room. After Charlie closed the door, he pointed to a bed and said to Lisa and Irene, "You two should sleep in that bed together. How about I sleep in this one?" Lisa and Irene didn't have the energy to answer Charlie. For them who got up so early today and stood all morning, they have no strength anymore, so they just lay on the bed and started to sleep. Charlie saw that they fell asleep without taking off their shoes. They shook their heads and then stepped forward to take off their shoes and straighten their bodies. Then they went to another bed and fell asleep. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Lisa opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling in a daze. After a while, Lisa seemed to think of something and quickly got up and looked at Charlie's bed. Lisa gave it to Charlie while he was still sleeping. He breathed and gently pushed Irene next to him. Irene opened her somewhat confused eyes and saw Lisa and then closed her eyes and said, "Sister Lisa, let me sleep a little longer. It's really comfortable." Lisa lay next to Irene and whispered in her ear, "Eileen, brother Charlie is still sleeping, do you want to revenge him for always disturbing our sleep?" After hearing this, Irene suddenly became interested and immediately opened her eyes and looked at Lisa with piercing energy, and then whispered, "Lisa, how do we get revenge?" Lisa thought for a moment and then said, "The way he is to be treated. Let's go and tickle him." Irene and Lisa carefully came to Charlie's bed, and then one of them picked up a strand of their hair and scratched Charlie's nose. Charlie in his sleep suddenly felt itchy nose www.readaloud.com and then reached out to touch it but touched nothing. So Charlie continued to fall asleep again, but after a while, he felt itchy nose again. This time Charlie was completely awake, but he didn't open his eyes, because he knew that it was probably the 2 naughty little ghosts that caused this. So Charlie turned around naturally, and then opened a tiny gap in his eyes. Sure enough, he saw 2 silhouettes passing by, and then heard a faint laughter. Charlie closed his eyes and waited for a while to find that the 2 little ghosts stood up and came towards him again, so Charlie suddenly stretched out his hand to hug one of them and scratched her. "Ha ha ha! I don't dare anymore, brother, really, I don't, ha ha, dare you, please let me go and laugh at me. Ha ha." Lisa's laughter and begging for mercy were on Charlie ringing in his ears. Charlie let go of Lisa who was struggling and then sat up and watched Irene, who was back in an instant, deliberately said, "Eileen, did you tickle me just now?" Irene raised her head and looked at Charlie pitifully and said, "Brother Charlie, don't tick me, okay, I beg you." Charlie looked at Irene and gave up his plan to punish her and said, "Let's go. Let's ask your sister Ellie and brother Jesse and Abbott to eat, and how about going to play?" "Okay, okay." Irene couldn't help but yearn for all the fun things she saw this morning. Then the 3 came to the room of Ellie and Jesse and called them up, and then they walked out of the house together and came outside. "Wow! It's so beautiful!" Ellie and the others exclaimed involuntarily as they looked at the brightly lit outside and the colorful scenery dotted with lights. Chapter 38, The Arrival of Ali 3. One morning, the bright sunshine shone on the earth. This time can be said to be the coolest time in the day. Charlie stretched out after watching the scene of people passing by outside the window. Uncle's house was built in the Muggle world. After knowing that brother and sister Charlie are wizards, Bud cast a Muggle shielding curse around the house. Charlie came to the living room downstairs, saw Bud who was reading the newspaper, and said to Bud, "Uncle, some of my classmates came to play with me at home today." Bud put down the Daily Prophet and said, "Oh, I see, this is a good thing. You have friends to play and it seems a little lively at home, as long as you don't mess up the house, otherwise your aunt will come back and curse." "Okay. Okay, I should go to work too. I will tell your aunt to ask her to buy some good food at noon to entertain your classmates. By the way, how many people are there?" Charlie listened to Bud and said, "Just 3 people." As soon as Bud walked to the fireplace, one person came out of the fireplace, and then 2 people came out separately. "Allie, you are here." Charlie looked at them and said, then he pointed to Bud. "Come and let me introduce to you. This is my uncle Bud. I live in his house now." Then he said to Bud, "Uncle, these are my roommates and classmates. They are Ellie, Jessie, and Abbott." Allie, Jessie, and Abbott said to Bud, "Hello, Uncle, excuse me." Bud nodded and smiled, "It's really polite kid, I'm going to work now, I hope you can have fun here, you can eat here at noon. Let Charlie's aunt make some delicious food for you. Charlie, remember to call your 2 sisters up for breakfast. I'm leaving, you guys have fun." Bud turned his head and said to Charlie again. After Bud finished speaking, he used flow powder to leave. After Bud left, Allie asked suspiciously, "Charlie, are you at your uncle's house like this? Where are your parents?" Charlie said indifferently, "They are all dead. So, my sister and I came to live at my uncle's house." Allie said awkwardly, "I'm so sorry, Charlie." "It's okay, by the way, why do you think of coming to my house to play?" Charlie looked at Ellie and said. Jessie looked at Ellie and said, "Isn't this summer vacation? We don't have much fun." Then I wrote to some classmates to talk about their summer vacation life. Finally, Ellie suggested that we should come and play with you. We would think about it anyway. If nothing happened, I brought Abbott to come together. Charlie looked at Ellie and said, "Ellie, I have nothing fun here. I also read at home every day, so boring." Ellie looked at Charlie and said, "Charlie, I heard that you are more familiar with the things in the Muggle world, how about when did you take us to the Muggle world?" After Ellie finished talking, Charlie didn't answer Ellie, and an angry voice came from the building, "Brother, take me there, okay? I want to go out to play too. You know you don't read books every day at home and don't play with me. I don't care, you must take me this time." Charlie looked back and found Lisa standing on the stairs with bare feet in her pajamas, so Charlie said sternly, "Hurry in and put your clothes and shoes on, and then call your cousin, or you can see how I can clean you." Facing Charlie's reprimand, Lisa made a grimace at Charlie, then stuck her tongue out and fled the scene while Charlie was about to kill. Charlie turned around and said helplessly to the 3 Ellie, "This is my sister, very naughty, hope don't mind when you come." Allie smiled and said to Charlie, "Why? I think your sister is so cute. She is so cute, we can get along very happily, right? Charlie." Charlie watched Ellie make a cute expression and couldn't help but vomit, "Do you really get along well? And Lisa can't like it at all, it's naughty to death." But Charlie's mouth the above is still consistent with the saying, "If Lisa hears you praise her so much, she will definitely get along well with you." Charlie said, and then he seemed to think of something, "You have come so early, haven't you had breakfast yet? Would you like to eat some with me?" Jessie happily said, "Yes. Ellie asked us to come over early in the morning, and I didn't even have breakfast. I wanted to wait for Diagon Alley to buy some food, but if I can come here directly it would be better to solve it." Charlie nodded and said, sit here for a while, I'll go up and get my sister and them to take care of them. After hearing that, Ellie said quickly, sitting down is boring anyway, I'll go up and help with you. How about reading www.yunsha.com? Abo didn't say anything after hearing it, but Jessie said, Ellie, you are very unkind. Leave Abo and I in a daze, and I want to go up. Go away. No way. Allie and Charlie said separately, and Jessie could only sit down after hearing it. When Charlie and Allie arrived in Lisa's room, Charlie found that Lisa had gone back to sleep, so Charlie came to Lisa's bed and said, Get up quickly, don't pretend to be asleep, you just got up just now, see your spirit, that's great. Lisa closed her eyes and lay motionless on the bed. Charlie reached out and picked up Lisa's hair and put it in front of Lisa's nose and scratched it. Lisa shrugged her small nose and then opened her eyes and said dissatisfiedly, Brother, you always tickle me, you are not allowed to do this in the future. Charlie put down Lisa's hair and pulled her up and said, Get up quickly, don't let the little sister next to you laugh. You are so old and lazy in bed, are you not shy to ask me to get up every day? Charlie said, then came to Irene's bed and patted Irene's cheek with baby fat and said, Eileen, get up quickly, get up to drink milk, if you don't get up again, the milk will be drunk. Irene smacked her lips and said in a daze, No, leave me a glass of milk, I have to sleep, I want to drink grandma, don't get up. Charlie had no choice but to repeat the trick to wake Irene and then help her wear clothes. Lisa was sitting and getting dressed while watching Ellie and asking Charlie, Brother, who is this little sister? After hearing this, Ellie quickly corrected and said, I am your brother's classmate, and also your future senior sister. And I am a little sister, not a little sister, I am older than you. Lisa pursed her mouth and whispered, But I see your face is obviously smaller than me. Chapter 39, Word Space. After Lisa and Irene got dressed, Charlie took them to the living room downstairs. Two doll-like girls made Jessie and Abe sitting in the living room bored in a daze. Jessie looked at Charlie and said, Charlie, I didn't expect your two sisters to dress up so beautifully. If they grow up, must be a heartthrob. Charlie ignored Jessie's ridicule and said, Lisa, Irene, you just sit here for a while, I'll get you food inside. After talking about Charlie, he took out the breakfast that Chris prepared for them. After Charlie allocated the breakfast, he said to Ellie, Jessie, and Abbott, There is not enough stuff, so you sit down and I will make it for you. Food. Lisa was immediately dissatisfied when she heard that. She put down the milk cup in her hand and opened her small lips covered with milk stains and said, No, I also want to eat my brother's loving breakfast. Irene, who was drinking milk on the side, also booed after hearing it, I want it too, I want it too. Don't forget my share, cousin. After hearing that, Ellie asked with some confusion, What kind of breakfast? Charlie smiled and replied, It's just a heart-shaped omelette and other breads. They call these breakfasts of love. Charlie walked to the kitchen after he heard it. After hearing that, Ellie said unexpectedly, I didn't expect you to make breakfast. It's amazing. Can I not see how you make breakfast with love? Of course you can. What, do you want to learn? Charlie said indifferently. Yet Allie nodded and followed Charlie to the kitchen. When Allie walked into the kitchen, he found that Charlie's breakfast scene was different from what he had imagined. He just leaned on the side and looked at the pot like this without doing anything. It was really strange that he didn't see him start or chant the spell. The stove automatically ignited the flame, the pan was suspended in the middle of the flame, and at the same time, the knife on the chopping board cut open the ham. Then the oil was poured into the pot by itself, and the ham sausage, which was pierced into a heart by a toothpick, was put into the pot by itself. Then an egg flew over the ham from the side and began to spin at high speed, and then opened it under the influence of a pair of invisible hands. The mixed liquid of egg liquid and egg yolk inside is accurately poured into the heart-shaped frame of the ham. Allie looked at the incredible scene and asked, Charlie, How did you do this? I didn't see you chanting and casting spells, and these kitchen utensils are not magic items. The strength in my body is a bit special. It is relatively solid and can directly reveal the touches in my body. This is a way of exercising my strength. For some reasons, I use these from where I need my hands after vacation. Power takes its place. Charlie explained while watching Ellie. Allie watched Charlie talking to herself, but other movements in the pot were still continuing, so she asked suspiciously, "Why are you talking to me while the pot is still frying? Don't these powers of yours need to be controlled by yourself?" "Oh, this. I don't know why I can use these powers for fixed pattern exercises with one mind and two purposes, as if this power was managed by me," Charlie said. Allie was a little confused. "Hosting? What is this?" Charlie realized that Allie couldn't understand the word and explained, "This is a vocabulary in the Muggle world, you can understand it as if someone is helping me. Just like manipulation." "Oh, it's like this." Allie showed an expression like this. Suddenly Charlie felt a strange sensation in his body. It was a feeling of relief, as if the heavy object that had been pressing on him had been removed. Charlie felt that something might happen to him, so after placing everything in the air, he withdrew his own power and said to Ellie, "Next, let's fry." Charlie suddenly felt that his vision suddenly turned black when he finished speaking. No, he came to a strange world, full of endless darkness and mist everywhere. Charlie walked in this space and found that it was full of despair and silence. Except that he had no living body, he stepped on a dark and silent space under his feet, as if he was walking in the void. "Hey! Anyone? Where is this?" Charlie yelled loudly as he walked, but the sound he yelled out seemed to be swallowed up by this space, and disappeared quickly, and there was no voice in the space replying to Charlie. After screaming for a while, Charlie felt his voice become hoarse, and Charlie could only give up shouting. He walked silently in this silent world, he walked constantly, and the constant scene made him feel I seem to never go to the end. Charlie doesn't know how long he has been walking, because he can't feel the passage of time, he can only feel tired. He wanted to stop and rest. Two voices were constantly speaking to him in his consciousness. One kind of voice is persuading him to give up. This is my own voice, but this voice sounds a little evil. "Give up. You are tired, you need to rest. As long as you stop and sit down to rest, you don't have to feel it anymore. The body is suffering, what a beautiful thing this is." One kind of voice encourages oneself to persevere, and this is also one's own voice. This voice sounds full of positive energy. "Come on, you can do it, don't give up, hold on for a while, you can, hold on again and you will succeed. Give up, then you will give up everything." These two voices kept appearing in Charlie's mind, and he didn't know which kind of voice he should listen to, because he felt his mind was confused, as if he had been confused by a stick. As time passed, Charlie felt his consciousness getting more and more blurred, and he also felt that his eyelids were hanging down like a heavy lock. Even the walking of the body is just habitually moving forward, and the soreness from the body is no longer felt, as if he has no legs or feet. After a while, Charlie finally couldn't hold on anymore, he staggered forward, and finally he fell forward feebly, and his eyes began to slowly close. Before his consciousness was about to disappear, he seemed to vaguely saw a black flame-burning horse running towards him in the thick fog. This horse appeared under Charlie in a strange posture before Charlie completely fell, and then put Charlie on his horse. What is surprising is that the flame on the black horse seems to be completely ineffective to Charlie. Charlie, who was fainted by the black horse, continued to run in this strange space. Chapter 40, Death Godhead. When Charlie opened his eyes again, he found that he was still in that strange space. All of this was not dreaming. Suddenly he seemed to feel that he was moving, but he was obviously lying on his stomach. So he tried to sit up, and in the process Charlie felt like he was riding on something, and it was still moving fast. There are other moving objects in the weird space. Charlie thought about it in his heart and found that the moving object was a black unicorn. The appearance of this unicorn made Charlie very familiar, as if it was transformed from the unicorn soul he had absorbed in the Forbidden Forest. Charlie looked at the running unicorn and couldn't help but wonder, how could the unicorn soul that I absorbed into my eyes appear in this strange space? Where is it? What does it have to do with the crystals in my mind? How did I get here? Where is this unicorn taking me? By the way, it should be just a soul body, but it can touch me. This may indicate that my current state is also a soul body, which means that my current situation may be that the soul has come to an unknown space related to crystals. Charlie thought about it, and soon found that his thinking ability had recovered again. After a while, he checked the haircut and now the dark space in front of him showed a hint of light. Looking at this sudden light and his gradually regaining consciousness, Charlie had to guess that the place in front of the light might be a safe place in this strange world. You must know that your mind is constantly disappearing when you are outside. It was as if one's own consciousness had been assimilated by this space, and merged into that space full of dead silence. With a dazzling light, Charlie was brought to a fantasy space by a unicorn. The background of this space is like a universe starry sky. There are dots of stars everywhere, and in the center of the space there is a brilliant and colorful crystal with charming light. How perfect this crystal is, it seems that it is the most perfect object in the world. Charlie looked at this crystal, he knew it was the one in his mind, but it looked more perfect now than when he first saw it. At this time, a mechanical cold and emotionless voice sounded in this space, "Lucky Reaper candidate, congratulations for initially gaining control of the Reaper Godhead. Who are you? What is the Godhead of Death, where am I?" Charlie shouted loudly in the face of the sudden voice. "Who am I? In the words of you people on Earth, I am an intelligent program of the Godhead of Death. In fact, I am just a small set of rules that have been derived from each other over countless years. And the Godhead is the condensate of various rules in the universe, that is, the substantiveness of the rules. As for the Godhead of Death is the condensate of the rules of death, the most important thing of any is the Godhead. Without the Godhead, there is no God. God may die, but the Godhead will never be destroyed. Even if it is destroyed, it will reconsolidate after countless years, unless there is no such rule in this world. And here is the ancillary space of the Godhead of the of Death. This can be said to be the underworld or hell, but after the death of the of Death, his kingdom of God also begins to perish. Everything outside becomes emptied and dead. This is also the case here, until you breathe in after the soul has injected energy into this space, the Godhead can open up such a fairly safe place. Candidate Charlie, you are lucky to have the Godhead, and you have initially obtained the authority to master the Godhead. You have the opportunity to become a god, but your path to become a is still far away and difficult. The specific role of the Godhead needs to be experienced by yourself. You will meet me again the next time you increase your mastery." Charlie has been listening to this Godhead intelligent program. It is not that he has no doubts, but that he cannot speak his words whenever he wants to ask any questions. After trying a few times, he gives up asking, but listen carefully to what it says, and then think about the possibilities. When this smart program said this, Charlie had a foreboding that he was going to quit here again. Sure enough, Charlie only felt that his eyes were dark, and then when he regained his sight, he found that he was still in Adrian's kitchen. Charlie looked at Ellie in front of him with a decent fried egg. Ellie seemed to notice Charlie's gaze. She turned her head and looked at Charlie and asked, "Charlie, do you think my fried eggs are okay?" Faced with Ellie's question, Charlie absently replied, "Yes, yes." But in his heart he was thinking, it seems that it hasn't been a few minutes since Ellie looks like this. And Ellie didn't notice anything unusual about me, could it just I took a nap, and then had a weird daydream? Impossible, it should be because the flow velocity of that space is different from the real world. Ellie looked at Charlie's absent-minded appearance, and asked with concern, What's wrong? www.readaloud.com. What's the matter? Why do you seem to have a lot of concerns? Seeing Charlie shook her head, Ellie said again, Charlie, should you go outside and take a break? There is me here, don't worry, I've learned this, love omelette, although I may not be able to control it well, but I think I can still eat it. Allie looked at some black omelettes in the pan without confidence. Charlie, who was worried, didn't pay attention to the burnt omelettes in the pan and walked out. Sitting in the living room, Jessie, who was bored watching the two little beauties drinking milk, found Charlie in an instant. He looked at Charlie and asked quizzically, Charlie, why are you out? Our breakfast is given to Ellie, don't worry. You won't make a dark dish for us. Charlie pulled a chair away and said in an uncertain tone, it shouldn't be. What is supposed to be wrong? Jessie said. Suddenly Abela pulled his arm and whispered in his ear, Charlie is in a wrong state, as if something is on his mind. Jessie finally noticed Charlie's strangeness after Ivor's reminder, so Jessie said with some worry, Charlie, are you okay? What happened to you and Allie in it? How come it was fine when you first entered? Changed to the preoccupation. Lisa, who was drinking milk, looked at Charlie and asked, Brother, are you okay? Charlie took a deep breath after hearing these caring words, then rubbed his face and smiled and said, I'm fine. No matter what happens in the future, I just want to protect all the good things I have now. Charlie secretly decided in his heart. Chapter 41, Amusement Park. After Jessie spent a while in the living room, she shouted to Allie in the kitchen, Ellie, are you ready? I'm almost starving to death, or let Charlie do it. You make breakfast, I don't worry too much. Okay, what's the hurry, I will come out immediately. Just wait, let you craft and see if it compares with Charlie's craft. Allie came from the kitchen, some impatient voices. Then Ellie walked out with a plate covered with a big lid in one hand. She came to the dining table and put the plate on top of the dining table. Then she lifted one of the lids and said, Dang, please see that this is Charlie's love frying egg. Everyone looked at the plate and found 3 perfect heart-shaped omelettes placed on the plate. Jessie looked at the 3 omelettes on the plate and said, These omelettes look delicious, but why did Charlie only fry 3? This is not enough. Ellie looked at Jessie and said with dissatisfaction, Isn't it still fried? Although it may not look as good as Charlie, I still feel delicious. After that, she lifted the lid on the other plate. Everyone looked at the plate and found a few dark heart-shaped omelettes inside. Jessie looked at the omelette on the plate and then involuntarily asked, Ellie, are you sure your omelette can be eaten? Charlie also shook his head after seeing Ellie's omelette. When no one else reacted, he inserted 2 omelettes from his own omelette and placed them on the plate in front of Lisa and Irene. After seeing Charlie's actions, Jessie and Abbott couldn't help but sighed in secret. So they all stared at the only piece of Charlie's fried egg, and then they quickly inserted their hands into the fried egg. Go with. But they didn't succeed, because Allie pulled the plate aside, and then Allie looked at Charlie and asked, Charlie, this fried egg, you can eat it. Charlie shook his head and said, Take it and eat, I don't have any appetite. Then Charlie got up and went to the kitchen to get some bread and milk. He distributed the bread and milk and then sat down to eat the bread and drink milk. When Allie heard that, she put the fried eggs on her plate into her own plate, facing the dissatisfaction and protesting gaze of Jessie and Abbe. Allie glared at them and said, That's how I fried eggs. Is it unpalatable? Do you know if it's unpalatable if you don't eat it? Soon everyone ate their breakfast, but Ellie's dark dishes were ultimately not eaten. After eating, Lisa said to Charlie, who was sitting in a daze in the chair, Brother, didn't you say you want to go to the Muggle world to play? I want to go too. I haven't gone to play for a long time. After hearing it from the side, Ellie agreed, Yeah. Charlie, the summer vacation is so boring, so take us to the Muggle world to play. Speaking of which, I have never been to the Muggle world, and I don't know what's so fun about the Melon world. Jessie and Abo also nodded their heads in agreement. Little Irene on the side didn't understand it very well, but that didn't prevent her from having a fun-loving nature, so she also clamored to go. I checked my ideals and then considered that I really want to relax and keep my mood in a happy state, so Charlie agreed to their request and said, "Okay. I think about it, where should I go to play? Well, I heard a new amusement park is opened in Paris, or let's go there. How about?" Ellie, Jessie Abbott and others don't really understand what Charlie said about the amusement park, but it should be fun to listen to the name, so they didn't object and said, "Listen to you. We will play wherever you say." Charlie nodded and said, "In this case, let's go there. I just heard that there are a lot of muggles, so we have to book the tickets in advance, so we may be able to go a few days later." After hearing that, Ellie said indifferently, "It's okay, then it's a few days later. Charlie, you can call us if you get it right." Jessie and Abbott also said when they heard, "That's the decision, Charlie. We'll go back first, and wait for your good news." Charlie watched them come to the front of the fireplace and nodded and said, "Okay, I will take care of this, don't worry." Then Charlie went to Gringotts to exchange some pounds, and then came to the newly opened Disneyland in Paris to book 6 tickets and the corresponding room. The reason for booking a room is because Disney can't finish it in a day. A few days later, Ellie, Jessie, Abbott and others received a letter from Charlie, which read, "Ellie, Jessie, Abbott, the corresponding preparations have been completed. You can come to my uncle's house tomorrow to gather, then we go to Disneyland together. Oh, yes. You guys tell your parents www.readaloud.com. This trip may take 2 or 3 days." Ellie and they began to look forward to the Muggle World Tour starting tomorrow after receiving the letter from Charlie. The next morning Charlie packed some of the things he had prepared into his pocket, and then went to the next room to call up 2 sisters who liked to sleep on the bed, but they were awake when they came, and they were still behaving. "Dress yourself." After seeing Charlie, he asked Lisa, "Lisa, you who usually like to sleep in bed, why did you get up so early today? Did the sun come out from the west?" Lisa seemed indifferent to Charlie's teasing, but Irene on the side told her why they got up so early. Sister Lisa said, "If we don't get up earlier, I don't know when Brother Charlie will leave quietly, so we have to get up a little earlier and keep our eyes on Brother Charlie. We can't let him play alone." Charlie came to Lisa and touched Lisa's golden hair and said, "Lisa, do you distrust your brother so much? Since I promised you, I will take you there and take good care of you." "Good for you, but you have to promise me one thing, that is, you are not allowed to run around naughty and be obedient, otherwise you won't play with you next time." Lisa patted Charlie's hand and said, "Okay, I know. Also, I'm not allowed to touch my head casually in the future. I'm not a kid anymore, and I'm not that tall." Irene nodded her little head frantically and said, "Okay, Brother Charlie, I'll be obedient to ask at that time. Okay, I won't touch your head casually." Charlie said with a smile, but still put his hand on Lisa's head. Facing Lisa's angry gaze, Charlie put his hand down and said, "Ahem, sorry, got used to." Chapter 42, Disney's Night. Charlie and the 3 came to the living room downstairs. In the living room, not only Bud, but also Chris, who was not often seen in the morning, was sitting in the living room. Bud said to Charlie after watching them come down, "Charlie, you take your sisters and them to play, I am more at ease. I believe you can take good care of your sisters." Charlie nodded and said, "Uncle, I will take care of them. Don't worry about you and Aunt." Chris on the side said to Lisa and Irene, "Lisa, Irene, do you want to listen to Charlie by then? Don't run around naughty." Lisa and Irene nodded obediently and said, "We must listen to Brother Charlie and make sure not to run around." After making all kinds of assurances, Charlie and the others began to eat breakfast. When they finished eating for a while, Allie and the 3 arrived at Adrian's house. They first greeted Bud and Chris and then asked Charlie, "Charlie, prepare all right, when can we leave?" Charlie said to Bud and Chris, "Uncle, Aunt, let's go, don't worry, I will take care of Lisa and the others." Then Charlie said to Ellie and others, "Because my sisters don't know how to use flying broom. So let's use flow powder to get to the neighborhood before walking over there." Chris watched the children disappear one by one, and then said to Bud worriedly, "Bud, you said Charlie and his group of children went to the park to play, really okay?" Bud patted Chris' hand and said, "It's okay, you think, Charlie is very mature in the first place, and usually doesn't have any trouble. And he also knows magic. Even if he is in trouble, Charlie can use magic to solve it. Although the Ministry of Magic stipulates that he can't cast spells in front of muggles, as long as Charlie casts an oblivion spell afterwards. Originally, I did not agree with the children of them to go, and only agreed to let him go after knowing that Charlie would cast this spell. I heard from friends who worked at Hogwarts that Charlie's strength was quite powerful." Everyone followed Charlie to the crowded Disney amusement park, and then they were taken to their living room in the park by a staff member after queuing to verify the tickets. The rooms are arranged like this: 2 double rooms and 1 single room. Among them, Charlie and his 2 sisters live in 1 room, Jessie and Abel live in 1 room, and Ellie live in 1 room. Everyone did not propose this allocation method. Objection. After Charlie allocated the room, it was already after 1 or 2 in the afternoon, so they had another Chinese meal in a restaurant in the park. After eating, Irene yawned and looked at Charlie and said, "Cousin Charlie, I'm so tired, I really want to sleep." Charlie looked at Irene and then at the team that had been standing for a long time. SA said to Ali and the others, "We lined up for the morning today. How about we go back to rest first and then come out to play for a few hours at night? I heard that it will be more fun in the evening here." Ali said understandingly, "Okay. I happen to be tired too, so let's go back and rest first, remember to call us at dinner." Jessie and Abe agreed to Charlie's proposal after hearing Ellie say this, so the group went back to the place where they lived, and Charlie took Lisa and Irene into their room. After Charlie closed the door, he pointed to a bed and said to Lisa and Irene, "You two should sleep in that bed together. How about I sleep in this one?" Lisa and Irene didn't have the energy to answer Charlie. For them who got up so early today and stood all morning, they have no strength anymore, so they just lay on the bed and started to sleep. Charlie saw that they fell asleep without taking off their shoes. They shook their heads and then stepped forward to take off their shoes and straighten their bodies. Then they went to another bed and fell asleep. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Lisa opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling in a daze. After a while, Lisa seemed to think of something and quickly got up and looked at Charlie's bed. Lisa gave it to Charlie while he was still sleeping. He breathed and gently pushed Irene next to him. Irene opened her somewhat confused eyes and saw Lisa and then closed her eyes and said, "Sister Lisa, let me sleep a little longer. It's really comfortable." Lisa lay next to Irene and whispered in her ear, "Eileen, brother Charlie is still sleeping, do you want to revenge him for always disturbing our sleep?" After hearing this, Irene suddenly became interested and immediately opened her eyes and looked at Lisa with piercing energy, and then whispered, "Lisa, how do we get revenge?" Lisa thought for a moment and then said, "The way he is to be treated. Let's go and tickle him." Irene and Lisa came to Charlie's bed carefully, and then they picked up a strand of their hair and scratched Charlie's nose. Charlie in his sleep suddenly felt itchy nose. Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com and then reached out and touched it but felt nothing. So Charlie went on to fall asleep again, but after a while he felt itchy nose again. This time Charlie was completely awake, but he didn't open his eyes, because he knew that it was probably the 2 naughty little ghosts that caused this. So Charlie turned around naturally, and then opened a tiny gap in his eyes. Sure enough, he saw 2 silhouettes passing by, and then heard a faint laughter. Charlie closed his eyes and waited for a while to find that the 2 little ghosts stood up and came towards him again, so Charlie suddenly stretched out his hand to embrace one of them and scratched at her. "Ha ha ha! I don't dare anymore, brother, really, I don't, haha, dare you, please let me go and laugh at me. Haha. Lisa's laughter and begging for mercy were on Charlie ringing in his ears. Charlie let go of Lisa, who was struggling, and then sat up and watched Irene, who was back in an instant, deliberately said, Eileen, did you tickle me just now? Irene raised her head and looked at Charlie pitifully and said, Brother Charlie, don't tick me, okay, I beg you. Charlie looked at Irene and gave up his plan to punish her and said, let's go, let's ask your sister Ellie and brother Jesse and Abbott to eat, and how about going to play? Okay, okay. Irene couldn't help but yearn for all the fun things she saw this morning. Then the three came to the room of Ellie and Jesse and called them up, and then they walked out of the house together and came outside. Wow! It's so beautiful! Allie and the others exclaimed involuntarily as they looked at the brightly lit outside and the colorful scenery dotted with lights. Chapter 43, Dead Body in Haunted House. After dinner, Charlie looked at everyone and said, let's walk around, and see if there is anything interesting, let's go play. Everyone nodded, and then they came to a place with romantic music under the beautiful and colorful lights. After seeing Irene next to Charlie, he quickly took Charlie's hand and pointed the other side and said, Brother Charlie, I'm going play that rider. Charlie looked in the direction of Irene's little hand and found that it was a carousel ride. Charlie looked at Lisa and asked, Lisa, are you going to play this? Lisa looked at the dreamy carousel with light in her eyes and nodded. Ellie on the side also noticed the carousel's rides. She curiously asked Charlie, Charlie, this looks so beautiful. Why are those wooden horses so good? Move by yourself, are these Trojan horses also being used by magic? How can it be magic? How can things in the Muggle world have magic? This is because it relies on machinery to operate. Charlie replied. Allie continued to ask Charlie what is a machine. Charlie didn't know how to explain the term machine to Allie, but could only divert the topic. I can't explain this, let's go play this Fantasia carousel. After hearing this, Irene jumped up happily and cheered and said, okay, okay. Go, let's go, Irene is going to ride a horse. Then she took Charlie and Lisa's hand and ran forward. Charlie was afraid that Irene would fall, so he said helplessly, Aaron, slow down, don't worry. Charlie and the others came to the carousel and waited for a song to stop. When the carousel stopped, Charlie hugged Irene and Lisa on top of a wooden horse. Ellie and the others looked for a wooden horse to ride on. Above, Allie looked at Charlie, who was still motionless, and asked Charlie, are you not playing? Charlie smiled and replied, I don't think it's interesting. I won't play it anymore. Let's play it. I'll watch you play below. Charlie watched them sitting on the merry-go-round, and then the music sounded and the horse started to turn. Lisa, Irene, and Ellie showed happy smiles on their faces. Charlie looked at them and remembered a story about the carousel he saw in his previous life. The gorgeous carousel is actually a cruel game. They are always chasing each other. However, the distance between each other will always be the same and will not change. This means that no matter how hard you try, you will never catch up. Can only look at the one I love and always keep a distance from myself. This is an unattainable feeling. Seemingly gorgeous appearance, in fact, is full of loneliness inside. Hey, what is Charlie thinking? Why don't you say yes? Suddenly Charlie felt someone tap his shoulder, and then heard Jesse's voice in his ears. Charlie came back to look at Jesse and Ebo and asked, aren't you playing on it? Why did you get down? Jesse and Abbott leaned on the railing to one side and said to Charlie, it doesn't feel very fun. This is what girls like to play. Well, how do you say? It just feels not exciting enough. Is there anything exciting here for Charlie? Are you playing? Charlie looked at Jesse and Ebo with expectant faces and said, yes. There are many. If I meet them later, I will introduce them to you. How about? Jesse and Abbott nodded and said, Okay. Hi, brother, hurry up and take pictures for us. Suddenly Lisa's voice came, and Charlie looked there and found that Lisa was talking to him and then turned to the other side. Charlie took out the camera and shouted to Lisa, "Okay, Lisa, I'm ready." Charlie started taking pictures after Lisa appeared on the camera, and then stopped after Lisa disappeared. Soon the picture that moved on this picture came out. Charlie looked at the picture above and nodded and thought, unexpectedly, I still have a photo opportunity. Is it 4? Finally, after Ellie and the 3 girls took a few tires of spinning on it, they left the fantasy carousel to go to other attractions. Charlie and the others were walking on the road. Suddenly Ellie saw a castle full of colorful brilliance not far away, so at her request, a group of people came to this castle named Fantasy Fairy Tale Castle. They walked up the stairs step by step. There are various fairy tales here, some of which even attracted Jessie and Abo who had never been in contact with them. And Ellie, Lisa, and Irene's girls are even more sad with the sadness in the story, and smile at the joy in the story. So that when they left, the girls still looked reluctant. Then Charlie and others came to a darker place, where there were screams from time to time. Looking at the atmosphere and decoration of the place, Charlie understood that this was a haunted house. So Charlie said to Jessie and Abbott, "The more exciting game you want is coming www.readaloud.com. This is a haunted house." Haunted house? Are all ghosts in it? Abbott asked suspiciously. Charlie looked at Abbott and said with a smile, "Why, there are some muggles pretending to be ghosts and corpses and set up scenes with background music." The contrast, coupled with the unexpected frightening of tourists, makes tourists produce a kind of exciting game. After hearing Charlie's introduction, Jessie and Abbott showed great interest and said to Charlie, "Charlie, let's go in and play. I checked my ideals for a while and then refused. I'll forget it, you go. Lisa and Irene are not suitable for this, so I will take care of them outside." After hearing this, Ellie said to Charlie, "Charlie, or you should go and play with them, they don't know how to play. I'll be here to help you look after your 2 sisters, how about?" Charlie hesitated and said to Lisa, "Lisa, do you think this would work?" Lisa looked at Charlie and said, "You can rest assured, Irene and I will listen to this sister Ellie, and I promise we will not run around." After hearing Lisa's assurance, Charlie decided to go to the haunted house with Jessie and the others, so the 3 of them walked into the entrance of the haunted house. The 3 of Ellie and Lisa outside watched the disappearance of the 3 of Charlie and they were silent for a while, and then Irene said worriedly, "Sister Lisa, this is so scary. Brother Charlie, they are like being eaten by monsters." The same. Charlie, Jessie, and Abbott were walking in the gloomy passage, listening to a scream from time to time in front of them, which made the 3 of them feel involuntarily raised. Suddenly a scream came from the front, "Ah! Corpse, corpse!" Chapter 44, Ghost in Haunted House. After hearing the man's call so frightened and real, Abo asked with some fear, "Charlie, there won't be a real corpse?" Charlie patted Abo on the shoulder and said, "Why? Isn't this scary in the haunted house? It is probably a corpse made of a more realistic model and sprinkled with some blood. It suddenly appeared in front of the tourists and frightened them. Kind. Wow. I shit, frighten me, hi, this ghost is really scary." Charlie just said that a figure suddenly appeared in front of the 3 of them, and then the scared Jessie couldn't help cursing. The 3 of them looked at the figure and found that it was a real-life model with a rope hanging from its neck. The model's toes stood straight in front of them, as if it tried to stand on top of something to regain its breath. The model is wearing a white skirt with disheveled hair, and both hands are also tightly holding the rope between the neck. The model's face is purple and hideous, with round eyes, slightly open mouth and exposed tongue, as if to the world express resentment and unwillingness. Jessie looked at this extremely realistic model and said with a little trembling, Charlie, isn't this true?" Charlie looked at Jessie and said indifferently, "You can tell if you touch it." I didn't expect this model to be made very realistic. Moreover, the timing of the appearance of this model is well grasped. It is estimated that the scream just now may still be the staff shouted in order to give tourists a kind of psychological hint, and then suddenly a realistic model appeared to make tourists mistakenly believe that this is true. Jesse shook his head after hearing what Charlie said. After seeing Charlie's disgusting interest, he said, "What's the matter, isn't it just a model? You won't be scared anymore. Why don't we go back the same way?" After hearing Charlie's taunt, Jesse couldn't help but said forcefully, Who's scared? You? Look, I'm here, just touch it." After Jesse finished speaking, he took a deep breath and became courageous. Then he touched his trembling hand to the exposed calf of the model. Jesse's trembling hand only shrank as soon as he touched it, because he felt a chill from the model. Feeling biting, and then said in a trembling voice, "Charlie, look, I touched. Charlie didn't answer Jesse but shook his head with a smile and continued to move forward. Jesse looked at Charlie and Ebo not paying attention to themselves but walking forward and couldn't help being a little angry. At this time Jesse felt a chill from the model beside him. After uploading it, he shuddered and then yelled to Charlie and the others while quickly chasing them, "Hey, wait for me, don't go so fast." After Jesse and the others had gone away, the suspended model swayed slightly, as if to say goodbye to Charlie and the others. Jesse chased Charlie and asked Charlie, "When I touched the model just now, I felt that the model was cold and rigid." "This is a model," Charlie said in a natural way. "Of course the model is cold and rigid, can it be soft?" Although Jess felt something was wrong, she didn't say anything in the end, and walked forward with Charlie and the others. Charlie and the others walked for a while and found that apart from the horror scenes they had set up, they had not encountered other tourists or staff posing as ghosts, and even the screams that had appeared from time to time disappeared. The three of them could only hear their own footsteps and breathing in this quiet space, which made the atmosphere gradually depressed, and Ebo couldn't stand the atmosphere, so he began to talk to Charlie and the others intentionally. "Charlie, didn't you say that some staff pretended to scare us? Why haven't these staff appeared until now?" Ali and the three people waiting for Charlie and three at the exit outside suddenly found that many tourists and staff with heavy makeup and strange clothes came out of the exit. After seeing it, Ali walked over curiously and asked a job that came out of it. The officer asked, "Hello, why did you all come out of it? Did something happen inside?" The staff was surprised at first and then saw that Ellie was just a little girl, and then deceived Ellie with a sigh of relief. "I don't know, it's just that the leader above notified all the tourists and employees to come out, maybe it's to repair the facilities." After hearing this, Ellie nodded and started looking for Charlie and Jesse among the crowd, but when no one came out, Ellie didn't find Charlie and the three of them. She watched the staff set up the exit and entrance positions. Isolate the guardrail, and erect one on the side that says "The haunted house has been suspended, please do not enter." "I can't find Charlie," and there Ellie finds the staff member who just interviewed and said to him, "Sorry, some of my companions haven't come out in the haunted house. Do you know what's going on?" The employee was surprised when he heard it and asked, "Your companions? How many people are still inside?" Ellie nodded and said, 3, none of them have come out yet. Do you know what happened to them?" The employee comforted Ellie, "Don't worry, www.readaloud.com, I will help you ask." After that, he took out a calling machine and said, Hey, is it a monitoring room? I received a report from a tourist say there are 3 tourists inside, can you see where they are?" "No, all the monitoring screens up to now still can't display the picture." Soon there was a voice in the calling machine. After hearing this, the employee took a look at Ellie and then walked to the distance and said quietly and sternly, "You know, there is already 1 dead inside. If 3 more die, I and your surveillance staff will. It's hard to escape. You know she is back, she wants to retaliate against us. An employee has died, you say who would dare to go now?" A voice full of horror came from the calling machine. The employee sighed and said, "Okay, it's really self-inflicted. Let's continue to notify the people inside with the broadcast inside. I hope she will not harm innocent people, otherwise we will all be regarded as scapegoats." Not far away, Ellie suddenly saw an employee taking away a shivering tourist. The tourist was still chanting, "There are ghosts, there are ghosts." After hearing this, Ellie couldn't help thinking, is there an evil ghost inside, and Charlie and the others are fighting this ghost inside? Thinking of Ellie suddenly felt relieved. But Ellie still found the employee who just ended the contact and asked, "Is there a ghost in it?" "A ghost." After hearing this, the employee quickly said, "How is it possible? How can there be ghosts in this world? These are all tricks of children. Don't listen to other people's nonsense. There are only some equipment in need of repair. Don't worry, we have already staff members are sent in to find them, and they should be out soon." Chapter 45, Ghost Past. "Charlie, is there something wrong? How do I feel that we are the only one left here, as if there is no one else except us?" Abbott asked with some confusion. Charlie frowned and said, "It's a bit weird. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to not touch people for so long. Some things that we don't know may have happened. Let's be careful." After a while, Charlie and they found a person lying in the middle of the passage. Charlie and the others quickly walked up to this person and found this person lying on the ground wearing a staff costume. Charlie sniffed his snort and found that he was dead. It is strange that he seemed to choke himself to death. His own hands are still pinched tightly on his neck. This is almost impossible to do. To the action. Because under normal circumstances, pinching his neck with his own hands will gradually lose the strength in his hands after being deprived of oxygen, so that he will not suffocate and die, which is not the state of this corpse. Charlie carefully observed the corpse and found that the blue veins on his hands were violent, his face was horrified, his eyes were round but his eyes were wide, and his legs and feet also showed a very struggling look. When Charlie was observing, Jessie and Abbott tremblingly touched the corpse on the ground and said in horror, "Charlie, this is a real corpse." Charlie nodded and said, "It should be true, but he died very strange." "Goo, what's weird?" Jessie swallowed and asked. "Zezzy, ka, zizi, rustling." Before Charlie answered Jessie's question, he heard a strange sound suddenly coming from the originally silent space. This sound made Jessie and Abbott too. Everyone was startled. Charlie listened for a while and found that the sound was coming from the wall. From the posture of the worker's death, there should be a hidden door nearby, and the worker should be staying inside. I didn't know why he escaped and died in his own hands. Charlie looked for a nearby wall and found a mechanism. Charlie pressed the mechanism and opened a secret door from the wall. Charlie walked in after watching for a while. Jessie and Abe looked at each other and then followed Charlie in. This is when Abe said, "Charlie, you are amazing, how did you know there is a secret door here?" Charlie inspected the dark room and said, "Careful observation and reasonable reasoning will tell." Charlie quickly found the source of the sound, which was a tape recorder on the table. Charlie picked up the tape recorder and turned it off and set it aside. Originally, Charlie was going to listen to the contents of the tape recorder after the inspection, but after Charlie put the tape recorder down and turned around, he heard the tape recorder start to make a sound. "Zizi, ah, no, please, sir, let me go, ah. Crunch, I won't let you go as a ghost, ah. Jessie and Ebo suddenly heard these terrifying screams and the harsh sound of nails scratching the wood, causing them to get goosebumps in an instant. Charlie frowned when he heard the voice in the tape recorder. If it is really a ghost, Charlie is really not afraid. You must know that he is the owner of the godhead of death. How can the dead souls hurt him? This is another hoarse voice coming from the tape recorder. I'm back, you are all going to die." The tape recorder stopped playing with a click, and then a cold wind blew in this small space, and some papers were blown everywhere. Jessie and Ebo were a little blinded by the strange scene. Charlie quickly took out his wand from his pocket and looked at the surroundings alertly. An invisible wind suddenly came towards Charlie. After he escaped, Charlie closed his eyes and opened it again. The expressionless Charlie showed pure black eyes, and the pure black eyes seemed to have a swirling whirlpool, which would give people a feeling of being subjugated after watching them for a long time. Charlie looked at the greatly changed space and quickly spotted a ghost in a white dress. Charlie looked at her face and found that he seemed to have seen her there. After checking ideals for a while, he remembered, this is not that. What the hanged model looked like, is it not a model but a real corpse? Charlie thought. Her eyes were red with cruel and bloodthirsty gazes, and then she looked at Jessie and Abo who hadn't noticed anything, and then flew towards them. But her actions did not succeed, because at the moment she left Charlie, a huge power suddenly spread over her, and the ghost was instantly overwhelmed to the ground. This power made her feel a fear from the depths of her soul, so she stuck to the ground and began to tremble. After a while, the red light in her eyes began to dissipate. When the red light in her eyes dissipated completely, her eyes began to show a sense of saneness. After Charlie saw that she was not crazy, he relaxed his suppression, and the ghost clinging to the ground can also stand up. She stood up and said to Charlie, "This adult doesn't know what you want me to do." Charlie asked curiously, "How did you become like this and start killing people?" Jessie and Abbott heard Charlie talking into the air and couldn't help but nervously asked, "Charlie, are you okay? Why are you talking to the air?" After Charlie heard it and waved Jessie and Ebo, he saw the invisible female ghost. Seeing them surprised, Charlie didn't say anything but listened to the female ghost's account. It turned out that this female ghost was a tourist and was in this haunted house one day by an executive from an amusement park. In the end, the woman couldn't stand it and hanged herself here. The staff here took the woman to cover up the truth. His body was hidden in a freezer in the haunted house. And she who died with resentment also woke up and became a ghost one day, and then she started to become stronger day by day with her corpse. At the same time, she was blinded by resentment until today, she started to explode and successfully made one participate in the original. The employee of that incident strangled himself, causing him to die in despair and fear. But then a tourist discovered all this, and then he started shouting so that the other staff knew about it. The female ghost revealed to the staff that she would kill them one by one, but she did not expect the frightened staff to quickly evacuate the visitors. Then evacuated the haunted house. When she wanted to chase, she found that she could not leave the haunted house anyway, so she vented her resentment to Charlie and the others who were still in the haunted house, and then was overpowered by Charlie to force her to recover. Reason. P.S. This story is purely fictitious, without any innuendo. Chapter 46, Ice. Jessie and Ebo were angry when they heard the female ghost telling them, so they said to Charlie, "Charlie, that person is a scum, should we help this female ghost punish him?" Charlie did not speak but looked at the female ghost who was gradually getting agitated. Somewhat out of control, she opened her mouth again and said, "I must kill him. No one can stop me, are you going to stop me?" Charlie released his own coercion again to restore the female ghost's wits again. Charlie opened his mouth and said, "For such a scum, I will help you, as long as you become my subordinate." The female ghost felt the pressure on Charlie's body, although she was a little unwilling in her heart, she still surrendered her body to Charlie. Charlie nodded and then opened the space leading to her godhead and sucked her in. Jessie and Abbott on the side watched the female ghost being subdued by Charlie and was sucked into her eyes by Charlie. Jessie looked at Charlie's pure black swirling eyes and said with some horror and surprise, "Charlie, this is what's going on? How did your eyes become like this? And why did you her into your eyes?" Charlie looked at Jessie and Abbott, then raised the wand in his hand and said to Jessie, "Forget it." Abbott saw Charlie point the wand in his hand at Jessie and quickly drew out his wand to the eyes that have recovered. Normal Charlie asked Charlie, "What do you want to do?" Charlie watched Abo calmly and said to his wand, "Just to make you forget the things you shouldn't remember." After that, Charlie continued to cast the forgetting curse on Abo, making them forget about their eyes and the female ghost surrendering to them. Things. Charlie arranges the female ghost in a corner of the space of gods. In this space, Charlie can be said to be a god, but the power of the gods that Charlie can control is not high, and he is not strong enough to bring living people in, nor can the space is embodied in the real world. In order to prevent others from knowing that he has a godhead, Charlie controls this space and sets the area where the godhead is located as the core area, except for his own soul. Then Charlie said to the female ghost who suddenly changed a space, somewhat confused and suspicious, "From now on, you will be called Bing. Practice hard in this space and wait for when I need you." Bing watched the empty space resounding through Charlie's voice, so she feared Charlie to the extreme. She respectfully said, "Yes, my lord. It's just my lord. I still have a part of my power stored in my corpse, asking the Lord to let me go out to collect the power, and hope that the adults can help the subordinates to properly handle the subordinates' bodies. I don't want to leave my body in this dirty place. Okay, I will let you out when I arrive, don't worry." Charlie's voice sounded in this space again. When Jesse Abbott woke up again, he looked around and asked, "Charlie, why did that female ghost disappear just now?" Charlie said calmly, "She's invisible, let's go, it's time for us to go out." After speaking, Charlie walked out of the room. Although Jesse and Abbott felt that they had forgotten something, they followed Charlie out of the room without much thought. When they came outside the passage, they heard a voice coming from the more secret broadcast on one side. "Please listen. Visitors to the broadcast leave the haunted house as soon as possible. The haunted house facilities are malfunctioning and need to be closed for maintenance." "Charlie, why didn't we hear this broadcast before?" Jesse and Abbott were a little confused when they heard it. Checked his ideals and said, "It may be that the female ghost has domain interference ability, let's go out quickly, so as not to worry Ellie and the others." After talking, Charlie started to walk back. Although Jesse and Abbott were puzzled, they didn't say anything. After the ice disappeared in the monitoring room outside, the monitoring screen could finally be seen. Although there was still an area that could not be observed, most areas could be seen clearly. Soon they found Charlie on the monitoring screen. So an employee immediately took out the walkie-talkie and said, "Group leader, the monitoring has been partially restored. We have seen the 3 children from the monitoring. They are all alive and there is no panic on their faces, and they should listen. The broadcast is now heading in the direction of the entrance." The group leader outside the haunted house walked aside and listened when the calling machine rang. He was relieved when he heard that the 3 children were all safe and sound, and they seemed to have not encountered the female ghost yet. If so, that matter can continue to be buried. But as soon as he let out a breath, he heard a voice coming from the walkie-talkie, "But the team leader, there is another area on their way that the monitoring fails. We still can't observe this area, in this area. In the area, they are likely to meet her." The team leader's heart just let go, so he said anxiously, "Then stop them quickly, use the radio to tell them that the road ahead is blocked, let them come out through the exit. Tourists inside, please note that the road ahead of you is blocked due to facilities, so please turn around and come out from the direction of the exit." Charlie ignored the content broadcast on the radio and continued to walk towards the entrance. Jesse and Abbott asked with some confusion, "Charlie, why don't you turn around and go out of the exit as told to us on the radio?" "Because it's a lot faster to walk from here, and I still have something to deal with beforehand," Charlie explained. After hearing this, Jesse and Abbott nodded and continued to follow Charlie. After seeing this scene, the staff in the monitoring room quickly told the team leader what he saw. "Group leader, those kids seem to have heard the broadcast, but I don't know why they are still moving in the direction of the entrance." The team leader who has been waiting for the good news couldn't help but yelled at the walkie-talkie when he heard the bad news, "You trash, continue to tell them that they can't move forward. If something happens to them, we will all be responsible." Charlie and others ignored the gradually stronger request, but continued to walk forward and disappeared from the monitoring screen. Charlie soon came to Bing's corpse, and then he released the ice from God's domain. After Bing heard Charlie's words in God's domain, Bing passed through a whirlpool that suddenly appeared in front of her and came back to the real world. After Bing appeared, Charlie said to her, "Bing, don't you have the ability to interfere with electronic devices? Release it now." Bing nodded and an invisible electric wave spread around her as the center. Chapter 47, Threat. The employee in the monitoring room suddenly found that all the monitoring was unavailable, so the employee hurriedly used the walkie-talkie to tell the team leader about the matter. After hearing this, the team leader outside said helplessly, "It looks like it should come after all." Charlie watched as the ice began to absorb the power she had stored in the corpse. Jessie saw Charlie and the female ghost staying here and guessed with horror, "Charlie, this is not the female ghost's corpse, right?" Charlie nodded and teased. He said, "Yes, it seems your instinct was quite accurate when you first touched it." Jessie remembered the feeling and shuddered while not speaking, while Abby asked Charlie suspiciously, "Charlie, what are we stopping here for?" Charlie saw that Bing had absorbed all the power and said to Abo, "Well, I am going to help her dispose of this corpse. You can wait a moment. Of course, if you want to go out first, you can let Ellie and the others rest assured first." After thinking about it, Jessie and Abbott decided to leave the environment that gave them a little shadow, so they talked to Charlie and went on with each other. After seeing them leave, Charlie asked the ice floating in the air, "Ice, what are you going to do with your corpse?" Bing looked at his corpse with a trace of disgust and resentment in his eyes, and said coldly, "My lord, burn her, but I hope the ashes will not stay here." Charlie nodded and then drew out his wand and read flaming flames. A flame sprayed from the tip of the wand and turned into a fire snake to wrap around the ice corpse, and then completely wrapped the corpse. As Charlie increased the output of magic power, the temperature of the flame was getting higher and higher. The ice floating on the side could no longer bear such high temperature, so she quickly flew to the distance and waited. Soon the corpse began to scorch and the rope around the corpse's neck was burned, but the corpse did not fall because Charlie had released a levitation curse in advance. After a while, the corpse was burned to ashes. Charlie removed the flames and controlled the mass of ashes and began to rotate so that it began to condense into a ball. Then Charlie pulled out a piece of cloth from the surrounding scene and placed it upright. "Go into his pocket and say to Bing, 'Well, after we go out, I will let it dissipate in the sky. Come in first, and I will take you out.'" A twisted vortex appeared in the space beside Charlie. Ice nodded when he saw it and then flew in. When the ice flew in, Charlie put his wand away and walked towards the exit. Soon Charlie came outside, and Allie and Lisa saw Charlie coming out at a glance. Lisa waited for Charlie to come to her and complained to Charlie, "Brother, what are you doing inside, so slow, we are almost boring outside." Charlie said softly, "Well, okay, I'm really sorry, I asked Lisa to wait so long, how about buying ice cream for you as compensation?" Lisa nodded happily when she heard that there was ice cream to eat later. Allie looked at Charlie and asked, "Charlie, what did you meet in it?" "I asked Jessie and Ebo and they all said they would ask you." Charlie said indifferently, "It's nothing, just a small problem." Just after Charlie finished speaking, a person from the haunted house came over and said to Charlie, "You are lucky to be able to come out." Charlie looked at him and asked, "May I ask you who are you?" Ellie on the side introduced, "Oh, he is an employee in this haunted house. After I found out that you were not out, I asked him to send an employee to find you." Charlie nodded and then looked at him and said, "Did you know that someone died in this haunted house?" The employee was surprised and then calmly said, "I know that one of our employees died inside, and then we began to evacuate tourists." Charlie nodded and then looked at him blankly, and said coldly, "Then, did you know that a female tourist once died in it and was hanged?" The employee swallowed after hearing this, and then said with a weird expression, No, I don't know. When Charlie saw his expression, he knew that he was the least involved in the matter and was an insider, so Charlie said to him, "You should know, she has returned, and threatened to kill you people involved." "No, I don't know, it has nothing to do with me. How do you know this? Have you met her?" The employee's psychological defense was a little broken. Charlie looked at some of the tourists who gathered around and said to him, "Want to know? But I don't think you want to make this matter known to everyone, so let's go to a quieter place to talk about it." The employee looked around, then nodded to Charlie and said, "Are you the one or you all with me? Let's go with you." Cha said after thinking about it, and then to Ellie and them, "All of you, Ellie, follow me." Ellie, Jessie, and others nodded and followed the employee to his office with Charlie. After letting everyone in, he looked outside, then closed the door, locked it, and closed the curtains. www.readaloud.com. After all this, he rolled his eyes and thought, "Isn't it just a few kids, scare me? Didn't they just say everything?" So he looked at Charlie and the others and said to Charlie viciously, "Who are you guys? How do you know this? Obediently tell me, otherwise you will feel better." Charlie calmly watched him talking while taking out a dagger from the drawer. His face remained unchanged. After seeing this scene, Ali quickly protected Lisa and Irene behind her. Irene was a little scared and hid behind Ali. Lisa poked her head out to look at Charlie. Charlie looked at the employee with the knife and said in a colder tone, "You are really scum, a bunch of garbage, but you don't think you can deal with me with a dagger? Otherwise? Just you little kids, even if I don't take the dagger, I can deal with you, if I don't want to make too much noise, or I won't threaten you with the dagger." He held the dagger to Charlie, then he said, "Hurry up and tell me how you know those things, otherwise I will have to scratch your tender body a few times." Charlie nodded and then said indifferently, "I was actually told by someone." "Do you want to know who it is? What are you still inking? Don't you say it." The corners of Charlie's mouth rose slightly and said, "She is behind you, don't you feel it?" Charlie's words seemed to remind him. He suddenly felt as if there was a cold hand touching the back of his neck. He twisted his neck stiffly and looked back, and he saw eyes full of resentment. He had seen this look, and it has been in his nightmare ever since. Chapter 48, Noble Son. Charlie watched this employee fall under his feet in fright by the ice. The dagger in his hand did not know when it fell to the ground. He sat on the ground and kept moving backwards and said, "No. No, don't come here. I didn't hurt you, you shouldn't come to me, please let me go." He backed away while talking and his hand touched Charlie's feet. He seemed to have thought of something and then hugged Charlie's feet and cried and pleaded, "Oh, please, let me go. Please. I still have children and my parents to raise, this family can't live without me, please, woo." Charlie kicked him away and said coldly, "Then when she pleaded in front of you, did any of you save her? She is also someone else's child, because you conceal the body and dare not disclose it. The truth of the matter, so her family still doesn't know that she is dead. Are they not pitiful?" The employee who was kicked away by Charlie knelt down and crawled to Charlie's feet again, begging, "I know I was wrong, and I can't help it. I'm just an employee. I can only watch her pleading in front of me. I have nightmares every day, oh." Charlie looked at the employee who was sobbing at his feet, full of painful regret, and then asked Bing, did he not participate as he said? Bing looked at the crying employee on the floor, but he nodded to Charlie even though his eyes were still fierce. After seeing Charlie, he said to him, "Well, since you have a heart to repent, I will give you a chance to see if you can take us to the executive who violated her in the first place. As long as you do this, she will let you go. As for how you choose, that is your own business. I only give you 1 minute to think about it." Charlie looked at him and said. He raised his head after hearing this request from Charlie and asked Charlie, "What did you do when you found him? Did you kill him?" Charlie's tone became cold again. This is not something you have to consider, you just need to take us to find him, agree or disagree. After hearing what Charlie said, he lowered his head and hesitated in his mind. Whether to promise him. If you don't agree, you may die now. If you agree, no matter what the result of that person is, your work will be insecure or even worse. Killed, how should I choose? Charlie looked at the struggling expression on his face and said coldly, hurry up, 1 minute is about to pass, how do you choose? Charlie's words acted like a catalyst, allowing him to quickly make a decision. Damn, I promised you, it will take a while to live a while. Charlie nodded in satisfaction and said, if that's the case, you should prepare quickly. I want to see him today, or you will die. With a look of embarrassment on his face, he hesitated and said, it's all night. I can't guarantee that you will see him. Charlie looked at him and said without any tone fluctuations, then you mean you are useless? I usually have no patience for useless dregs. I think it's better to solve you. The big deal is that we will find another threat. I don't believe everyone is so incompetent. Charlie's words made him shiver again, and then he gritted his teeth and said, okay, I know, I will let you see him today. After saying that he was ready to go out without waiting for Charlie's answer. Charlie looked at his back and called him, we'll be waiting for you here, remember, don't play tricks, or you will know that death is a kind of happy. After he listened, he paused for a while and then took a trembling step again and left here. After seeing him go, Ali asked Charlie in confusion, Charlie, what the is going on, where is this ghost, of? Charlie looked at Ellie and said, it's nothing, just help a maimed girl get revenge. After hearing this, Ellie nodded and then asked, wait, shall we go together? Yes, we want to be together. Charlie nodded and said, otherwise, I'm afraid they will attack you after we separate. If you stay with me, I can protect you. In a large and brilliant room, a handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes and a tall nose was lying on a large sofa. He raised his feet and put his feet on the coffee table in front of him. Sitting on either side of him was a blonde girl, wearing only thin silk clothes, and the spring colors inside were looming. His 2 hands kept squeezing them, which made them gasp from time to time. One of the beautiful women held a peeled grape with their lips and fed them to the handsome man in the middle, and the other held expensive the drink is fed to the man. Standing around the man were 2 tall men in black suits and black sunglasses. They had no reaction to the scene in front of them, and they always looked around the man. There are also many men in black standing in other parts of the house, they all look on guard, and they never relax their vigilance for a moment. At this time, a man hurriedly walked over and then walked through the door of the man in black before entering the room. www.readaloud.com. After he came in, he walked slowly in front of the man, then looked down at his toes and said, my son, the person in charge at the haunted house said, there are a few people in him who know about your last incident want to see you. And he also said, there was a haunted incident in the haunted house today, and an employee has died. The ghost threatened to kill you, don't know what to do with the son. The man said indifferently, it's just a few flies, just slap them to death. I have to teach you this? Then what do I want you to do? The man's fluttering words scared him into a cold sweat. He quickly said, what the son taught is that the son did not know that the few people were all teenagers, and the oldest seemed to be 12 or 13 years old. The people behind the scenes pushed to the front to spread the word, even if we kill it, it will not be of much use. Kid? What's your appearance? The man said after hearing it, as if he was a little bit sexual. There are 3 men and 3 women. All 3 girls look very good. One of them can be described as a childlike face. One of the boys is good looking and has a high temperament. The other 2 are just so-so. He said cautiously, but he thought to himself, fortunately, I understand the son's preferences, and then I personally took a look, otherwise this time I am afraid that my life will be lost. It seems that I will have to wait for the kid to give me some mental damage. Well, is that so? It's okay, let them come, I haven't tasted the special taste of children for a long time, hiss, really miss. The man said with a look of intoxication. Okay, son, I'll bring them now. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and cautiously left this depressing room. After he came out, he dared to breathe a sigh of relief and walked far away. Go. Chapter 49, The Perverted Desire of the Sun. You kid, this incident almost killed me. You have to add another £1,000 as a mental damage fee, otherwise they won't even want to see the sun, and the lives of your family will be hard to tell. Measle strutting. Looking at the person in charge of the haunted house who bowed his head and bowed in front of him, said. Mr. Sama, there is no problem, as long as you can let them see the sun, the money is easy to say. The person in charge of the haunted house said obediently. Misra glanced at him and then thought to himself, Ma Dan, it's less. Then Misra said to him irritably, give it to me as soon as possible afterwards, or you can see how I can take care of you. Now you let them follow me. The person in charge of the haunted house came to Charlie and said to Charlie, the sun has promised to see you. Now you can just follow that person. I wonder if I have fulfilled the request. Charlie looked at his expectant eyes and said blankly, well, it's not perfect, but it's done, you can go. After hearing these words, he hurriedly fled from here, as if there was some terrible monster chasing him behind him. Charlie brought Ellie and the others to Misra and asked, can I find that sun by following you? Misle looked at Charlie and said, that's right, but I advise you to be smarter in front of the sun, otherwise you will feel comfortable. You must know that the sun likes to conquer the proud. Okay, don't talk nonsense, come with me. After Misra finished speaking, he didn't pay attention to Charlie anymore but turned and walked forward. After hearing that, Charlie did not say anything to him, but followed him to a heavily guarded manor located in the depths of this paradise. Charlie looked a little curiously and found that the manor was built extremely luxuriously. With so many bodyguards, Charlie can imagine that they will meet a very rich and powerful young master next. Soon they came to a magnificent hall with guards in every corner of the hall and important positions. Misra said to Charlie and the others, wait here for a while, I'll ask the sun if you can go in now. After talking, Misra headed to a room at the back of the hall. After a symbolic search by 2 guards, he successfully entered the room where the sun was. Immediately after entering, Misra heard the snoring and gasping of the beauty and the sun's own gasping. He lowered his head and did not dare to lift it up. Then he whispered, my son, they are outside now, do you want to? Are they coming in? Well, your speed is a bit slow, Misra. Okay, just bring them in now, just let them learn, so that they don't know what to do later. Haha, who? The sun while talking while sprinting, saying that this seemed to make him more excited, and even the sprinting intensity was increased a lot to make the beautiful women who are being favored by him make more intense calls. Misra hurriedly backed off when he heard it, ready to go out and bring Charlie in. Soon he came to Charlie and said to Charlie, you come with me. Charlie followed them to the door and was stopped by 2 guards. At this time, Charlie heard the wrath of a woman gasping from inside and knew what was going on inside. Charlie frowned at the so-called the sun, became even more disgusted and said to Bing, in God's domain, Bing, you should have the ability to perform illusions on people, right? Some adults, but this ability is relatively weak. If the person who casts the illusion is attacked, he will automatically withdraw from the illusion, and if he knows that it is an illusion, he will no longer be affected by the illusion, unless the person is in a state of extreme fear. I don't know what the adults need me to do. Bing respectfully said the weakness and useful objects of this ability. Okay, that's enough, you come out in hiding now, and then hallucinate some of my companions so that they can't hear and see the next scene and dialogue. Charlie watched Misra get caught. The body search was put in and said to Bing, in God's domain, Charlie refused the request of the body search when it was their turn to search. The two guards glanced at each other and then each took out a metal detector and said to Charlie, "This must be checked, otherwise you can't go there." Charlie nodded and said, "Sweep with this, but you can't touch us with your hands." "He's right, you can't touch the bodies of my sweethearts, or how can I enjoy them later?" When the two guards were embarrassed, suddenly there was a faint voice from the sun. It was this sound that made them just scan Charlie with a metal detector, and they put Charlie in. After Charlie went in, they saw the filthy scene, which made Charlie glad that he let the ice use the illusion in advance to kill Lisa. Their perception was replaced. Charlie frowned as he watched the handsome man who was performing a live erotica for him. Charlie suddenly felt a silver-white filament trembling in the void below the crystal in his mind. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com was a little curious. Charlie spread his spirit up, and instantly Charlie heard a gritted teeth voice, "My lord, I want to kill this person, let me kill him." This is Bing's voice. Charlie was a little confused and tried to pass his own words to Bing through this thread. "Bing, it's not working now. I promise you will kill him, how about it? Now you can scare him." He takes a look to see if he can scare him into impotence and make him feel bad anymore. I think this feeling will definitely make him uncomfortable. Charlie's experiment was successful because he got Bing's reply from above, "Okay, my lord, I'm happy to help you." After speaking, the ice flew in front of the man's eyes and revealed his original shape, revealing the appearance of being hanged. This sudden appearance of the female ghost scared many people in the hall. For example, the two people under the man's crotch were instantly fainted. After the past, the man was not affected at all. Instead, he became more excited as if thinking of something exciting. While impacting the woman who had fainted, he said to Bing, "Let me think about it, by the way, you are that woman." "Haha, I still miss your taste, is it really exciting, spicy enough? What's up? If you become a female ghost, you want to trouble me, don't you? Be careful when you become a female ghost, I won't let you go, think about it, maybe it's really unusual." Cool. Said that there was a irritating expression on his face and then stopped the twitching of his body. After Bing heard it, the resentment on his face deepened, and she roared and rushed towards the man. But the scene she imagined did not appear, because the moment she touched the man, she was bounced off by a sudden mask, which made her injured and even the black energy on her body dissipated a lot. Chapter 50, Aggrieved Ice. Charlie was a little surprised when he saw that the ice was bombarded by a kind of shield. The man didn't seem surprised at all when he saw the ice bombed. He lay on the woman and laughed wantonly, "Ha ha ha, look, I can't bear the ghosts, so please try out any tricks you have. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to use them when you are stripped naked." Charlie looked at the somewhat unstable ice and then asked the ice, "Ice, are you okay? Then you don't get close to him and keep the illusion of my companion." "Yes, I know, sir, I will stabilize the illusion on your companion. Don't worry," Bing said and then said unwillingly, "Sir, the mask that flew me just now should be on his neck." The necklace he was wearing came out. "As long as the adult removes his necklace, I believe I can kill him." After hearing it, Charlie said in a cold tone, "Bing, I think you forgot what I said? He can't die now, but he will die. Don't worry about that." Bing felt the fear deep in his soul and said fearfully, "I know I was wrong, my lord." Seeing that Charlie hasn't moved yet, he said dully, "Is there no other tricks? It's really boring, so it's my turn to perform," he said, then stood up, and stood naked in front of Charlie. "You'd better sit down. It's so hot." Charlie couldn't stand it and said to Bing, "Bing, give me a hallucination right away. Mosaic on that part." Bing asked with some doubts, "What is a mosaic?" Charlie couldn't bear it, "It's fuzzy hua, hurry up, my eyes are going to be blind, I will wipe it." Bing quickly cast an illusion on Charlie. Fortunately, just blurring a part does not require much power from the ice, otherwise the injured eyes might still be able to sustain so many illusions. The man said indifferently, "Why? Seeing my big baby is a little scared, isn't it? It doesn't matter, you and your companions will get its favor later, and it will make you happy." The man's filthy words and many spicy eye movements finally made Charlie unbearable. Charlie directly drew his wand from his pocket and said to the man, "No sound." The man's noisy voice finally stopped. He opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. Then he shouted anxiously to the bodyguard behind him. Although there was no sound, the angry expression on the man's face remained. "Tell the bodyguards what to do." They quickly drew the pistols pinned to their waists and pointed them at Charlie and Ellie. Charlie looked at them and said, "If you want your son to speak again, I think you better not shoot." Numerous bodyguards looked at each other and didn't make any other actions. Although they didn't shoot, they didn't put down their pistols. It seemed that as long as Charlie made any weird movements, he would shoot Charlie. Charlie ignored these bodyguards and looked at the silently shouting man and said, "You are really disgusting, and your behavior is simply unsightly. I didn't want to reveal magic in front of you people, but your words are really it's unbearable. I have to tell you to shut up, otherwise I am afraid that I can't stand it and will kill you with an unforgivable curse. Now that I have cast a spell in front of you, I don't care about casting one." After saying that, Charlie quickly read necklaces flying. The necklace on the man's neck flew to Charlie's before the bodyguards could react. In the hand, then Bing flew quickly to his side and put his hand on the man's neck. This time Bing was not shot. "Hey, be careful. If someone accidentally pulls the trigger, your son may be dead." Charlie noticed that these bodyguards had the idea of pulling a pistol. After hearing this sentence, the bodyguards looked at the kidnapped son and decisively put down the idea of shooting. When the female ghost's hand was placed on the man's neck, a trace of fear flashed in the man's eyes, but then replaced by a madness. He smiled all over his face and even trembled with laughter. He looked at Charlie and slowly said something. Although Charlie could not hear what he said, he still learned what the man wanted to say from his slow mouth. "Ah, kill me, and then all of you will bury me, ha ha ha." Charlie looked at the man calmly and said, "Don't worry, you won't die now, at least today. Actually, I just came to see you, but your various behaviors really make me unbearable. I can't help but some special methods were used, and I have to use some methods to make you bodyguards forget these amazing things." After Charlie finished speaking, he raised his wand and cast a large oblivion spell. All the bodyguards in the room and the two fainted women were covered by this spell. Originally, Charlie wanted to cover the man as well, but then I wanted him to forget this experience. www.readaloud.com with his performance, wouldn't these people be able to leave? So Charlie didn't erase the man's memory, instead he lifted the spell on him. Charlie said to him, "Let's leave here safely, or the ghost will kill you." No, if after you go, she kills me, I will die in vain," the man said hesitantly after he felt he could speak. Charlie ridiculed, "With my ability, do you think I need to kill you after I leave?" Charlie thought in his heart, if it weren't for the Ministry of Magic's prohibition to cast spells in front of muggles and wanton killing muggles, do you like this? I don't know how many times the perverted scumbag will die. It's just ruining the three views, bah, scum. After thinking for a while, the man nodded and said to the surrounding guards, "Monsieur, take them out of here." Monsieur, who had gone through the forgotten curse and couldn't see the ice, obviously didn't know why the sun would let him take them out of here, but he didn't dare to have any questions about what the sun did. Charlie took Ellie and the others out of the room in the illusion, and then they got out of the scope of the illusion and came to their senses. In their cognition, Charlie only talked with the boy for a while and was sent out. What special story happened? After Charlie and the others left, the man looked at the ice that hadn't left and said, "What? Do you want to kill me? Yes, this is your only chance. Otherwise, wait for me to put on something similar to that necklace, you will never be able to get close to me." Bing listened to these provocative words with a fierce light in her eyes, but in the end she still did not start, but looked at the man with murderous eyes and then gradually disappeared. The man looked at the disappearing eyes and smiled wantonly, ha 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 ha. Chapter 51, Night into the Manor. At the same time, as far away as the second basement of the Ministry of Magic in London, the abuse of the Department of Magic is prohibited, a staff member reported to their immediate boss, Arthur Weasley, Director. We have detected a Hogwarts first-year student Charlie Elvis's wand cast a silence spell, an invocation spell, and finally a large-scale oblivion spell on Muggles in the Muggle area of Paris, France. I don't know how to deal with this matter. Arthur Weasley asked with some suspicion. You mean a first-year student can release a wide range of oblivion spells? Who is this Charlie? Is he so strong? You know that the people in our reversal incident team are not one person must be able to release a wide range of oblivion spells. How did he do it as a first-year student? I don't know, but we received feedback from the inside of the wand that he did release it by holding the wand. The staff also said with a puzzled look. Although Arthur could not figure out that a small child is capable of releasing a wide range of spells, this is not a big deal, and in the end, he also cleared the memory of those Muggles, which is not a big deal. The matter was over, so he said to the staff indifferently, since he has already dealt with it, then this is nothing, and there is no need to warn. The clerk nodded and then turned around to continue to work, but was stopped by Arthur. By the way, pay close attention to this Charlie. Tell me what is happening with powerful magic. Okay, you go to work. My lord, why didn't you let me kill the crap? My lord, you were all out of danger at that time. Bing's angrily voice sounded in Charlie's mind. Charlie did not explain to Bing but said faintly, when I do something, when do I need you to point my fingers and feet? Remember to correct your position, otherwise I don't mind eating a disobedient subordinate. Bing in Charlie's domain of God heard Charlie's words, and felt the sudden increase in maliciousness in the surrounding space. This is a malicious intent to swallow her. After Bing felt it, she became honest a lot and said with a little fear, yes, my lord, I know. After he said this sentence, the malice in the space dissipated a lot, and Charlie's voice resounded like thunder in Bing's ear, remember, this is your last chance, and the next time you will directly become the nourishment of this space. Right. The words Bing faced Charlie can only face with silence, because she can feel that Charlie is serious. If she is disrespectful to him, he will surely let this space swallow herself. He is never a good person. Charlie looked at Lisa and the others and said, it's too early now, we should go back to rest, let's go. After everyone heard Charlie's statement, although Ellie did not have a lot of fun, they still followed Charlie's words and walked towards the place where they lived. When they arrived, Lisa was reluctant to go up. She muttered watching Charlie sulking and not speaking. Ellie pulled a bit and she didn't pull, so she asked concerned, Lisa, what's the matter with you? Why don't you leave? Is there any physical discomfort? Lisa ignored Ellie and just looked at Charlie. After a while, Charlie knew that this guy was angry because he hadn't fulfilled his promise, so he said, did you not buy ice cream for you to eat, and you would not go up? Okay, let's go buy ice cream together. Let's go together and taste the ice cream from Muggle World, how about my treat? Charlie then said to Ellie and Jessie and Abbott. Charlie walked to Lisa's side and took her little hand and walked outside. Sure enough, Lisa, who had refused to walk, followed Charlie with a very reluctant expression. After seeing it, Irene hurriedly followed behind her mouth and said happily, haha, go eat ice cream. At home, my mother always forbids me to eat more, saying that if a child eats too much, my stomach hurts. Don't believe me? It's better for brother Charlie, and won't let me eat. And in that glorious manner full of evil desires, Miss Ra cautiously said to the dressed son, my son, they have left. I wonder what else the son has to order. When the son thought that he was threatened by a little boy, there was an invisible anger burning in his heart. Although the kid knew some magic, it still made him feel ashamed. He pinched his fingers and said viciously, "Go arrange for some of us to do the dirty work secretly to tie up the girls in the group of children just now, pay attention to do it when the boys are not with them." Mr. showed an expression that I understood and said, "Send them to the sun." "No, I still can't bear these people. Send them to that adult www.readaloud.com. I think he must like this gift of me." "Haha, they are dead? Yes, after sending them there tell the little boys the news." The son seemed to think of something with a sinister smile on his face. Mr. knew that the kid was going to be unlucky after hearing the son's negative laughter, so he said carefully, "Okay, I know, son. I will explain this matter immediately." After hearing this, the son said with satisfaction, "Well, let them move faster. I will see the results before tomorrow night. By the way, you can arrange for some beautiful women to come over. I want to vent the evil fire in my stomach." "I understand, son, I'll be sent by someone immediately." After saying this, Mr. cautiously left the room. Charlie looked at Lisa happily eating ice cream and then smiled and said, "I'm all right now, I have eaten the ice cream, we should go back." Lisa said vaguely while eating ice cream, "Well, it's so iced, no, you have to compensate me." Charlie looked at Lisa and said, "Okay, I'm making up for you, but I'll say yes, I don't buy it for you now, I have to wait for tomorrow, otherwise I will have diarrhea if I eat too much ice at once, do you know?" Although Lisa was a little unhappy, she heard Charlie say so she nodded obediently and agreed with Charlie's decision, and then the group went back to the hotel. As time passed, Charlie opened his eyes and looked at the two little girls sleeping peacefully on the bed next to him. After Charlie cast a Muggle shielding spell on their room, he cast himself a move. Scene changing came outside the manor that he left not long ago, and then Charlie opened his own invisibility law and walked in under the eyes of many guards. Chapter 52, The Fate of the Sun. Soon Charlie came back to the room where the young man was. As he went deeper, he gradually saw that there were several guards in this room who were always on alert, so Charlie released the ice from the realm of God. I was a little surprised when I saw the surroundings when I came out, but before she said anything, Charlie said to her, "Ice, let these guards enter the illusion, lest they discover our next actions." Bing looked at the familiar environment and faintly replied to Charlie, "I am happy to help you." After Bing said, an invisible electric wave started to interfere with the perception of the guards present. No abnormalities occurred in the process. Charlie nodded in satisfaction and went to the bed in the room. Charlie looked at the boy who hugged him even when he was sleeping, and then said calmly to Bing, "See if you can touch him." Bing hesitated for a while and then carefully touched the man according to Charlie's statement. The scene where the ice was shot flying did not happen as expected. This made Charlie's face a mockery, so confident. "Do you really think I will not kill you?" Charlie whispered to Bing while thinking. "Bing, don't you want to kill him? I give you this opportunity. He is sleeping right now. You can try to scare him to death in his dream. By the way, hurry up, I'll go back to sleep in a hurry." The main reason why Charlie went back in a hurry was actually not to worry about letting the two little girls, and secondly, they wanted to solve it earlier and then go to bed. Bing nodded when he heard it and then turned into a cloud of black mist and penetrated the man's nose. Then Charlie looked at the expressionless man and began to show uncomfortable and horrified expressions, his eye beads kept turning, and his facial muscles kept twitching. After a while, the man began to sweat all over his body, his breath became quicker, his eyelids began to throb, but he couldn't open his eyes. Then the blue veins on the man's forehead violently, his face flushed, and after a while, the man's head suddenly lost its strength and tilted to the side. In Charlie's perception, the man's heartbeat and breathing had stopped. Charlie looked at the breathless man and thought to himself that it was time for me to verify a question. Cha was ideal, and then opened the channel connecting the left eye to God's domain. A huge suction force acting on the soul began to generate, and soon two rays of light appeared in the man's body, one black and one white. The two rays of light were sucked into Charlie's eyes at the same time. When the two rays of light were sucked in, Charlie also closed the channel connecting his eyes to God's domain. After seeing such a scene, Charlie knew that as long as the soul could not escape the pull of the death realm on them, Charlie cast his consciousness into the God realm space and found that the man's soul recondensed into a human form after arriving in the God realm space. It's just that he doesn't seem to have reacted yet, with a dumb expression on his face. But Bing, who had been here many times, quickly recovered. She looked at the man in the soul state with an accident, and then a happy smile appeared on her face. Charlie observed for a while and found that Bing didn't see the man and attacked himself, so he nodded secretly and began to speak. Bing, I feel satisfied that you can suppress your hatred, so this person's soul is left to you to concoct, but just remember that you don't want to break his soul apart. Charlie's loud voice awakened the confused man. He looked at the dim and boundless sky and the female ghost standing not far from him. Ha ha ha, it really was you who wanted to kill me? Did he? Every door, where is this? Dreams? Quickly let me wake up, otherwise you will feel better when I wake up, I rub. The man yelled at him as he lost his mind after seeing the ice, and Charlie couldn't help but say when he heard his mad voice. Bing, it seems that he still doesn't know his current situation, and he still looks very strong. Or else, just get cool first so that he doesn't have extra strength to make noise. After hearing Charlie's words, Bing showed an expression of excitement and then leaped towards the man. Then there was a creepy scream in the space. Charlie was not interested in watching how Bing concocted this pervert, so he took his own consciousness was withdrawn from God's domain. He found that the guard in the house had been separated from the ice illusion, but fortunately, Charlie remained invisible. And their son was still motionless at this time, so they did not realize that their son was actually dead. So Charlie stayed invisible and left the room from among the many guards. Then Charlie returned to the hotel and entered his room without anyone knowing. He saw the two girls still sleeping sweetly. Charlie hung. His heart was also settled down. Charlie woke up early the next morning, and then he stretched out and called the two children who were still lying in bed, but his screams were useless. Charlie looked helplessly at the time and found that it was a little earlier. He gave up the plan to call them up and go out for breakfast together. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Charlie came to the door of Ellie's room. Then raised his hand and knocked on her door a few times before saying, Ellie, are you awake? There was no response in the room, so Charlie had to knock on the door again. But there was still no response in the room, which made Charlie a little worried, but Charlie knocked on the door again. He planned that if there was no response this time, he would have to break in. This time there was finally a response in the room. It's so annoying, I stopped people from sleeping early in the morning, so be careful when I go out and blow your head. Charlie can't help but think of a completely different tone from the usual Ellie. Which one is the real Ellie? Ellie, it's me, Charlie, are you up yet? Charlie didn't keep knocking on the door this time, but shouted outside. Who, Charlie? Ah! Charlie, why are you here? I will get up right away. You wait for me for 3 minutes, I will sort myself out. Charlie listened to Ellie's rushing voice and continued talking. It's okay, I won't go in. I just want to ask you to get up and come to my room to help me take care of Lisa and Irene. They haven't got up yet, so I thought about buying them breakfast first. By the way, what do you eat? I will bring you. Allie was a little bit disappointed after hearing it, but she still answered. Oh, I know, just show me the same as Lisa and others, I believe your eyes. Okay, I see. Go over as soon as you get up. I'm afraid they will find that I'm not worried when they wake up. After Charlie finished speaking, he took his own steps and left. Chapter 53, Malicious Attack. After breakfast, Charlie and others came to the park again to look for interesting rides. Soon the group found a fun project: canyon rafting. They all sat on it and started their rafting trip. Charlie and the 6 of them needed to take 2 kayaks. Ellie and Jessie and Abbe ride in a boat with 2 or 3, Charlie takes Lisa and Irene in a boat. After they sat down, the staff arranged for the rafting. Charlie watched Lisa and Irene clutching the edge of the kayak and said, "You are not scared, you two?" Lisa bit her lip and said firmly, "No, I'm not afraid." And Irene said with some fear, "Brother Charlie, our boat won't overturn." Charlie looked at the kayak drifting fast along the white water and said, "It should be fine, as long as we maintain a balance." However, as soon as Charlie finished talking about the sharper curve ahead, he appeared in front of him, and the kayak started to drift on the water under the action of the current. Then, due to this sharp turn, Irene, who did not react, was thrown away from the center of gravity, causing the kayak to roll over slightly. This slight rollover wasn't really serious. It was just a little stream flowing in over the edge, and then the kayak returned to stability under the action of the current. After a thrilling turn for Irene, Irene said with lingering fear, "Brother Charlie, it's just dangerous, so we turned it over." Lisa opened her teeth clenched because of tension and said, "These are okay, it's just more exciting." After a while, a group of people returned to the shore from the exit of the rafting project. Jessie looked at Charlie coming ashore and laughed. "Charlie didn't expect your hair to be wet too." Charlie said helplessly, "I can't help this kayak always tip over slightly when drifting, and then the water starts to splash on his head. It's good for your boys to have such short hair but a little wet, okay? Several of our girls have long hairs that have been touching the water, okay?" Ali said with some dissatisfaction. What Charlie didn't notice was that there were 2 mysterious people not far away watching them under the cover of a huge crowd. On the 7th, "What should I do? The little girls and the little boys have been staying together, so we don't have a chance to start." One of the people wearing black sunglasses said to the other who was wearing a peaked cap covering most of his face. "But what is your heart? Although I don't agree with the above request that we wait for them to separate before we can do it, I still act according to the above requirements." Another person randomly walked to the coffee shop aside and placed it on a chair outside the shop for others to rest, and then sat on the number 7 opposite him casually with his legs up. "Anyway, we have a daytime, they can't even go to the toilet together. At that time, arrange for the 9th and 12th to enter the women's toilet and bring them out." Number 7 saw number 8 still staring at him and continued to say, "No 8, don't stare at the other party so closely. It's a really good surveillance person, who will often only spy on the other party unintentionally, or it will only be very natural. Monitor the other party and be easily spotted by sensitive people like you." After talking on the 7th, I ordered 2 cups of coffee and then calmly said to the 8th, "Come, relax, I invite you to have a cup of coffee, don't worry about losing, we have so many companions in this paradise. The child is not easy." After Charlie and his party played for a long time, Lisa and the girls were a little exhausted because of the hot weather. Lisa looked at Charlie and begged, "Brother, it's too hot, I want to eat bingkailan." Charlie looked up to the sky. It was almost noon now, and it was almost the hottest time of the day, so Charlie nodded and said, "It's a bit hot, let's go, let's buy ice cream to eat to reduce the heat." After talking, Charlie took the happy Lisa and Irene to a nearby cart selling ice cream, came to the cart, Charlie looked at the crowd around the cart and murmured, "There are so many people, it seems we have to wait a while." At this time, Ellie pointed to a lot of parasols erected outside a cafe not far away to provide rest and said, "Or let's go there and hide from the sun." Charlie nodded when he heard this and praised Ellie, "Ali's proposal is good. Go ahead. I'll help you buy ice cream. By the way, you have to buy ice cream for you, Jessie and Abbott. I can't take it alone." Many. After Charlie came to the ice cream cart, Jessie and Abbott whispered, "Charlie, you really are a patriarch." 8th watched Charlie and others leave Lisa and said to 7 who was drinking coffee in a hurry, "7th, the opportunity has arisen. They are separated. Should we act? Blew the coffee on the 7th and said, don't worry, you read www.yuyugonshu.com and look at it. They seem to have just gone to buy ice cream. It is easy to be spotted at such a close distance. After speaking on the 7th, he took out the intercom and said, on the 10th, you go and change the ice cream buyer, and then give that Charlie 3 laxative ice creams, and be careful not to let them find out. Ali waited here for a long time before waiting for Charlie and others back. Ali said to Charlie, who was holding 4 ice creams in her hand. Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie distributes the ice cream in his hand, then pulls the chair away and sits down. Jessie and Abbott sat down with Charlie and complained. How come there are so many people, and the ice cream sellers have left for a while, so we can spend so long in the Sunday? Charlie ate the ice cream and smiled and said, people are also human, so there are 3 urgency. Can you still ask them to work? Number 7 watched Charlie and the others ate the ice cream into their stomachs and said to number 8 proudly, Number 8, you see they will be separated later, then our chance will come. After listening to the 8th, he quickly complimented the 7th, you are still the 7th, you are smart, you have come up with such a good way, this task will definitely get you the best score again. Number 7 enjoyed the compliment of number 8 and said proudly, of course, you don't want to think about who I am. I'm number 7 who is known as a small think tank. Number 7 spoke and then took out the walkie-talkie and said in secret, No 9 and number 12, listen carefully, go to the nearby women's toilet and get ready, remember to bring tools, and other people will also go to the nearby area to prepare their vehicles and plan their departure route. The personnel are quickly assigned, and we will leave the scene quietly within a minute. Chapter 54, Charlie. After Charlie finished eating ice cream, he suddenly felt like his stomach was overwhelmed. A desire hit the orange blossom. Charlie tried to control it and then said to others, I have a stomachache, I want to go to the bathroom, just wait for me. Ellie, could you please take care of Lisa and Irene? After Charlie finished talking, he quickly left here without waiting for Ellie's response and ran towards the nearby men's toilet. Not long after Charlie left, Lisa and Irene also screamed for stomach pain and ran towards the women's toilet with short legs. Go with. Ellie looked at the 2 little girls, thinking of Charlie's explanation, and quickly followed up, and before leaving, said to Jessie, you are here to wait for us, I will look at Lisa and Irene. Opportunity has arrived, ready to act. 7th saw Ellie also follow along while talking on the walkie-talkie, while standing up and leaving with 8th. As early as number 9 who was squatting in the women's toilet, he soon saw 2 small figures running into the toilet, and then another target followed in. On the 12th, the target has already entered the toilet, start to act. Not long after speaking on the 9th, he saw a cleaner wearing a mask pushing a tool cart into the door of the women's toilet, and then took out a warning sign and placed it at the door. It is being disinfected inside, and it is temporarily suspended. If it causes any inconvenience, please understand. Then she opened the door and pushed the cart and walked in. Ellie stood by and saw a cleaner pushing the cart coming in. She glanced at her and heard some indifferent voices. Those who are still going to the toilet inside, come out quickly. They need to be disinfected here. After speaking on the 12th, he looked at Ellie and said, Sister Liang, you can go out without going to the bathroom. Don't hinder my work here. Ali said embarrassedly to the 12th, Auntie, I have 2 companions in there. I have to wait for them here. I'm so sorry to have delayed your work. Nodded on the 12th and said, Is there anyone else in there? Just say if there are any. Waited for a while on the 12th and saw that no one was speaking. He took a towel with special effects volatile drugs from the cart and took it to his hand, and pretended to be going to wipe the mirror not far away from Ellie. Ali watched the cleaner walk in front of her and didn't care, but she didn't expect that a white touch would be enlarged in the next moment, and then her mouth and nose would be covered. Well, woo-woo. Ai Li Gong want to cry, a pungent odor coming from, and then they feel Ali's sight began to blur. Ali struggled a few times but it was useless. She was still in a coma in the arms of the 12th. After waiting for the 12th for a while, the toilet door was pushed open, and the Nineth, who also dressed up, appeared. Then they cooperated to carry Ellie into a cardboard box on the cart, and then the Nineth pushed the cardboard box away. Lisa and Irene, who came out after a while, did not escape the stunt end, and the 9 and 12 too left one after another. Charlie clutched his still uncomfortable belly and walked out of the toilet. Then he saw 2 people wearing cleaner clothes pushing the cart walking by him. Charlie just glanced at it briefly and then returned to the cafe. Number 7 watched number 12 and number 9 successfully come over, and then said to number 8, "Hurry up and get them into the car, and immediately send these goals to the adult, and our mission is complete." Where Charlie went back to the coffee shop, only Jessie and Abbott were sitting in the seat, so Charlie stepped forward and asked, "Jessie, where are Ellie and others?" Jessie said faintly, "They went to the bathroom. After you left, your 2 sisters also said that they had stomach pains and then went to the bathroom, and Ellie went to the bathroom without worry." Charlie immediately felt something was wrong when he heard this, and he hurried to the nearest ladies' toilet. How could there be such a coincidence that I and my 2 sisters had stomach pains at the same time? This can only explain one thing: the ice cream that I and them ate was drugged. Hope is coming, Charlie thought as he ran. Charlie quickly came to the toilet he just came out of, and then walked to the women's toilet next to him. Charlie looked at the warning sign hanging on the door and his face was a little gloomy. Without thinking about it, he opened the door and walked in. After entering the toilet, Charlie found that there was no one in the toilet. On the way, Charlie found a small accessory next to the pool. Charlie picked up this small accessory and observed carefully and found that it was Lisa who asked herself to buy this for her the other day, and Ali bought one herself. Charlie squeezed the trinket tightly and appeared coldly like never before and said, "Dare to move my sister, you are all tired of living." After Charlie came out, he suddenly thought of a detail that when he came out of the toilet, 2 cleaners passed by him. Thinking of Charlie here, he hurried to the direction where the 2 cleaners were in his mind. When he came to the corner, he found that it was a dead end, with 2 carts parked in a corner. Charlie walked over but found 2 cleaners' jackets on them, and an empty cardboard box on the cart. Seeing all this, Charlie knew that he was late. He kicked the cardboard box angrily, and then coldly said to the ice in God's domain, "Ice, that person is not dead." Bing, who was torturing the sun, suddenly heard Charlie's cold voice www.readaloud.com. Her body trembled and then said cautiously, "My lord, he is still alive, but he is weak now." Bing can feel that Charlie at this time is like a gunpowder bucket. As long as there is a little spark, it will detonate. Charlie projected his influence into God's domain. He looked at the weak sun and said, "Did you arrange for someone to take my sister?" The son of looked at Charlie weakly and then grinned hard to make a mockery, then lowered his head again without saying anything, because he was too weak. The son felt that he would die at any time, but whenever his consciousness was about to dissipate, Bing would inject an energy into his body to maintain his consciousness. Charlie frowned as he watched the illusory sun who was about to dissipate, and the ice on the side saw Charlie's appearance for fear that Charlie would vent his anger on her, so he lowered his head. Then she found that a lot of soul energy appeared next to the man. These energy poured into the man's illusory body, and then the man's body solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye. Charlie looked at the man who had recovered and repeated his question coldly again, "Where are they, my sister?" The man was a little surprised that he recovered so quickly. He spit out non-existent saliva at Charlie. "Bah, haha, that's right, I arranged for the girls to be tied up, haha, maybe they are all ready." The man couldn't say anything before he finished, because he had already "I can't feel my tongue anymore." Charlie interrupted the man's words and said, "I don't want to hear you talk nonsense, I ask, you answer, or you can taste what it means to be suffering." Chapter 55, Vampire. Charlie recovered the man's tongue after speaking, and then Charlie repeated the question again. Although the man didn't yell at him as he did last time, he still didn't answer Charlie's question. Do you think your mere illusion can destroy me? Haha, I am not so easy to give in. Charlie looked at the man coldly and said, it seems that you still don't know where you are. Anyway, let you know your situation this time. After the man heard what Charlie said, he found a whirlpool suddenly appeared in front of him, and then he suddenly felt a thrust behind him pushing him into the whirlpool. A dazzling light appeared in front of the man's eyes, and he subconsciously raised his arm to resist, but saw that his arm was illusory and transparent. The man looked at everything around him in disbelief. Charlie stood beside him and said, now you know what kind of situation you are in. You are already dead. If it weren't for me, your soul would have disappeared from the world. Now answer my question again, or I will imprison you forever in that dark space and be tortured by the ice. The man looked at Charlie in disbelief and hugged his head and said in disbelief, no, I don't believe it, all of this is fake, I don't believe it, you are lying to me, right? Tell me. Charlie looked at the man who could not accept all of this and then said nothing but revoked the blessings of God's domain on him, and the power of the sun was unreservedly displayed at this moment. Ah! What is this? It hurts. The man quickly melted under the sunlight and rolled on the ground in pain. Charlie looked at him and said, this is the power of the sun. Without my help, you who have become a soul will dissolve into nothingness in pain in a few moments. How about you believe my words now? After listening, the man lay on the ground and stopped struggling and then looked at Charlie, ignoring the flames burning on him, laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, you don't want to get news of them from me? Ha ha ha, let me think about their situation now, maybe they are celebrating their love under someone's crotch. Charlie heard an unquenchable anger in his heart, rising up a horrible aura, and then looking at the man who had no strength indifferently. You won't die so easily. You have to believe that I will let you realize that this decision you made today is the worst decision in your life. Charlie reclaimed the man who was about to dissipate in God's domain, and said to Bing, treat him well, let him experience a good life in the environment, and then concoct him well. Then Charlie took a deep breath and came back to the coffee shop. Jessie and Ebo, who were walking back and forth anxiously, went up and asked after seeing Charlie. Charlie, what's the matter? Someone just sent a letter and said, if you want to save your partner, go to the position in the letter, otherwise they may not guarantee their end. Charlie exuded a shocking aura after listening to it, which made Jessie and Abbott a little frightened. Bring the letter, let me see it. Charlie opened the envelope and pulled out the letter paper and looked at it. There was only one address on the letter paper. Jessie watched Charlie squeeze the letter paper in his hand into a ball, even the knuckles of his hand turned pale. Jessie swallowed and asked, Charlie, what's on the letter? Charlie looked at Jessie, and Jessie took a step back in fear by Charlie's murderous eyes. An address, go back and wait for me first, I'm going to save Ellie and the others. Charlie turned and left after speaking, but Jessie ran up to him but was caught by Ebola. Jessie looked at Abio and shouted, Abio, what are you doing? Let's help Charlie save Ellie and the others, why are you holding me? Let me go. Abo said to Jessie, who was a little excited. Jessie, calm down, what will happen to us even if we go? Our strength is not strong at all, it will only add chaos to Charlie. Jessie looked at Abo and said excitedly, although we are not strong, we are so powerful. Allie and the others are our friends, we can't just watch Charlie go to save Allie and them alone. Abo said in frustration, we are too weak, and there is no effect if we go there, we can only distract him. We are always too bad, we should work hard to practice, and in the future, we will not become a burden to Charlie. Abo's words also made Jessie decadent, he nodded helplessly and said, yes. We are too bad. Abo patted him on the shoulder and comforted, we should listen to Charlie now, go back and wait, and then work hard to practice. Jessie raised her head and said with a confident light in her eyes, "I will not become a burden in the future." After that, Jessie took his own steps and left here. Charlie took the car to the address written on the letter. This is a castle-like building. After paying the fare, Charlie walked into this very old castle with a calm look. Number 7 brought Ellie and the others out of the car with his men, and then carried them into this ancient castle together. On the 7th respectfully came to a dark room, and then gently knocked on the door and said, "My lord, my son, he arranged for us to send you a gift www.readaloud.com. I don't know if you are willing to come out to see you a bit." There was no sound in the room for a long time after number 7 finished speaking, but number 7 did not dare to show any disrespect, and still waited quietly outside. It took a long time to come over before an elegant voice came, "Why, what good gift your son gave to this baron? If the gift is not good, then you will become my food." After listening to the 7th, he said, "My lord, you should be satisfied with this gift." "Oh, so confident? It seems that I really want to see you, ha ha ha." The closed door in front of No 7's voice opened automatically, and a black and red shadow appeared in front of number 7. Number 7 just took a look and then stepped back. The person standing in front of him was a handsome man with a red high-necked cloak and an extremely pale complexion. His whole body exuded an aura that no one should approach. Baron Nolan looked at number 7 and said, "Where's your gift? Let me see it." Number 7 gestured to number 8. Number 8 left the room and brought in the waiting number 9 and others. Nolan looked at number 9 and each of them was holding a woman and said, "Well, it's boring, just a few human girls, I thought it was some good clothes." Even though Nolan said so, his body flew towards number 9 and they then snatched Lisa from No 9's arms. He approached Lisa and sniffed carefully. "Well, I didn't expect, this turned out to be a pure virgin wizard, with magical blood, yes, this is a big tonic. Ha ha ha, very good, your son is doing very well." After speaking, he opened his mouth, showing his fangs and biting Lisa's white neck in his hand. Chapter 56, Charlie in the Killing. Just when Nolan's teeth were about to touch Lisa's neck, he stopped and looked at number 7 and said, "Why are they unconscious? Are they drugged in their bodies?" On the 7th, he knew Nolan's thoughts after a little thought, so he respectfully said, "They are just taking some drugs, and the effects on them are about to pass by time, so if their adults are not at ease, they can wake up and enjoy them after the effects on them have passed." After Nolan thought for a while, he put Lisa aside and agreed, "It's okay, I'll just wait a little bit, such a magical woman is rare. After sucking their blood, I think I can do more. Go further." Charlie walked into this gloomy castle, but did not find any guards guarding it, but in Charlie's eyes, a deep resentment hovered over the castle. And Charlie also felt an evil aura in the depths of the castle, and Charlie also felt the aura of Lisa and their souls in it. To be careful, Charlie turned on his invisibility again. After so many uses and practice, his invisibility rules no longer affect his normal use. Allie opened her eyes and shook her head, then struggling to support herself, sat up and looked at the dim scene in front of her. My head hurts, where is this place?" Suddenly Allie felt a suction from her body, and Allie flew up uncontrollably, and then was hugged by a person. Ellie twisted her body uncomfortably and said to the handsome man in front of her, "Who are you? What are you going to do? Let me go." Nolan looked at the woman in her arms and exclaimed, "Yeah, I haven't thought that this woman has such a big breast, which is not in line with your son's style. Isn't he favorite these beautiful children? How could he be sent to me? Are there any requirements?" Number 7 said respectfully, "Our son just told us to give these women to you, but didn't say anything else." Allie turned to look over after listening to other people and asked, "What is the purpose of sending us here?" Nolan laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, what is the purpose? No purpose, you are just my food, delicious and good food. After hearing that, Ellie said in horror, "You actually cannibalized people, what kind of monster are you?" Nolan deliberately opened his mouth to show her fangs after hearing it, and Ellie said with a little horror when she saw it, "You turned out to be a vampire." Nolan said in surprise after hearing it, "You just saw my teeth and knew that I was a vampire. It seems that you are not an ordinary person." Nolan looked at Ellie and hesitated constantly. Judging from the magic power contained in this girl, she is now a wizard, and the other two are younger and should not be wizards, but the body also contains magic power, and they must be children of the wizard family. Killing them will definitely cause trouble. Do you want to their blood? Nolan's pale eyes kept turning, and finally looked at Ellie and made up his mind. For the sake of strength, I can take the risk, but I eat them and go to hide in remote areas for a while. Nolan, who had made up his mind, had a fierce light in his eyes and opened his mouth to bite at Ellie's neck. Ellie closed her eyes in fright after seeing this scene. "Am I going to die?" "Yes, I am going to die, but Lisa and Irene are not protected. Will Charlie blame me? I really want to see Charlie again." "Heavy armor. Did you ask me if you wanted to her blood? Who gave you the courage to tie my sister and them under my nose?" "Your son." Charlie first cast a spell to resist Nolan's attack on Ellie, and then looked at number 7 and asked them coldly. Ellie heard Charlie's voice and opened her eyes to look at Charlie. "Charlie, this is a vampire. Take your sisters and them quickly. I'll stop them for a while and buy you some time." Nolan was surprised at first when he was blocked by the curse. He thought it was the parents of the other party who had searched it, but when he saw that it was only Charlie, he said with some anger, "Boy, are you amazing? You entered my castle silently, but if you dare to interrupt my eating, I will let you taste the pain of blood loss and death." Charlie looked at Nolan calmly and said, "Let me solve these little shrimps first, and get into the wrist bones." A burst of black smoke appeared and enveloped the 7 and the others. The difference from the heart-drilling curse released by others was that Charlie released a group target this time. The 7 and the others, who were enveloped by the black mist, were all at this moment. After being hit by the wrist bone, they all rolled on the ground holding their hearts in pain. Number 7 trembled with pain and cold sweat. He lay on the ground and begged Charlie for mercy, "Let it go, let me go, I can't take it anymore, it hurts me." "Boom boom boom," said number 7 and suddenly started hitting the ground with his head, hoping to knock himself out. Charlie looked at the people on the ground blankly and then at Nolan. "It seems that I have to deal with you soon, otherwise they will be killed. Avada Suo Ming." Charlie raised his wand and released the 3 unforgivable curses. A night chi with burning black flame emerged from Charlie's wand and rushed towards Nolan. Nolan was not surprised when he saw this trick and threw Ellie in his hand at night chi, as if trying to resist Charlie's release. The killing curse. Ellie in the sky can't help but think of Yechi who rushes towards her. It seems that this time is really going to die www.readaloud.com, but it is better to die on Charlie's hands than on that vampire. However, this time Ellie still did not die, because the night chi that Charlie released seemed to be wise, bypassing Ellie who was flying towards it and running towards Nolan, thus avoiding a collision with Ellie. Ellie falling down suddenly felt a force to hold herself up, and then slowly put herself down. Ellie looked at Charlie who wanted to say something to thank, but was stopped by Charlie's cold eyes. "Ellie, help me take my sister and them away first, they are not suitable here." Ellie nodded and walked towards the 2 Lisa who had just awakened. Ellie helped them out of the castle slowly. Nolan saw that Charlie cared about the girls so much, and threatened Charlie one by one, but whenever he wanted to get close to them, he was blocked by Charlie. Unable to reach his goal, Nolan, who couldn't beat Charlie, suddenly retreated. First, he pretended to attack Ellie and the others to lure Charlie to stop him. And then took Charlie's unpreparedness to become a big bat and fly into the sky. "Ha ha ha, I don't believe you can still fly. I will definitely all the blood from you next time I meet," Ha ha ha. Charlie looked at the bats in Tian Shan and said, "You don't have the next time because you have to die now." The fire is raging. A large flame was ejected from Charlie's wand, and the fire dragon made of flames directly wrapped the flying bats in the sky, and then quickly shrank into a spherical flame. When the flame dissipated, the bat fell from the sky, and then recovered into a charred human form. Charlie saw that Nolan was still dying. He raised his wand and fired a killing curse. Nolan, who was hit by the killing curse, just twitched and there was no movement. Chapter 57, The Aura is Coming. Ice, come out, you have something to do. Charlie looked at the number 7 and others on the ground and cancelled the heart-drilling curse on them, and then said to the ice in God's domain. After Bing came out, he looked at the tragic scene and asked respectfully, "My lord, what can I do for me?" Charlie looked at the people on the ground and said faintly, "You control one person and kill everyone else, and finally control him to commit suicide." Bing nodded and then attached himself to a person as Charlie said, and then killed everyone with a dagger. And in the process, Charlie took the camera out of his pocket, and then took this scene with the camera. London, England, Ministry of Magic, prohibits abuse in the magic office. Director Arthur, Charlie used the curse in front of ordinary people again. Moreover, according to Zhongxi's feedback, he cast one of the 3 unforgivable curses, and later showed that he used 2 of the unforgivable curses. Death curse. Chief Arthur, what should I do about this? An employee came to Arthur's office and eagerly reported to Arthur. Arthur also looked unbelievable after listening. He is only a first-year student. How can he kill? You continue to monitor. I have to go to the minister to report this matter immediately. After speaking, Arthur hurried to the minister's office on the basement floor. He knocked on the office door. "Please come in." There was a quick response from inside. Arthur opened the door and walked in. "It's Arthur. Come and sit down, I don't know if you are looking for me." Minister Fudge looked at Arthur and asked. Arthur sat down and said to Deputy G, "That's it, Minister. A Hogwarts first-year student named Charlie cast an unforgivable curse in the Muggle area of Paris, and it is likely to cause casualties." Minister Fudge pondered for a while and then said, "Go and notify a team of Aurors to bring this Charlie back, and then notify the Magic Law Enforcement Division to file a case for evidence investigation, and finally send a notice to Dumbledore and Charlie's family to come to the trial meeting." After hearing this, Arthur said with some doubts, "Minister, is it a little bad to do this? After all, he is just a child." Minister Fudge looked at Arthur and said, "It is precisely because he is still a child that this matter must be dealt with more seriously. Think about it, a child can cast the 3 unforgivable curses to kill people now. Wouldn't it be another matter when he grows up? A mysterious person." Arthur heard that Fudge had said so he nodded and said, "I'm going to notify the Auror immediately," and left the minister's office. After Fudge waited for Arthur to leave, he touched his chin and slowly said, "This is a God-given opportunity. This time, it will definitely hit Dumbledore's reputation." Charlie was about to leave the castle to join Ellie and the others after returning the ice to God's domain, but suddenly a group of Aurors in Auror uniforms appeared in front of him. They took their wands one by one and quickly surrounded Charlie. Charlie stood and watched their encirclement without any movement. The moment he acted, he knew this scene would happen, but he didn't expect it so soon. After seeing that Charlie did not resist, a woman took out a transfer order with the seal of the Ministry of Magic and said, "The defendant Charlie Elvis, accused by the Ministry of Magic for the prohibition of abusing the Department of Magic, you cast an unforgivable curse in front of Muggles in the Muggle area of Paris, France." She said. Here she glanced at their bodies on the 7th and continued, "Causing casualties, Alice Longbottom now leads a team of Aurors to bring the defendant back to the Ministry of Magic for trial." Alice put away the order in her hand and said coldly to Charlie, "You are Charlie Elvis. Come with us." Charlie looked at Alice and said calmly, "No problem, but I have a request." My sisters and the others are still around here. They won't change their shapes. I hope you send a few people to take them back to my home. Alice thought for a while and then said, for your good attitude, I agree to this request, but where are they now? Thank you, let me take you there. Charlie expressionlessly thanked Alice. Then Charlie stretched out her hand, and Alice frowned when she saw Charlie's movements and said, can you take so many people to change your shadow? Charlie said calmly, although I haven't tried it, I think I can do it. Alice said to the other players, put your hands up, let him try. After everyone's hands were connected, Cha's hair changed his shape, and after a while, everyone disappeared from the castle. Charlie and the others reappeared at their place of residence. Charlie didn't take care of the Aurors but went straight out, ready to look for Jessie, and they asked Ellie if they had come back. But as soon as he walked out the door, there was a man's voice. Don't move, I'll attack if I take another step. Charlie stopped walking after hearing it. Where are you going? You can't leave our sight. Charlie hasn't spoken yet. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Alice stopped the male Auror from pointing his wand at Charlie and said, let go of your wand, this Charlie is very powerful, we can't surrender him at all. Even if we fight, we might all die. Then Alice continued to say to Charlie, Charlie, where are you going? Charlie turned his back to them and said lightly, go and see if my sisters are back. After Charlie finished speaking, he continued to walk to Jessie and their room. After Alice and the others heard it, they followed Charlie out of the room. Charlie knocked on Jessie's door and said, Jessie, are you there? Charlie's voice was opened as soon as he fell off the door. After seeing Charlie, Jessie gave Charlie a hug. He hurriedly asked Charlie, Charlie, are Ellie and others rescued? Hey, who are they? Charlie broke free of Jessie's hand and said, it's rescued, you guys hurry up and pack your things, and then I will let them take you back to England. Jessie, although they were a little confused, they packed up their luggage according to Charlie's instructions, and then he asked Charlie suspiciously. Charlie, did Ellie and the others have gone back? And don't you go back with us? Charlie said faintly, you go back first, I have something to do. Then Charlie looked at Alice. Alice understood Charlie's meaning, and ordered 2 Aurors and 1 to leave here. Then Alice said to Charlie, now, you can go with us. Charlie shook his head and said, no, my sister and the others have not come yet. Let's wait for them here. Don't worry, after sending my sister and them away, I will go to the Ministry of Magic with you. Chapter 58, Amelia. After Charlie and the others waited for a while, they saw Ali appeared with a serious expression while holding a wand in one hand and Lisa in one hand. Ali obviously saw Charlie too, and she relaxed her tight spirit and said happily, Charlie, it's great that you are fine. Lisa even let go of Ellie's hand, and then ran to Charlie to hug Charlie. Charlie held Lisa in one hand and said to Ellie, our journey is over, you guys go and pack things quickly, and I will ask them to take you back. Oh. Ali glanced at the Aurors beside Charlie and then went back to her room to pack up. Charlie took Lisa and Irene by the hand and said, Lisa, wait for you to take Irene, I will let these uncles take you home, you know. Lisa asked with some confusion, brother, why do you want these uncles to take us home, won't you go back with us? Charlie touched Lisa's head and a smile appeared on her calm face. I'm going to do something with other uncles, but it won't happen for the time being. Do you have to be good to know? Take Sister Irene. Charlie said to Alice, send someone to send them directly to my Uncle Adrian's house. I think you should be able to find them. Alice nodded and waited for Ellie to come out, 2 more people would lead the 3 of them, and then moved away from here. Alice looked at Charlie, and Charlie nodded and said, you take me away. I don't know the way. Alice nodded and then grabbed Charlie's hand and used Shift Shadow to leave here. The other Aurors also used Shift Shadow and left. When Lisa arrived home, Mrs. Chris was preparing lunch at home. She looked at the three Lisa and the two Aurors who appeared suddenly and asked quickly. Two Aurors, I don't know what's the matter with you, what's the matter with my daughter? One of the Aurors said calmly, it's okay, but our captain told us to send them back. After he finished speaking, he and another Auror reopened the transformation and left Adrian's house. Chris looked at Lisa and Irene and asked. Lisa, how about your brother? Why didn't he come back with you? Lisa said intermittently for a long time without making the matter clear. After reading it, Ali couldn't help but say to Chris. And Chris, let me do it, it's like this. Chris said in disbelief after listening. You mean you were kidnapped by a vampire, and Charlie rescued you, and then you saw a team of Aurors and Charlie together where you lived? Ali nodded and asked, they are Aurors? Then Charlie will be fine, right? Chris said anxiously. Yes, they are Aurors, how could Charlie meet them? I hope these Aurors didn't catch him. Chris was worried. Boom. Suddenly an owl appeared outside the window of her house and knocked on the window with his beak. Chris heard it and opened the window to let it fly in. It flew onto the table, then dropped a letter and then flew out of the window. Chris picked up the letter and saw that it was the seal of the Ministry of Magic and quickly opened it and read it. The Adrians, the guardians of the accused Charlie Elvis. Your nephew Charlie Elvis illegally released the unforgivable curse in the Muggle area of Paris at 10:11 on August 17, causing casualties. Aurors have been sent to bring him back to the Ministry of Magic. Charlie Elvis' behavior has seriously violated many laws of the magical world. It has been approved by the Minister of Magic Cornelius Oswald Fudge and the Director of the Magic Law Enforcement Department Amelia Bones Ma Fodger da Hopkirk confirmed that the case will go to a public trial at 9 a.m. on August 20 in the 10th courtroom. In this regard, the Adrian and his wife, Charlie Elvis Guardian, were invited to participate in the trial. Chris couldn't believe it after reading this letter. She hurriedly came to the fireplace and said to Ellie hurriedly. Ellie, I ask for a favor and take care of Irene and the others. If you are hungry, go to the kitchen and get something to eat. I have a very important thing to go out, please. Chris left with full of powder before Ellie agreed. This move not only puzzled Ellie. What letter makes Aunt Chris so nervous? What was written on the letter? All this puzzled Ellie, but she knew that there was still too little, so she couldn't figure out anything. So she could not think about it, and then went to the kitchen to feed Lisa and the others. Charlie and Alice came to the office of the Director of the Magic Law Enforcement Department on the second basement of the Ministry of Magic. Alice walked Charlie into the office and said to Amelia, who was immersed in work. Director, the accused Charlie Elvis has been brought here. Amelia put down her work after hearing it, then raised her head and held the frame with her hand. www.readaloud.com. Then she looked at Charlie with a scrutinizing gaze, and she said after a while. Take him to the rest room to supervise, and then wait for the public trial in 2 days. By the way, confiscated all his things and wands to avoid any dangerous items. Charlie said to Amelia calmly after hearing it. I don't think you have the right to confiscate my things and wands, unless I am convicted. Amelia laughed after hearing what Charlie said and said. Unexpectedly, you know the law quite well. That's right. In fact, we really don't have the right to confiscate your wand, but in view of your danger, I think for the safety of the Ministry of Magic, I can confiscate your wand. Charlie didn't refute Amelia's words but said to her. I can guarantee that no magic will be performed during the trial, but if you insist on confiscating my wand, I have no objection, but I will definitely raise this point during the trial. Amelia thought for a while and waved to Alice. Take him down and take care of it. After Charlie heard that she was not going to confiscate her wand, he followed Alice and left the office, while Amelia looked at Charlie's back and thought. This Charlie was so calm when facing me, and he was obviously more proficient in the law. Such a person must know what he should face next before he does it, and he will definitely not leave too much evidence against him. It seems that this trial is more difficult, but I will not let any criminal escape the crime under my trial. Amelia thought, her eyes flashed with a light called confidence. Chapter 59, Trial. Chapter 59 The Judgment. In the early morning of August 20th, many wizards came to the Ministry of Magic, because today is the day of judgment for a sensational case. Just yesterday, the horizontal banner of the Daily Prophet was occupied by a case. Shock. The underage wizard illegally cast an unforgivable curse to cause death. This eye-catching bold title makes many people can't help but look at the following article. Except for what happened, the following two important people's statements are the most noticeable. Minister Fudge, our Ministry of Magic will not let go of any wizard who violates the magic law. Even if he is a student of Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic will definitely try this badly affecting case in a fair and just manner. Dumbledore, I believe that my students will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. He must have hidden secrets in doing so, so I hope the Ministry of Magic will give Charlie and me a reasonable trial result. I don't want mine. The student suffered a misjudgment that distorted the facts. It can be seen from the opinions of the two people that their attitudes can be said to be tit for tat, so this has attracted the attention of many wizards. In the 10th courtroom on the 10th floor of the Ministry of Magic, this is a circular courtroom. The densely packed auditoriums surround one side in a stepped manner. Opposite the auditoriums is the trial seat, and in the middle is the place where the judges stay. The crowded audience seats were full of wizards, including the Adrian family, Ellie, Jessie, Abbe, and their parents. And Dumbledore, as the chief wizard of the Supreme Wizarding Court, naturally sat on the trial seat. There are 3 seats in the trial bench. Amelia is sitting in the middle. She is the chief judge today. On the left is Minister Fudge, and on the right is Dumbledore. Amelia waited until the time was 9 o'clock, and said loudly, "Quiet. The time has come, now the trial begins," and the defendant Charlie Elvis is brought to the courtroom. After hearing this, an auror who was waiting walked out of the courtroom, came to a small room to the side and took Charlie into the courtroom. Charlie came to the dock and sat down calmly, then looked at the judge on the trial bench. Amelia ignored Charlie's sight and stood up and read aloud. The defendant, Charlie Elvis, is now abusing the Department of Magic and accusing you of casting a heartbreaking curse once in front of the Muggles in the Muggle area of Paris on the 18th, and the death curse twice, killing 5 Muggles and 1 vampire. It has been confirmed by the Magic Law Enforcement Department that your actions violated the above 4 magic laws, including the International Secrecy Act, the Muggle Protection Act, the Ministry of Magic Order, and the law on the reasonable restraint of underage wizards. Defendant Charlie Elvis, do you have any different opinions on the above? Amelia's recount made the wizards in the courtroom whisper to each other, and Charlie's family and friends looked at Charlie worriedly. And Charlie stood up without changing his face and said, facing a series of accusations from Amelia, "Your Honor, I have an opinion on the above allegations." Amelia was silent for a while and then said to Charlie, "Say." Charlie spoke his own opinion without delay. "First of all, I question the fact that I caused the deaths of 5 Muggles. Does the judge have direct evidence that I caused the deaths of the 5 Muggles? Secondly, I questioned the allegations that I violated the International Confidentiality Act, the Muggle Protection Act, the Ministry of Magic Order, and the Reasonable Restraint of Minor Wizards Act. I think I did not violate the above any magic law." Charlie's words were like putting a depth bomb in the courtroom, causing an uproar in the courtroom. Amelia knocked on the table angrily, and then said loudly, "Quiet, no noise in the courtroom. Defendant Charlie Elvis, tell me why you think your actions did not violate the magic law." Amelia frowned when she looked at her stern tone and seemed to have no effect on Charlie. Charlie said clearly, "First of all, my actions did not cause any Muggles to learn about the existence of wizards. Secondly, I deny that I caused the deaths of 5 Muggles. Regarding the Reasonable Restraint of Underage Wizards Act, underage wizards are not allowed to perform magic outside the school. I remember there is an addition to this clause. That is, under special circumstances, magic can be used in front of muggles, and these special circumstances include when the life of the wizard himself or other wizards or muggles who are also present is threatened. Charlie paused and then continued. The situation at the time was that my companion was in danger. If I did not take measures, my companion would be in danger. In this regard, my violation of the Reasonable Restraint of Minor Wizards Act does not hold. As for the Ministry of Magic order that cannot be released unforgivable curse, I did not release the unforgivable curse to anyone. www.mtlnovel.com. At that time, in order to rescue one of my partners from the vampire's hands, I had to cast the heart-boring curse to force the vampire to let go of my partner, but I didn't expect him to slyly avoid the heart-boring curse. Then the spell hit the muggles at the time, but I soon came into contact with the heart-boring spell on them. Then, the vampire wanted to kill me angrily. Faced with a powerful vampire, I could only release a killing curse to resist, and the vampire I think it should not belong to people. After Charlie said this, he continued, Your Honor, my argument is over. Amelia frowned when she heard Charlie's excuse and took herself clean from so many charges. Charlie Elvis, can you provide evidence for what you are telling? Just telling you alone cannot confirm that what you are saying is true. Charlie looked at Amelia and said with a natural way. I was fighting at the time and I had no evidence to prove it, but I have a witness, Ellie Fox, who can prove that what I said was true. And I think you should send someone to the scene to investigate after the incident. Your Honor might as well tell the results of the investigation. Amelia looked at the audience seat and asked. May I ask if the witness Ellie Fox is present? If so, please come forward to prove what Charlie Elvis said is true. Ellie stood up nervously and said. Yes, yes. Your Honor. Everyone's eyes were on Ellie's body, which made Ellie feel a little scared. She carefully came to Charlie's side and looked at Charlie and said. Your Honor, I can prove that what Charlie said is true. Chapter 60, Disagreement and Discussion. Amelia nodded and said. Because Ellie Fox and Charlie Elvis are friends, there is a situation of shielding, so the confession cannot be used as evidence, only as a reference. Amelia's words made Ellie a little nervous. She seemed nervous when she stared at Amelia. Now I announce the results of our professional investigation. Based on some clues and corpses at the scene, they judged that the deaths of 5 muggles were caused by one of the muggles and the other 4 muggles and then committed suicide. It cannot be ruled out that it is because they can't bear the actions they made after the heart drill. And in the scene, it was true that only the vampire was killed by the killing curse. Our personnel only checked these. Secretary Fudge, who was sitting on the sidelines, saw that the situation on the field had begun to be biased towards each other. If it continued like this, not only would it not be able to damage Dumbledore's reputation, it would also increase Dumbledore's prestige if this Charlie was acquitted. Unable to accept this result, Fudge looked at Charlie with a sullen face and said to him. Charlie, it's so hard that you want to deny the fact that you released the heart-drilling curse on muggles? Know that there are signs of the heart-drilling curse on them. Not to mention how they died, this alone is clearly recorded in the Ministry of Magic's decree, and the release of the unforgivable curse on humans requires a lifetime imprisonment in Azkaban. Do you think your sophistry can escape the punishment of the law? This is impossible. Facing Fudge's angry roar and intimidation, Charlie said without any fear. Minister Fudge, I think there is a problem with your accusation. First of all, I did not release the unforgivable curse on humans. Those muggles just accidentally ran into it. This is not my responsibility. Fudge was a little angry at Charlie's strong words, but the fact is that someone has been hurt by your heart-boring curse, whether you intentionally or unintentionally. As long as you release the unforgivable curse and harm humanity, you will be punished. Dumbledore said to Fudge. Minister Fudge, I think your statement is a bit extreme, isn't it? Dumbledore said in a relaxed tone, and Dumbledore's tone made Fudge even more angry. He blew his nose and stared, even the beard on his mouth rose. What are you talking about? I strictly follow the instructions in the magic law. You said I am extreme. Dumbledore nodded and stood up and said to all the wizards present. The situation in Charlie's case this time, can be said to be the first time. There is no case to follow, and the magic law has flaws in this situation. In this case, if the two parties have always insisted on their opinions, I don't know when this trial will be debated. Therefore, I suggest that the trial of this case should be suspended temporarily, waiting for the results of the discussion between the judge and the 12 witnessing wizards present, and then the trial will be held again. Dumbledore said this and looked at Fudge and Amelia, squinting and smiling. Minister Fudge, Director Amelia, don't you know if you agree with this proposal? Fudge heard Dumbledore's proposal like a discouraged ball sitting on the chair and agreed to Dumbledore's proposal. Amelia stood up immediately after seeing Fudge agree, and then announced loudly. Due to the dispute in this trial, we have decided to suspend the trial temporarily, waiting for the judge and 12 witnessing wizards present to discuss the results of this situation, and then the trial will be held again at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Now I announce that the defendant will be charged. Elvis stayed. Following Amelia's announcement, Charlie was taken away from the courtroom again by the Auror who had walked up, and the wizards in the audience seat also started to leave after hearing it, and came in again when they waited for 2 o'clock. When all the irrelevant personnel left the courtroom, only the members of the wizard group and Amelia, the judge of this trial, were left behind. They sat around a long table, when everyone was seated. Presumably everyone understands the current situation, I think everyone can state first. Dumbledore said. Fudge looked at Dumbledore saying this and then thought about the benefits of this proposal. He could clearly understand who supported various attitudes and their proportions. I think this proposal is better, otherwise we will first raise our hands to show who supports that attitude. Please support the severe punishment. Thinking of here, Fudge also followed Dumbledore's proposal. After Fudge's voice fell, the wizards raised their hands. Fudge was satisfied to see that most of the people at the scene supported his opinions, but when he saw that his subordinate Amelia did not raise his hands, he was in a mood. It's not good. He looked at Amelia with a gloomy expression and said, Director Amelia, why don't you raise your hand? Amelia looked at Fudge ignoring his somewhat angry gaze and then thought and said, Minister Fudge, I really think that if that Charlie really unintentionally released the heart-drilling curse on the Muggles, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com and we are. Put him in Azkaban for life imprisonment. Isn't this the equivalent of us releasing the heartbreaking curse to him? After all, the torture of the Soul Eater is no more painful and merciful than the heartbreaking curse. Amelia's words made the other wizards who agreed to be severely punished were shaken, and soon some of them put down their raised hands. Fudge saw Amelia's words shaking the determination of some people and wanted to slap himself in the face. If he didn't ask her too much, he would have a chance to win. Now the situation has become bad, including only 6 people. I agree with myself, why this Amelia doesn't help herself at such a critical moment, hateful. Amelia looked at Fudge with a gloomy face and thought. Minister, I just stick to the justice in my heart. Minister Fudge's expression kept changing and finally had to gritted his teeth and said, the hand that supports Charlie's innocence in releasing the unforgivable curse. Among the remaining 9 of the 15 people present, only 4 raised their hands. Fudge looked at Dumbledore and the others who also did not raise their hands. Then you neither agree with severe punishment or innocence, do you want to abstain? Dumbledore looked at Fudge's face with some joy and said. No, I just think it's not good to simply be innocent. After all, if this precedent is set, countless evil people will follow this case to evade punishment, so I think it should be punished, but the punishment is not life imprisonment in the regulations. In Azkaban. This is Amelia's agreement. If it is impossible to prove that the defendant voluntarily released the heart-drilling curse on Muggles, nor can it prove unintentional, then I agree with Dumbledore's proposal.